Introduction. To judge by the headlines, the Vatican seemed to be unraveling. In the middle of 2012, a series of leaked documents prompted Pope Benedict to launch an internal investigation. The documents were embarrassing, if not exactly incriminating. Many dealt with the murky world of Vatican finances, while others revealed details of security operations, notes from private papal meetings and letters from high-profile Italian personalities seeking papal audiences, some with an enclosed check. In the eyes of top Vatican officials, the most scandalous aspect of what the press dubbed VatiLeaks was not the content of the leaked material, but the fact that classified documents were being circulated at all. As someone who has covered the Vatican for 30 years, I know that Vatican secrecy is largely a myth. More than 3,000 people work in the Vatican's administrative machine, and many of them will share information if given the opportunity. But such information is typically passed on through casual conversation, not purloined documents. It was that detail that made the scandal so unusual, and that led a triumvirate of investigating cardinals to aggressively pursue the culprits. The paper trail led rather easily to Paolo Gabriele, who as the Pope's valet was one of the few people with access to the daily flow of documents in and out of the papal apartment. The father of 3 children, a devout Catholic who had worked since 1998 in the service of 2 popes, Gabriele seemed an unlikely Vatican mole. The universal assumption was that he was being manipulated by higher UPS. All of which, as explained more fully in this book's final chapter, pointed to an increasingly open power struggle inside the Roman Curia. The news of Paolo Gabriele's arrest generated curiosity and a degree of derision in the news media. The butler did it became the punchline to a bad joke, and the joke was on the Vatican. To make matters worse, the aging Pope Benedict seemed painfully unaware of what was going on around him. Meanwhile, another drama was unfolding. The president of the Vatican Bank, Ettore Gotti Tedeschi, once touted as Pope Benedict's financial reformer, was summarily and very publicly fired. Among the reasons listed in a harshly worded memo were Gotti Tedeschi's progressively erratic personal behavior and his failure to explain the dissemination of documents last known to be in the president's possession. To most outsiders, this was a new Vatican, a Vatican that had gone off the rails. I view the events a bit differently. To me, they were the public eruption of a private culture that has long reigned inside the Vatican walls, a culture of miscommunication and miscues, of good intentions and flawed execution, of conflicting agendas and shifting alliances. It is a culture in which clerical careerism often overshadows quiet dedication to the work of the Church. It is a culture founded on hierarchical order, but swamped in organizational confusion. It is a culture in which the Pope is considered immune from criticism, yet often is kept uninformed about the details of important decisions. It is, in theory, a culture of confidentiality, yet it leaks like a 2,000-year-old boat. When I began covering the Vatican for Catholic News Service, or CNS, in the early 1980s, I was stunned by the lack of coordination among Roman Curia offices and the haphazard way information was made public, more often via a maze of rumor and innuendo rather than through official channels. Eventually I came to appreciate the opportunities afforded by such ambiguity. Because the atmosphere within the Vatican is more medieval village than corporate headquarters, I found myself working most effectively through informal encounters and backdoor conversations. My sources ran the gamut from top Vatican diplomats to the ushers in St. Peter's Basilica, and once they came to know and trust you, they all talked. I soon learned that the restricted communication flow at the Vatican worked in my favor. Given the isolation of many Roman Curia offices, a reporter was often viewed as a necessary pollinating agent, bringing grains of gossip and traces of intelligence from one department to another. Unwittingly, we were part of the Vatican grapevine. I discovered that, despite its institutional facade, the Vatican remains predominantly a world of individuals, most of whom have a surprising amount of freedom to operate and, therefore, to make mistakes. It's not only that many cardinals and department heads behave like feudal lords, there's also a significant population of minor officials, consultants, adjuncts, and experts who see themselves as protagonists in their own right, bit players who from time to time wander onto center stage. As endearing as I find this lack of micromanagement, it has undoubtedly brought headaches and embarrassment to the Vatican in recent years. A core element of the Catholic Church's mission, after all, is to convince others of the truth of its faith. Evangelizing is effective communication, yet the Vatican has become a kind of showcase for missteps, distractions, and mixed messages, a place where the Pope is upstaged by his own gaffes or those of his top aides. Part of the reason is the oddly parochial attitude that still prevails within the universal nerve center of the Catholic Church. There's a chronic disconnect between what people say and do in Vatican City and the effect that has on the 1.2 billion Catholics around the world. The tale of Sławomir Oder is instructive. In January 2010, much of the world was surprised to learn that the late Pope John Paul XI had for years whipped himself with a leather belt as a form of self-mortification. The news left many Catholics bewildered and a little disappointed. This was the Pope, after all, who was known for his Theology of the Body, a series of 129 talks that described the beauty of the human body as part of God's plan, an approach deemed revolutionary * by Catholic commentators, particularly for its positive vision of human sexuality. Self-flagellation, in the minds of most people, suggested self-loathing and an unhealthy attitude toward one's own body. The Polish pontiff, it was said, had a belt hanging on a hook in his closet, and the nuns who cooked and cleaned for him would hear the groans when he used it on his own back. As soon as I heard the news, I wondered why the Vatican was putting out this particular tidbit of information. But it turned out that top people at the Vatican were as blindsided as everyone else by the revelation, which appeared in a book written by the official promoter of John Paul's sainthood cause, Polish Monsignor Sławomir Oder. The enthusiastic Monsignor had teamed up with an Italian journalist to draw a portrait of the real John Paul XI, as the cover of the book proclaimed. The book was launched at a press conference at the Hotel Columbus, a few steps from St. Peter's Square. Strangely, no Vatican official attended. The reason, I learned, was that Oder had had no Vatican authorization for the biography. His book was a personal project and, amazingly, no one had bothered to stop him. The disclosure of the late Pope's penitential practices could not have come at a more awkward time. Nearly 5 years after his death, the Church was preparing to declare John Paul blessed, a major step toward sainthood, and Pope Benedict XVI was expected to set the date of the official ceremony sometime soon. In the hopes of Vatican officials, the Beatification Mass would recapture the spiritual intensity that had marked the days of John Paul's funeral and Benedict's election in 2005. Rome would once again be the center of the world, hosting millions of people and thousands of journalists, and the Catholic Church would be given another unparalleled opportunity to get its message across through modern media. Now a shadow hung over that scenario. Self-mortification practices like fasting had been standard in the Catholic Church for centuries. But whipping oneself with a belt? In the popular imagination, it evoked the bloody scene of self-flagellation by the albino monk in the Da Vinci Code, which had been ridiculed by Catholics as a grotesque exaggeration. Is this the image we want to give people of the world today? Is this our model of holiness? Flagellation is archaic. It's something from the past, and that's where it belongs, one Vatican official quietly vented to me when I began calling around for reaction. Another priest who used the legacy of John Paul XI in his ministry with the sick was equally distressed. The late Pope, he said, was widely respected for his acceptance of the suffering caused by illness, not for self-inflicting pain. Others began questioning why Monsignor Oder had been allowed to publish a book based on confidential testimony that he, as postulator, or primary manager, of the cause, was supposed to keep private. Polish Father Adam Boniecki, a longtime advisor to Pope John Paul, was incensed, observing, "It's surprising and grave that it was the postulator who wrote something like this. These are episodes, documents, and revelations about the private life of Pope John Paul that are covered by pontifical secret." Monsignor Oder was quickly summoned to Poland for talks with Cardinal Stanislaw Dziwisz, Pope John Paul's former secretary, who was said to be equally disturbed. In Rome, church officials noted that the Vatican had appointed Oder to shepherd the beatification cause to the finish line, not scoop the Vatican with a tell-all book. Some suggested he be quietly dismissed. The more I gauged the Vatican's irritation level, the more I realized that Oder's book was a classic example of the fragmented chain of command in what is arguably the world's most hierarchical organization. In theory, the Vatican operates according to a top-down structure of authority. In actual fact, the Vatican is a patchwork of departments, communities, and individuals, all loosely bound by a sense of mission but without comprehensive management or rigorous oversight. And, I must admit, I prefer it that way. I appreciate the fact that functionaries often shoot their mouths off when they are not supposed to, that documents are leaked, and that, at the end of the day, the Vatican is marked more by human flair and fallibility than ruthless efficiency. I like the fact that even something as supposedly fine-tuned as a sainthood cause can be fumbled by an overzealous promoter. The popular image of the Vatican is largely a myth. In the news and entertainment industries, the Vatican is portrayed as an organizational behemoth, monumental, powerful, and cloaked in secrecy, a well-oiled machine quietly pursuing a global agenda with a hierarchy that marches in lockstep. The real Vatican is a place where cardinals crack jokes and lose their tempers, where each agency of the Roman Curia jealously guards its turf, where the little guys and big shots may work at cross purposes, and where slip-ups and misunderstandings are common. It's a place where the Pope's choice of a particular hat can become the raging controversy of the day, and where an American cardinal hell-bent on underground parking can evict a 2,000-year-old necropolis. It's a place where the carefully orchestrated liturgies and ceremonies sometimes come unglued. It's a place where Paolo Gabriele and Slawomir Oder fit right in. Over the years, I've also met a number of Vatican employees I would place in the faithful servant category. Like most major bureaucracies, the Vatican has its share of quiet heroes, people working silently against the odds to make the Church more responsive and more transparent. Their stories rarely surface in news accounts of Vatican crackdowns, scandals, and pronouncements, yet they help steady the ship and correct its course. All of this, I decided, needed to be told. I wanted to accurately depict the culture behind the headlines and explain how things really work at the Vatican, not through the Pope's speeches or official texts and declarations, and not through political analysis of Vatican policy, but from the inside, where the business of governing the universal church churns and sputters. I wrote this book because I'm convinced that the backstage reality at the Vatican is infinitely more interesting than the caricature of power and authority that dominates mainstream media. As a reporter and then Rome bureau chief for Catholic News Service from 1983 to 2012, I was able to witness the Vatican's internal dynamics from a privileged vantage point. My job routinely took me into Vatican offices, placed me in the front row of papal ceremonies, and even got me a seat on the papal plane. This is a book of fact, not fiction. The episodes described in its pages actually happened. My narration, which includes some reconstructed dialogue, is based on hundreds of interviews, transcripts, audio and video archives, and first-hand observation. The characters, bigger and lesser, are real. And although their stories may occasionally have a through-the-looking-glass quality, know that they are not the product of journalistic imagination, but an accurate chronicle of life and times in a most curious world. Chapter 1: The Bells. The Vatican Hill on the west side of Rome has hosted ecclesial drama since the earliest days of the Roman Catholic Church. St. Peter was believed to have been crucified here under the Emperor Nero, in the middle of a racing circus, a spot that today lies just below the Vatican's duty-free mini-mall. Nero, according to church historians, used to throw nighttime parties in what are now the Vatican Gardens, illuminating the festivities by tying Christians to high poles and setting them on fire. The persecutions eventually ended, and St. Peter's tomb in the cemetery on the Vatican Hill eventually became such a popular pilgrimage site that the Emperor Constantine decided to build a sumptuous basilica there in A.D. 326. Local tradition says he was so enthused about the project that he took off his royal finery and began digging the foundations with his own hands. Renaissance popes rebuilt the basilica half a millennium ago on an even more massive scale. It is architecture designed for theater, and the drama is never more intense than when a pope dies and a new one is elected. The dead pope is carried in procession and placed on a bier beneath the basilica dome, where he lies in state before his funeral. If he was much loved, like John Paul XI, pilgrims come from around the world to pay their respects. But popes have not always been so popular. In 1559, when Paul IV died, Romans rioted in celebration and broke open the prisons of the Inquisition. In the late 1800s, Pope Pius IX's hearse was attacked by an anti-clerical mob and his corpse narrowly escaped being thrown into the Tiber River. Only in the last century did popes become widely respected defenders of human rights, peace, and social justice. Their funerals nowadays bring kings and queens, premiers, and presidents to a kneeling position before the papacy. The Pope is buried, usually in the Basilica crypt. Some days later, a curtain is pulled aside and a new pope appears on the balcony of the church's central facade, cheered by a passionate crowd of the faithful in St. Peter's Square. The transition is complete, sadness has turned to excitement, and the death knell of the Basilica bells is replaced by peals of joy. In April 2005, an estimated 2 billion people followed those events on television or the internet following the death of John Paul XI. For the first time in history, papal transition became a global experience as St. Peter's Basilica served as the backdrop for endless TV stand-ups, pilgrim interviews and liturgical play-by-play commentary. As the 115 voting cardinals prepared to enter into conclave, journalists reporting signs of what appeared, in retrospect, an almost inevitable outcome, the election of German Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger as Pope Benedict X. Framed in tradition and colored by ceremony, the announcement of Habemus Papam must have seemed like one of the most choreographed moments of church pageantry to those watching around the world. Yet what the world saw was one thing, what was actually going on inside the ornate hallways and chambers of the Vatican was quite another. The papal election was the most fascinating news event I'd covered in many years. But for months afterward I was bothered by a nagging mystery. One day, long after the conclave paraphernalia had been put back in storage and the words Pope Benedict no longer sounded strange, I walked over to St. Peter's Basilica and went looking for a man named Giuseppe. I heard he had a story to tell. It was day 2 of the conclave, April 19, 2005, and a faint odor of incense still hung in the air from the morning mass, wafting from the chapel of the Most Holy Sacrament across the nave of the great basilica, where it blended with a new and stronger smell, one that rose from an immense crowd of tired and sweaty pilgrims. Enrico, an usher in St. Peter's, stood sentry-like in a crisp blue suit and lifted his eyes toward the logjam of visitors. "Ciao, Giuseppe," he said. "Another long day, huh? It's never going to end." Giuseppe Fiorucci shrugged and kept moving across the patterned floor of the basilica. Enrico was a talker, and Fiorucci didn't have time for a conversation. A short man with a steady gait, he steered a course around the mass of humanity and was glad, today as all days but especially today, that he was not an usher, glad that it was someone else's job to deal with the questions in 10 languages and the crying babies and "where's the bathroom?" and "no flash, please" and "can we leave flowers?" and "how long before we get to the Pope's tomb?" Today he was glad he was only a San Pietrino, a basilica workman, and that his blue denim outfit exempted him from dealing with all the needs of so many pious and insistent people. He reached the other side of the church, adjusted the glasses on his broad face and gazed back. The light was stretching across the main aisle now, illuminating red and white patches of the Polish flags draped across backpacks and shoulders. So many Poles. First to see the body, now to see the tomb. 3 million in 10 days, the news reported. According to Enrico, never had so many people pass through St. Peter's. Enrico was just an usher, of course, but he sometimes had coffee with Bishop Lanzini, and Bishop Lanzini knew everything about the basilica. Or so they said. "Attention, please." Paolo, who was doing guard duty to the left of the main altar, came up from behind and wrapped his big hands around Fiorucci's neck. He continued his joke in flawed English, "We remind you to please to remain quiet." Paolo nodded toward a small rear door of the basilica and made a sign that he needed a smoke. Fiorucci shook his head, but Paolo dragged him by the sleeve. "The doorway, however, was blocked by a rope barrier attached to brass hooks, and 2 Vatican gendarmes stood sentry. His cigarette break would have to wait. "I forgot." "The cardinals," Paolo muttered under his breath. The back door of St. Peter's led to a parking lot in front of the Domus Sancti Marthi, the $20 million guest house that lodged the cardinals who would elect the new pope. The Domus was on the south side of the basilica. The Sistine Chapel, where the voting sessions were held, was on the north. Most cardinals came out to board a bus that them through the Vatican gardens to the Sistine, but you could always count on the oddball who would insist on going by foot. Yesterday it was German Cardinal Walter Kasper, who took a route through the Vatican gardens. This morning a Latin American cardinal was walking the Travertin path around the back of St. Peter's. The Vatican security guards and the basilica staff had to make sure the door was sealed and that no one, not one pilgrim with a flag, not one child with a loud voice, not even a bishop, could in any way communicate with the cardinals as they passed. Not that anyone was trying. The pilgrims inside the basilica, in fact, had little immediate interest in the Sistine Chapel proceedings. They were all headed downstairs to the crypt where John Paul XI lay buried. But when they reached his tomb, after waiting hours in line, they had an unpleasant surprise: they couldn't stop to pray. They were essentially on a conveyor belt, told to keep moving along. They couldn't even take photos. This seemed strange. The Pope had lying in state. The basilica ushers did nothing to prevent people from taking snapshots or cell phone photos of the dead pontiff. Now they would yell at anyone who pulled out a camera. The reason was logistical. Up in the basilica, the main aisle was wide enough to contain a river of pilgrims that flowed at a good speed past the papal bier. Down in the crypt, it was shoulder to shoulder, with barely space for a single file line. When the line stopped, the ambience turned claustrophobic and people started to panic. So the rule was no photos, no praying, no singing, no placing objects near the tomb. The lucky ones got to toss written messages in a big straw basket. The brusqueness of the ushers contrasted with the sentiments of the visitors, many of whom were crying. To those who worked at the Vatican, it seemed the Pope's death had unleashed so much raw emotion, too much, perhaps. The media had turned it into a personal story about the humanity of John Paul XI and the way he had touched people around the globe. Yet many of those who worked here didn't feel the pathos. One basilica official named Alfredo recalled a conversation with a security guard who had served Pope John Paul through his entire pontificate and had traveled with him to more than 130 countries. As the security guard did duty at the foot of the Pope's corpse, Alfredo had approached to pay his respects. The guard looked up and asked with absolute nonchalance, "Alfredo, how you doing?" He was taken aback by the familiar tone, 2 feet from the dead Pope. "Well, I'm a little sad." "Why?" the guard said abruptly. "Because this man worked very hard for 26 years and suffered a lot at the end," he said. "But, Alfredo, the Pope is dead," the guard rejoined. "In other words, why waste your sentiments?" In fact, many Vatican employees, even the ones who knew and respected John Paul, seemed somewhat detached about his passing. Fiorucci walked back toward the front of the church, turning inside a small vestibule off the side aisle, which housed the elevator to the roof. He placed his hand along a wall panel and gave a little shove. The panel opened, revealing a hidden inner wall hung with all manner of keys. He picked one set from a hook, and then another, and closed the panel quietly. Riccardo was sitting on his chair next to the lift. "Going up again?" he asked. Fiorucci nodded. The 2 men stepped inside the Otis elevator. Riccardo turned a key and it whirred up slowly through a shaft carved out of brick masonry. Riccardo was happy to have some company. He spent most days hauling load after load of tourists back down from the cupola, but the roof had been closed until the conclave was over. "Drop me off at the Lumica," Fiorucci said. The elevator glided to a stop and Fiorucci walked out into a narrow hallway. "White smoke today, you'll see," Riccardo said. Then the doors closed and he disappeared. After a few seconds, silence. The heavy silence you find inside walls that are 20 feet thick. Fiorucci trudged along a dusty, narrow corridor. White smoke. That would be nice. But not likely this morning. It was too early. He walked past dim rooms hidden in the basilica's inner walls, alongside bare brick, kicking up pigeon feathers. The birds came in through air shafts or other holes in the basilica. They were a problem, but you couldn't seal a building like this, it had to breathe. The masonry expanded and contracted like a lung, sometimes as much as 5 inches in a single day. Thermal shifting, Bishop Lanzini had called it. St. Peter's facade, a marble mosaic as big as a soccer field, absorbed the movement the way a body absorbs a good stretch. On the inside of the building, you could see the cracks that ran like varicose veins wherever the plaster was old. Like others who worked for the Fabrica of St. Peter's, Fiorucci knew this roof-level route as well as he knew the layout of his own home. He could have walked it in the dark, and sometimes when a circuit shorted out, for instance, he had done just that. Fabrica generally means building, but here it was understood as workshop. The 150 Sampietrini in its employ did everything from dusting cornices to replacing roof tiles. A lot of them performed double duty, donning overalls and wielding vacuum cleaners and buffers for the first half of their shift, then putting on suits to help with crowd control and lower-level security. All were artisans in the traditional sense, and a number of them were practiced in the ancient skill of cupola climbing, suspended by ropes whenever outside repairs on the dome were needed. The outside world might look on them as the maintenance men of an architectural landmark, but they saw it differently. They knew that St. Peter's was more than a relic, it was a living thing, an ever-renewing act of construction whose beauty and glory ultimately depended on them, the workers who patched up the plaster, strung electrical wire, repaired water damage and kept the bronze from over-tarnishing. As senior electrician, Fiorucci was in charge of the bells, but he spent most days on never-ending fix-up projects. It was like keeping an aging relative in good health. The Fabrica was one of the oldest institutions at the Vatican, and it maintained a proud independence from the Vatican's main bureaucracy, the Roman Curia. Too much independence, in the eyes of some Vatican prelates. Those who oversaw Vatican finances had long wanted to lift the dome off St. Peter's and have a good, hard look at what lay underneath. The Basilica's organization was divided into 2 areas. Administration was the responsibility of the Fabrica, while pastoral services were provided by the chapter of St. Peter's. The chapter had 40 or so canons, priests who took care of spiritual services in the basilica, hearing confessions, scheduling masses, and participating in papal liturgies. The chapter had built up considerable financial holdings, and there had been rumors for years about shady dealings. Its reputation wasn't helped when, in 2001, one of the chapter's former officers was accused of trying to sell artworks falsely attributed to Michelangelo to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. The Fabrica, meanwhile, was facing its own problems. It, too, was independently financed, relying on the largest of donors through the centuries to build a substantial patrimony. Recently, however, the Fabrica had lost money, big money, millions of dollars, according to some sources, by making massive stock investments just before the dollar crashed against the euro in 2003. Pope John Paul had for years listened to complaints about the lack of financial oversight, but even as he centralized budget and management over many Vatican agencies, he never touched the Basilica's autonomy. At the Vatican, political ties were always stronger than economic arguments, and the Basilica knew how to defend itself. Alliances were forged, influence was wielded, and the Fabrica and the chapter survived. As one Monsignor put it, it was not just a question of protecting one's turf, but of defending hundreds of years of tradition. These financial affairs were above Fiorucci's pay grade, as long as he drew his monthly paycheck and was served a hot meal in the Fabrica's cafeteria, he was a happy man. But like all the Sampietrini, he had witnessed recent standoffs between the Basilica's administrators and other Vatican agencies. It was worst when John Paul was lying in state. Suddenly, everyone wanted to be in charge at St. Peter's. There was a constant parade of raccomandati, the privileged ones, who came through the back door and were led to the head of the line by officials of the Secretariat of State or Roman Curia congregations or the Governatorato, which administered Vatican City-State. Basilica officials had the right to determine access, and on more than one occasion they had turned away these unexpected backdoor delegations. It was all slightly embarrassing, especially to the VIPs. Ancient resentments bubbled to the surface at times like this, and there was friction between the Fabrica staff and the Swiss guards on duty inside the church. In the eyes of the Basilica authorities, the Swiss guards had come to believe they had absolute jurisdiction over every square inch of Vatican City. They, too, sometimes needed to be put in their place. Fiorucci stopped before a doorway. On the stone lintel was carved Lumica della Campana. He took the big key out of his overalls pocket and turned it twice in the bronze lock. He stooped and ducked inside, closing the door behind him, then turned to climb the narrow winding stairs to the bell tower. The stairway, shaped like a lumica, or snail, was steep, and he took his time. From above a single bell chimed and reverberated down the spiral chamber, 9:15 a.m. The cardinals would just be finishing morning prayers, and then the voting would begin. He reached a platform and exited the lumica, now moving across a wider wooden stairway. It was like an obstacle course, ending in the tall open room that housed the bells. From below it appeared as if there were just one or two bells, but in fact there were 6 in all, each with an ancient purpose remembered, sadly, by very few people today. The rota, with its well-worn clapper, was the oldest bell, dating to the middle of the 14th century. Originally it was used to call to assembly the judges of the Roman rota, the Vatican's main tribunal. Back then, the judges would have no trouble recognizing the tone and cadence of the chime. That was the remarkable thing, before telephones or electronics, and before the din of Roman traffic took over, the bells were the Vatican's way of communicating across the city. Another bell, the predica, sounded the hours of assembly for prayer. The bells rang out complex chimes for Sundays, feast days, the octave of feast days, ember days, days of fasting and papal anniversaries. It was Rome's ceremonial code language. But today, amid the cacophony of modern life, it was sometimes hard to hear the ringing outside of St. Peter's Square. Fiorucci walked to the edge of the tower where the bronze campanile stood in all its tarnished majesty. Winding around the bell's main section was a bas-relief depicting a procession of saints. Saints Peter and Paul, the patrons of Rome, were on the side facing the square. They were topped by inscriptions, cherubs, and a frieze of strange symbols that included smiling faces, papal crests and the keys of St. Peter. Above, naked boys holding dolphin-like sea snakes formed an elaborate decorative crown to the entire work. The bell had been hanging there since 1786, 8 feet in diameter and almost 25 feet in circumference. It was the 9th largest bell in the world. It had been commissioned by Pope Pius VI after the previous campanile, with only 33 years of service, cracked one day as it rang at full peal. Like many things at the Vatican, the new campanile had a checkered history. The Pope had awarded the job of designing and casting the bell to Luigi Valadier, a well-known Roman silversmith who had executed numerous commissions for church decorations and altar figures around the world. As it turned out, though, Valadier was not really a bell maker. The tone of a bell depends on many things, including the dimensions, the quality of the bronze and the finishing work. It requires not only specialized knowledge but also experience. Rumors circulating around Rome's artisan workshops that Valadier wasn't up to the task, that he was having problems, that the design was flawed, that the tone would be off, that cracks were likely. On September 1, 1785, Luigi Valadier walked from his workshop to city's docks and threw himself into the Tiber River. Boat workers tried to save him, but Valadier had drowned by the time they pulled him out. His suicide shocked Rome, but he was given a fine funeral and buried in the church of San Luigi dei Francesi, a few steps from the Pantheon. 10 months later, his bell was hung, and everyone pronounced it magnificent. From the front chamber of the bell tower, it was impossible to see into St. Peter's Square below, but Fiorucci knew it would be filling up with a lot of foreigners. The Romans were always the late arrivals, and would come rushing down only at the last minute, or when the words Fumita Bianca spread like lightning through the city. The foreigners cheered everything, even when a mere Monsignor in red piping would walk through the square. "Look, it's one of the cardinals." The night before some had cheered when the bells rang the 8 o'clock hours. They thought a pope had been elected. Of course, that was silly. The slow taco of the hours and the free swinging of the bells at Distissa were completely different. But how could they know that? They didn't speak the bell's language. Fiorucci heard a little click and instinctively plugged his ears, stepping away from the big bell. It was 10 a.m., and a small hammer on the side of the campanile went into its mechanical routine, pounding out the hour. Although that used to be done by hand, now it was automated. Fiorucci walked over to a small cabin in the corner and kicked away some of the pigeon feathers. He pulled out a plastic chair and sat down in front of a console where a series of black switches controlled the bells. The first one on the left, number 1, turned on the campanile. Before turning it, of course, Fiorucci would have to be sure that a pope had really been elected. That didn't worry him particularly, but he didn't take the task lightly. "If I turn that switch and it turns out to be black smoke, it's my neck," he acknowledged. Fortunately, Fiorucci would not be required to read smoke signals. He couldn't even see the smoke from the bell tower, as the Sistine chimney was on the other side of the basilica. Instead, he would be duly informed, or so he was told. The details had never been fine-tuned. He was supposed to be in the tower for the midday smoke. In the evening, since the basilica was closed, he would wait in front of an identical console in a small ground-floor room just off the sacristy. Up here, he had a cell phone and a walkie-talkie. But the electronic jamming for the conclave and the thick walls of the basilica made both unreliable. Fiorucci reached over and pulled a heavy brown telephone closer to his chair. It was an old model, a rotary dialer that had probably been up there for decades. He picked up the receiver and heard a dial tone. That was the important thing. It was starting to get warm. He took off his jacket, sat back down and closed his eyes for a moment. All he could hear were pigeons cooing and a distant hum from the piazza. At 11:52 a.m., the phone rang. "Black smoke." "At least it looks black," one of his usher friends announced. But before he could leave his post, Fiorucci had to wait for the official all-clear from Bishop Lanzini, which came a few minutes later. As he pulled on his jacket and started down the stairs, he heard the campanile start to ring out the deep tones of 12 o'clock. Down in the square, the innocents began cheering. "I want it to be over." "The pressure, it's too much," said Sophie de Ravenel, a young reporter for Le Figaro, as she stuck her head in our Catholic news service booth and heaved a great sigh. It was 3 p.m. on Tuesday, the second day of the conclave, and the atmosphere in the Vatican press office was charged with an unhealthy nervousness. The evening before and that morning, the Sistine Chapel smokestack had belched out 2 batches of black smoke. But despite the Vatican's pre-conclave assurances and the use of chemical color packs, the smoke had looked gray. Then white. Then black. Then gray again. In the corner of our cubicle, a television showed a live feed of the Sistine chimney. The cardinals, unseen, were on their way back inside for the 4th ballot of the conclave. Over the previous 48 hours, many of my journalistic colleagues, sleep-deprived and overworked by the events of the last 2 weeks, had begun to fray at the edges now that the cardinals were locked in and we were locked out. The strange thing was, I was enjoying it. I was probably no more prepared than anyone for white smoke, but, as I told Sophie, I couldn't help loving every minute. "For all we know, we could be here another hour or another week," I said. "We have no idea, and no idea how right or wrong we'll turn out to be. It's exciting. It's great." I believed that, too. History was being made behind closed doors. It was undemocratic, it was non-transparent, and it was wonderful. The uncertainty and apprehension in the crowded press added to my delight. The crowning touch was the chimney. There was something marvelously surreal about an institution that announced the Pope's death via an email to news agencies, and 2 weeks later announced the election of his successor with a smoke signal. But like Sophie's editors, my own desk people in Washington would watching the smoke pour out of the chimney. That much they could see for themselves on TV. What they expected me to know was what it meant. Somehow, 25 years of covering the Vatican were supposed to give me greater insight into distinguishing the different shades of gray smoke. In fact, I had been in Rome for the 2 conclaves in 1978 that elected the 2 John Pauls, and the smoke then had caused no end of problems. More than once the crowd in the square had been convinced it was white and, after waiting in vain for a new pope to appear, went home grumbling. When John Paul XI was finally elected, the smoke looked dark, but when people started to leave, they were startled to hear the Vatican's loudspeakers crackle to life, telling them to stick around. It was white smoke. On that occasion my editor at the Rome Daily American wanted to run a page 1 photo of the smoke pouring out of the Sistine. "It's gray," she complained when she saw the photo, and grabbed a bottle of white out to fix it. This time, of course, things would be different. Or so we were assured. 2 days earlier I had been among a small pool of reporters escorted into the Sistine Chapel to see the conclave layout. In the chapel's main section were arranged 12 long tables draped in beige and maroon felt, complete with name cards. The chairs were crammed close together, so close that I had a mental picture of cardinals having to shield their ballots as they scribbled their choice. The beautiful marble pavement had been covered with a carpeted false floor. Except for Michelangelo's fresco of the Last Judgment, which loomed menacingly at the end of the room, it a little like a business convention at a Holiday Inn. But the real reason journalists had been brought to the Sistine Chapel was to admire the stove that sat at the far end of the room. On the right was the black cast iron cylinder that had been used to burn the ballots in every conclave since 1939. But connected to it, on the left, was a new, smaller electrical unit with a control panel and a red start button. Its purpose, as Swiss Guard proudly explained to me, was to burn chemical canisters to enhance the color of the smoke and to preheat the copper smokestack to improve the draw. I went over to take a closer look and found Phil Pollella, the Reuters Vatican correspondent and a chronic snoop, already poking around a metal box next to the stove. He lifted the cover up, revealing rows of strange electrical gizmos. Immediately the guards pounced, shooing us away and closing the box. Clearly, they weren't telling us everything. Pollella sidled up to another guard to ask why the floor had been raised almost a meter. Was it to allow disabled cardinals to have easier access? The guard should have said nothing, but had a juicy bit of information that was too hard to hold back. "Where do you think we put the jamming devices?" he said proudly, apparently not realizing that he had just given us the lead to that day's story. In their mania for secrecy, the Vatican had hired specialists to install electronic equipment capable of disturbing cell phone or radio signals and preventing wireless eavesdropping. No one would be text messaging from inside this conclave. Walking out of the Sistine, back down the long Sala Regia stairway toward the bronze doors, I wondered whether the techno stove would increase or decrease the margin for error. It all seemed slightly redundant anyway, since the Vatican had recently put a fail-safe backup signal into place, the bells. When a pope was elected, the bells of St. Peter's would begin to toll. Not all the bells, actually, but the giant campanone, the great bell, the 10-ton workhorse that rolled into action only at the most important ecclesial moments of the year. When Archbishop Piero Marini, the papal master of liturgical ceremonies, announced that the election of the new pope would confirm by the ringing of the campanone, a lot of conclave veterans were disappointed. It seemed to kill the fun of watching the chimney. In fact, why bother with the smoke at all? But once the voting had begun, journalists were happy to have the campanone as the great arbiter. That's why it paid to be in St. Peter's Square instead of watching the smokestack on the video feed. As soon as smoke began chugging out of the chimney, the smart move was to keep an eye on the bell, which stood motionless at the top of the tower on the left side of the facade. It would begin to rock silently back and forth before the first deep notes resounded across the city. No bells, no Pope. It was the media's safety net. Outside the locked doors of the Sistine Chapel, a Swiss guard stood at attention and let his eyes wander across the marble inlay patterns of the floor of the Sala Regia. The grand hall was empty, and his presence there might have appeared pointless. But the guards and the conclave masters knew that, despite its reputation for being hermetically sealed, the Vatican was actually quite permeable, sometimes embarrassingly so. Although it seemed preposterous, you couldn't rule out the possibility that someone might try to crash the conclave, or simply wander through inadvertently. Not the regular pilgrims and tourists, who would be stopped at the bronze doors in St. Peter's Square 3 floors below or at one of the 3 main gates to Vatican City. No, the risk came from people with connections to a Vatican employee or a resident Monsignor, who would proudly escort them through the premises as if he owned the place. Over the years the guards had found individuals and groups meandering ingenuously through the hallways of the Secretariat of State, their eyes fixed on frescoed ceilings, or straying into the courtyard that lay just below the Pope's apartment, or simply lost in the warren of more than 200 offices that make up the Apostolic Palace. There were the nutcases, too. Once it mortified the guards to even remember this: a crazed Italian claiming to be the personal physician of John Paul I had been waved past the normal checkpoints all the way up to the papal apartment. He fell at the feet of the Pope, the easily flustered Albino Luciani, who sputtered, "Get him out of here?" That incident was hushed up, because so few people were aware of it. But a conclave was different. If an outsider reached the door of the Sistine Chapel, everyone would know, and the guards would be ridiculed. The door to the Sistine was locked, of course. But an incident outside would be noticed on the inside. Of that the Swiss guard was certain, because he himself could hear the cardinals, and at times could even hear what they were saying. Incredibly, their voices occasionally carried through the door, especially when the vote counts were being announced on the internal POS system. It was distracting, and a little bit discomfiting, to be the involuntary recipient of secrets he could never tell. For he, too, had taken an oath never to breach the conclave's inner proceedings, under pain of excommunication. The guard couldn't hear everything, but it sounded as if Cardinal Ratzinger was ahead in the count, which was not surprising. For months, the buzz inside the Vatican had been about Cardinal Ratzinger. The Swiss guards liked him. The Roman Curia liked him. The papal household liked him. The people in the Secretariat of State were wary. Ratzinger had a reputation for favoring doctrine over diplomacy, but that only enhanced Ratzinger's standing with the others. Most of the Vatican's top people knew he was the most qualified to be the next pope, and had known it for years. They had wisely refrained from saying so until recently. This could not be seen as a curial campaign, or it would be doomed. What it would come down to was the number of votes, and Cardinal Ratzinger would need 77 to cross the two-thirds mark needed for election. Last night he had begun well, and had gained more support this morning. But this evening's balloting was the moment of truth. If Ratzinger pulled up short now, the cardinals would turn to other candidates rather than engage in a prolonged electoral battle. When the cardinals filed back into the Sistine for the 2 evening ballots, the guard looked closely at their faces. They seemed relaxed. Some were smiling. Smiles, he had decided, meant a quick conclave. The cardinals were human, and they knew that the world was waiting impatiently outside. A conclave that lasted even 4 or 5 days would be described as an impasse, a hopeless deadlock, a sign of a divided church. No one wanted that. At 4 p.m. the doors to the Sistine Chapel closed. At the end of the 2 votes after the first vote, if a pope was elected, the ballots, along with the cardinals' notes and tally sheets, would be burned in the stove. Already, there had been problems. Smoke had begun to leak out into the Sala Regia at the end of the first 2 voting sessions. That had made the guards nervous. It meant there was considerable smoke inside the chapel. Not as bad as 1978, when a downdraft sent dark fumes back into the Sistine and the cardinals came out hacking and wheezing. But it was enough this time to bother some of the prelates and to arouse the alarm of Vatican Museum officials, who had spent 10 years daubing away the black residue of candle smoke from Michelangelo's frescoes on the ceiling. "It's a good thing there were no art historians inside," Austrian Cardinal Christoph Schönborn had commented. He was joking, but not everyone was amused now the Swiss Guard could again hear the voices from inside, no doubt announcing another vote count. He resisted the temptation to move closer to the door and glanced at his watch. It was just after 5:30. It took so long to vote because of the special rite of collecting the ballots. Folding, unfolding. And to gather the ballots, they were using new oddly shaped urns that the traditionalists hated, flying saucers, the press had called them. Suddenly, the guard heard a sound like falling rain. It was a second or two before he recognized it as applause coming from the other side of the door. It began slowly, then grew to a sustained ovation. His pulse quickened, and he knew. It was Ratzinger. The press office had become so crowded by 5 p.m. that reporters were bumping into one another. I had just finished pre-writing 2 stories, one saying Cardinal Ratzinger was the new pope, and the other, much shorter, saying Italian Cardinal Dionigi Tettamanzi had been elected. I considered Tettamanzi a long shot. I had little idea how long, but I thought the cardinals might turn to him early in the conclave as a compromise choice. In my heart, though, I knew that if white smoke came tonight, it could only be Ratzinger. On day 2 of the conclave, there hadn't been enough time for any other cardinal to gain traction. All of us had profiled third world papabili, but none of them would be elected this quickly, on a 4th or 5th ballot. My colleagues in the Sala Stampa had been divided about Cardinal Ratzinger's chances. The argument against the German cardinal was that he was too doctrinaire, too old, and unpastoral to be elected. Only a few months earlier, the idea of shortlisting Ratzinger as a potential successor to John Paul XI was dismissed by reporters with one exception. In January, Jeff Israeli, the Time magazine correspondent in Rome, had penned a short but intriguing article that quoted a Roman Curia official: "The Ratzinger solution is definitely on." 3 months before Pope John Paul died, the gears were already in motion. Over the past 2 weeks, as Dean of the College of Cardinals, Ratzinger had presided ably over John Paul's funeral and various assemblies of the cardinals, and it became easier to imagine him as Pope. Given the scarcity of other papabili, his candidacy had suddenly taken on an air of inevitability among the voting cardinals, and journalists were picking up the vibe. I left CNS correspondent Cindy Wooden in our booth and walked out the Sala Stampa door, past the guards who checked credentials and past small knots of journalists interviewing journalists. St. Peter's Square in front of me was teeming with life. The place was filling up quickly, and reporters stood like sentries on the perimeter. I watched Alessio Vinci, halfway up a small ladder, do a quick live report for CNN. It wasn't like this in 1978, I thought. That year, when the white smoke announcement came over the wires for John Paul XI, had ridden my bicycle from our newspaper office near the Trevi Fountain to St. Peter's and walked to a spot right under the central loggia, all in time for the Habemus Papam announcement. Now the square was so packed you couldn't get close to the basilica. I spotted Monsignor Michael Magee, a 40-ish Philadelphia native who worked at the Congregation for Divine Worship and the Discipline of the Sacraments. He was talking with a fellow Vatican official at the edge of the square. Theoretically, they were both supposed to be working this afternoon, but who would stay in his office at a moment like this? I stopped to chat with Magee, and we agreed that if smoke came early, it probably meant election, since there was no way they could do 2 ballots in less than 2 hours. It was 5:40 p.m., according to the clock above the bell tower. We both saw the first puff of smoke at the same time. Then another, and the first of many loud cheers went up from the square. "Oh, my God, we have a pope!" Magee yelled, and he and I took off running in opposite directions. Magee hadn't even stopped to double-check the color of the smoke, and neither had I. We figured it had to be white. I tore back to the press room, where reporters stood in tense confusion below the TV monitors. I quickly realized that opinions were again divided. "Too dark," a Spanish colleague argued, and screamed something into his cell phone. It's white. Of course it's going to look gray, especially close up on TV because there's no such thing as white smoke. But it's not black, Paul Ellis said. Just then the smoke turned darker, or was it just the camera angle against the late afternoon sky? Everyone filed. Smoke poured out of the chimney. Stories. The stories said it looked white or gray, and people were cheering. No one dared to state that a pope had been elected. Father Ciro Benedettini, the vice director of the Vatican press office, scurried through the press room, igniting a small explosion of questions. "Don't ask me," he said. "I know as much as you do." I called Benedicta Cipolla, one of our reporters in the square. People were excited, she said. They were positioning themselves under the balcony for the announcement, making cell phone calls back home, waving flags and asking one another whether the smoke was really white. The scene was a mix of elation and confusion. 10 minutes had now passed since smoke had first appeared, and it was still coming out. And the bells? They're not ringing? In the corner of the Sistine Chapel, there was a problem. Every time the stove was opened to add new ballots and papers, it belched dark smoke back into the room. And the chemical cartridges fired in the auxiliary burner were taking too long to ignite, so the smoke that did make it out the chimney was darker than it was supposed to be. "I don't think they practiced this." "They should have practiced this," Cardinal Roger Mahony of Los Angeles remarked. All the cardinals who described the scene afterward had advice on the timing of the chemical ignition, on the amount of air being let into the cast iron burner, on how many ballots to put in at one time. Some wondered about the wisdom of running 2 copper vent pipes, one for each stove, and then joining them halfway up toward the roof. Wasn't that playing havoc with the draw? As my colleague Cindy Wooden remarked, it sounded a lot like men gathered around a barbecue, debating the finer points of cooking with charcoal. The smoke was only one of the problems facing Archbishop Piero Marini. As master of liturgical ceremonies, he had been summoned as soon as the final ballots were counted and announced. He arrived in the Sistine Chapel in time to hear Cardinal Ratzinger being asked, "Quo nomine vis vicari?" The choice of a name was a mini-drama in itself, a new pontiff's first act and a signpost of his papal agenda. Ideally, the name would establish continuity or at least a connection with an earlier pope, but who? John Paul I would leave Ratzinger forever in the shadow of his predecessor, Pius XIII, would appear to signal a retrograde, pre-Vatican XI pontificate. John XXIV was out of the question. Vocaber Benedictus, the new pope replied. And again the place erupted in applause. Benedict XVI. For Archbishop Marini, the choice was not surprising. Benedict, one of Europe's patron saints. As far as the Universal Church went, Europe was back in the center. Ratzinger would see to that. There would fewer trips to Africa and Asia. The scrutineers gathered the 115 ballots and all the notes the cardinals had made during the voting, which wouldn't make for much of a fire, and that was part of the problem. They'd have to burn some extra paper again. And soon the smoke began to back up into the chapel. Archbishop Marini stood and surveyed the scene. Not one to fluster easily, the 62-year-old, silver-haired prelate had spent the better part of the last 10 years guiding an increasingly frail John Paul XI through his public paces. The Pope would nearly stumble on the altar, and Marini's arm would be there to grab him. The Pope would lose his place in a reading, and Marini's finger would guide him back to the text. It was Marini who had modified the papal liturgies to accommodate a disabled celebrant, and who had helped design a mobile chair that could be raised and lowered pneumatically, enabling the Pope to preside at the altar while sitting down. Marini knew that the world watching on TV would barely notice, and that flowing vestments would cover the strap used to keep the pontiff in his chair. And while the past years had brought many near disasters on the altars of the world, Marini had never once panicked. At the end of 1999, people thought he was crazy to let the Pope open the holy door by himself. John Paul had teetered on the top step in his long Technicolor chasuble, barely able to stay on his feet, but had pulled it off through sheer willpower. As Marini explained afterward, that was the Pope's moment, he could not have his master of liturgical ceremonies propping him up. On this and countless other occasions, Marini had worried along with the rest about ceremonial debacle, but he never showed it on his face. He was unflappable, and it was this sense of composure that at times seemed to hold everything together. When the Pope died, Marini unlocked a desk drawer and drew out 2 volumes of liturgical prayers and ceremonies that he had worked on painstakingly for more than a decade. The books covered virtually every moment from papal death to papal election, and they became the script for what many consider the smoothest papal transition in modern history. The funeral mass for John Paul was so well staged that when the wind gently blew the pages on the open gospel atop the Pope's casket, one Vatican official remarked that it was Marini's finest touch. Marini handled the Pope's infirmity and his funeral so deftly that even his enemies grudgingly gave him credit. And make no mistake, he had enemies. The Roman Curia was split down the middle on his liturgies. The traditionalists despised what they considered the increasingly showbiz aspects of papal masses over the years: the native dancers from third world countries, the exotic music, the showcasing of multicultural gifts and intentions and vestments. They hated the flowers, which flowed over and under and around the altar, in clear violation of the Vatican's own rules. They blamed Marini, and were convinced he was a marked man. Especially if Cardinal Ratzinger, a vocal opponent of liturgical innovation, was elected Pope. At that moment, however, Archbishop Marini had no time to reflect on what the Cardinal's choice might mean for his ecclesial career. As he and his assistants were adjusting the stove, someone thrust a piece of parchment into his hands. It was the certificate of acceptance of papal ministry, and part of his job was to fill it out and notarize it. He worked quickly, because soon he would have to attend to the new pope and help him choose the proper size vestment from the 3 sets hanging in a small dressing room nearby. Ratzinger, he figured, would be a medium. By now the cardinals were going up one by one to kiss the hand of the Pope, who stood looking very happy and somewhat overwhelmed. It was only then that someone remembered about the bells. Archbishop Marini or one of his top ceremoniary was supposed to call the Fabrica, where Bishop Lanzini would give the order to the bell ringer. But no one had called the Fabrica yet. Cell phones were jammed, so that meant sending someone to a landline. On his way to vest the new pontiff, Marini whispered to one of his assistants, who ran to a door, opened it and saw the single Swiss guard standing at attention outside. "Find a telephone," he ordered the guard. "Tell them to ring the campanone. Have Muse pay Pam." Few people noticed Bishop Vittorio Lanzini as he hurried out of St. Peter's Square and past the Arch of the Bells. Although he was the number 2 official at the Fabrica, he was not someone any tourist would recognize. Lanzini was part of the Vatican's invisible hierarchy, and he liked it that way. A slight and unassuming man with thick glasses, he had no appetite for celebrity. At age 53 he was already on a track that would no doubt lead to the cardinal's hat one day. But for now, he seemed happy to work behind the scenes. The important thing was to do his job well and, especially at this critical juncture with the world watching, to avoid a misstep. The last 2.5 weeks had turned Lanzini's world upside down. The simple tasks of opening and closing St. Peter's Basilica, and keeping it clean and maintained, had suddenly been thrown into chaos by the arrival of more than 3 million pilgrims. To his workers, he called the interregnum a beautiful emergency, but privately he had serious doubts of whether the Basilica and the Fabrica staff could withstand the round-the-clock schedule that had been imposed. St. Peter's was designed to hold up to 8,000 people at a time, but these days there were 21,000 people entering the Basilica every hour. The bells were another problem. Most people figured ringing the bells was a simple task, easily executed by anyone who could grab a rope. Lanzini recognized it was more complicated than that. The bell ringer at St. Peter's needed to know his way around the electrical console. That was Giuseppe Fiorucci's domain, and Fiorucci was as good as they came. But Fiorucci was a layman who went home every night after work. On the night John Paul XI died, that had almost led to disaster. Lanzini had been in St. Peter's Square beneath the dying Pope's apartment, helping to lead the rosary for tens of thousands of pilgrims, when a superior whispered to him that the Pope had passed away. Lanzini suddenly realized they had no one to ring the bell. "Call Fiorucci," he told an aide, hoping the bell ringer was not already in bed. Reached at home, Fiorucci sped to the Vatican, while church officials in the square kept praying the rosary. When John Paul's death was finally announced to the crowd, Fiorucci was at the console, and the slow, steady tolling of the bells began on cue. Traditionally, the death knell marked the moment of passing, but in this case, as Lanzini later recalled, "I think the Pope had been dead for some time." And now, once again, the world's attention would be focused on the bells. Fortunately, Fiorucci was in place this time. Lanzini had just reached his ground-floor office in the Fabbrica when the call came to the switchboard. Fiorucci picked up. But the caller was not Archbishop Marini. It was someone speaking excitedly in heavily accented Italian. "You must ring the campanone. The Pope has elected." Fiorucci put him on hold and called Lanzini. "There's a Swiss guard telling me to ring the bell?" Lanzini frowned. The order was supposed to come from Archbishop Marini's office. "Who is this Swiss guard?" he asked. Fiorucci had no clue. "He's very insistent. He says he's outside the Sistine Chapel." On the other end of the line, the Swiss guard was beginning to panic. He pleaded with Fiorucci to ring the bell. Lanzini had already decided, though, this was not the way things were done. How did he know it was really a Swiss guard at all, or that he was standing outside the Sistine Chapel? "We can't start ringing the bell just because some anonymous Swiss guard calls up and says so. Tell him we need to hear this from someone in authority." "A ceremoniaire," he told Fiorucci. CNN had interrupted its regular programming as soon as smoke pouring out of the Sistine chimney. Now, in a live report from a terraced hillside above St. Peter's, veteran correspondent Jim Bitterman along with John Allen, the Vatican correspondent of the National Catholic Reporter, were trying to figure it out. For Bitterman, it evoked the fiasco of 1978, when he was a Rome correspondent for NBC and his network made the wrong call. After proclaiming white smoke, NBC waited a half hour in vain. No one appeared at the balcony to announce a new pope. The square was emptying out by the time the network acknowledged the false alarm. It was a story Bitterman loved to tell, but he was not about to make that mistake again. And in his mind, he wouldn't have to. The bells would end all doubt. Someone handed him a sheet of paper. The Italian news agency ANSA had just pronounced the smoke white. That didn't impress Bitterman. The agency had called yesterday's smoke white, too. Italian journalists looked upon such moments more as theater than as history in the making, and if the color went from white to black it only added to the drama and detracted nothing from their own credibility. Bitterman watched the crowd grow more excited by the minute. If that smoke turned out to be black, this would be the mother of all false alarms. "The crowd seems to think this is white smoke, that's for sure," he announced to his audience. The hourly toll of bells suddenly rang across the square. "There go those bells, Jim," John Allen said. "Right. There go the bells, but it is also 6 o'clock. "Quite right," Allen acknowledged. Bitterman watched the CNN camera feed from the campanone. It still wasn't moving. 12 minutes had passed, and the smoke was still puffing out the chimney. What the hell was going on? Inside the Fabbrica, 2 men waited for the phone to ring. Giuseppe Fiorucci sat before his console and listened to the excited voices in the sacristy down the hall. "White smoke. Black smoke. We should be ringing the bell?" Everyone had an opinion. But back there, deep inside the Basilica Annex, you couldn't see the smoke or the square or anything else. People spoke of L1T, the honor of ringing the bell, but Fiorucci knew better. He sat at these controls because he'd worked at the Basilica 40 years, not because he'd shown initiative or good judgment in times of crisis or an ability to push the buttons better than anyone else. If people thought he might be nervous or excited to ring the bells for a new pope, they were mistaken. No more than when he had rung the death knell for the old pope. It was what he did, and it wasn't that special. The important thing was to not screw up, not jump the gun. After all, you can't start ringing the campanone and then change your mind. You have to be sure. And with those thoughts, his mind. A few doors down the hall, Bishop Lanzini was less philosophical. He stared at the phone. Why didn't it ring? Someone stuck his head in the door. They say it's white. A nightmarish thought crossed his mind. If no one called over in time? Vivat if the new pope appeared on the balcony before the campanone had begun to ring? Lanzini knew that something like that would not be forgotten. A new pope. It has to be Ratzinger, he thought. No one else could have pulled it off in 4 ballots. And that was fine. In Lanzini's view, the church was like a massive ocean liner, and Ratzinger was the only one capable of taking the helm. Unlike most of the cardinals, Ratzinger was a familiar figure to the people who worked at the basilica. He crossed the square daily in his black beret, holding his briefcase, looking very much like a university professor. He often celebrated Mass in the basilica's Holy Sacrament chapel in Latin. He would protect the church's tradition, and that could only be good. True, Ratzinger was German, and German popes through history had not distinguished themselves. But the Italians at the Vatican considered him almost one of their own. He'd worked there 24 years. And besides, there really wasn't an Italian papabile. In the past, when the Italian cardinals were split between 2 of their own candidates, they still had the influence and the votes to impose a third Italian, a compromise choice, on the rest of the College of Cardinals. But by now Italian votes had shrunk to 20 out of 115, not nearly enough to set the agenda, and the Italian cardinals themselves were hopelessly divided between Cardinal Tedemanzi of Milan and Cardinal Camillo Ruini, the papal vicar of Rome. Liberals still dreamed of Cardinal Carlo Martini, but he was likely to receive only symbolic votes from the Stop Ratzinger crowd. Faced with an impasse, the conclave might turn to the Third World. But who? Everyone talked about Latin America, but the U.S. cardinals, and to tell the truth many Europeans, were wary of the Latin Americans. The way Lanzini saw it, they were just too unfamiliar with the ways of Rome and would never be able to manage the Roman Curia. Others whispered the code word maturity. The Latinos and the Africans represented local churches that were not quite mature enough to produce a pope. Maybe next time. Then there was Asia, but the only cardinal who had much of a chance was India's Ivan Dias, a man who had spent most of his career in the Vatican's diplomatic service. Once he arrived in Rome, Dias was given a lesson in how quickly a candidacy can be killed. The voci that were planted in the Italian press said Dias was sick, diabetic, and needed a personal nurse to help him to and from the cardinals' secret meetings every day. His own denials couldn't seem to get into print. From inside the Vatican, then, all this talk about a third world pope appeared as fantasy. Roman Curia officials sensed the wind was blowing the other way. After 26 years of church expansion under John Paul II, the boom in third world conversions and vocations, the trips that spotlighted every African village with a Catholic church, the endless dialogues and meetings with leaders of other faiths, the historic gestures of visiting a synagogue or a mosque, it was time to reconsolidate, to take stock, to look inward again. The Catholic Church needed some internal attention, some house cleaning. The odds favored an insider, and Ratzinger was the ultimate insider. Lanzini looked at the clock. Another 5 minutes had passed. Then he saw the switchboard light up with an incoming call. He raced out of his office and found Fiorucci's cubicle already crowded. Fiorucci put his hand over the phone. He says to ring the bell? Who is it? Fiorucci pronounced the name of a Monsignor who worked under Archbishop Marini. Lanzini nodded, satisfied. A ceremoniere. Now we know, he said slowly, as if offering a lesson to everyone in the room. Now we know. He let the message sink in. Ring the campanone? Fiorucci flicked a set of switches. In the tower above, a small electric engine hummed and the giant gears turned slowly. A few seconds later, the big bell would begin to move. Habemus Papam. Chapter 2. Up in the air even at 33,000 feet. Pope Benedict XVI had an understated way of making an entrance. Dressed in his best white cassock, his hair recently trimmed for the trip, the pontiff glided quietly into the coach section of his plane and stood in front of the bulkhead, smiling wanly at the 65 journalists who accompanied him on the volo papale from Rome to Sao Paulo, Brazil. To his side, nervous technicians from Vatican Radio held a microphone, hoping they had made the right connections after 45 minutes of fiddling with speakers, jacks, and wires. Benedict, not one for standing around idly, launched into an impromptu riff about the purpose of his journey and the future of Christianity in Latin America. The microphone finally worked, to the relief of the technicians, and the Pope's first airborne press conference was rolling. I had what should have been a pretty good seat, about 10 feet from the Pope on the right side of the plane. But I now noticed that the pause system was set up on the plane's left aisle, which meant the microphone would never make it over to my side for questions. Moreover, the Vatican had reserved the first 3 rows of seating for photographers. It was pretty much standard procedure to favor TV and photo people over print journalists on these trips. So even from my prime perch, a jungle of cameras obscured my view and a fuzzy boom mic was in my face. I felt a fleshy pressure from behind. A newspaper correspondent from Brazil had climbed halfway up my back for a better view. Looking down at my seat, I saw that one of her stack heels was planted firmly on the cover of my laptop. I tugged on her sleeve. "That's my computer?" She moved her foot to the seat cushion, simultaneously digging an elbow deeper into my shoulder. It was a Wednesday morning in May 2007, and for those of us on the volo papale, the working day was already 4 hours old. It had begun with an early check-in, complimentary orange juice in the VIP lounge, and the most characteristic ingredient of papal trips: long periods of waiting. The volo papale generally carries 60 or 70 international reporters, including 7 or 8 American regulars. We're supposed to feel privileged, since requests for seats usually outnumber available places, and because we are, after all, considered part of the papal party. In theory, that should mean closer access to the Pope throughout the duration of the trip. We receive advance copies of papal speeches in several languages, travel with police escorts to and from papal events, and often enjoy our own special papal flight section in the host press centers. Outsiders would say we are coddled. But we are also closely controlled, in ways that actually make it harder to cover the Pope. As we waited at the gate to board the Pope's Alitalia charter jet, a bearded figure loomed into view and looked us over with a jaundiced eye. In his right hand he held a small red plastic case. "Hi, Vic. Bring your harmonica," I asked, nodding at the container. In silence, he opened it to reveal a cache of metal chains. Then he resumed his prowl. Vic van Brantegem is our Vatican warden on these trips, a Belgian layman whose by-the-book mindset is legendary among Vatican reporters. He had a smile on his face, but it was not a cheerful start of the trip smile. It was a sardonic smile that said, "How did you think you could get away with that?" He focused his attention on Greg Burke, the Fox News correspondent. "The blue cord. Off." Burke was puzzled. Van Brantegem flicked the blue ribbon that held Burke's press badge around his neck. From his red case, he pulled out a chain and dropped it in Burke's hand. Then he walked away, shaking his head at our ignorance. The blue ribbon bore the words Holy See and had been handed out by the Vatican. But Vic was amazed at how often he had to explain this to volo papale reporters on papal trips. The ribbon was no good, because the local press badges were designed to slide onto chains. Not even the chains, as Van Brantegem knew well, could be problematic in the hands of a dimwit journalist. How many times had he watched reporters put their badges on backward, or let them accumulate in a floppy plastic necklace, or attach them through one hole instead of two? On this last point, Van Brantegem finally had to spell it out in writing. Journalists are requested to take the metal chain consigned by the Holy See press office and pass it through the 2 holes of the local press pass. In order not to create confusion at security controls and not to deform the plastic sleeve, journalists are requested not to stick things into the sleeve that don't belong there. That warning was included in the play-by-play booklet Van Brantegem prepares for reporters before each papal trip. The booklet first appeared as a 2-page addendum to the Pope's own schedule, but over the years it has grown to an epic of logistical detail, 30 or 40 pages of minute-by-minute instructions on when to get up, when to eat breakfast, when and where to collect speeches, what kind of weather to expect, when to line up for the bus, when to get on the bus, where to stand when the Pope arrives, and even when to gather for the daily Mass for journalists, which is celebrated in Van Brantegem's hotel room, and typically draws only 1 or 2 reporters. The Flying Press Corps is not an overtly religious bunch. The booklet, dubbed Vatican by the Press Corps, features color-coded directives. The Pope's schedule is in blue, general information is in black, and journalists' movements are in bright red. One full page, in tiny type, lays out exhaustive instructions on how to behave and how not to behave at papal events. A cruel sport among the Valo-Papal veterans is to encourage a first-timer with a doubt or complaint about our schedule to go over and ask Van Brantegem for an explanation. "Just ask Vic," someone will say, and we stand back to watch the fun begin. You can almost see the Flemish bile rising in Van Brantegem's throat. A tongue lashing of the reporter inevitably follows. Vic's answer always begins with the words, "It's in the book." And it always is. Bogged down in this realm of minutiae, most reporters experience papal trips as an endless logistical ritual in which the Pope himself is rarely, if ever, physically present. The reporting pools for many of the Pope's appearances are tiny, only 5 or 10 journalists, and they are typically offered no more than a brief glimpse of the pontiff as he enters a church or a stadium or a presidential palace. As a result, almost all the journalists on the Valo-Papal cover papal events from press centers, where they can watch them on TV. Lest we Americans grow too comfortable in the press rooms, we have for years held ourselves to an unofficial rule: we have to eyeball the Pope at least once during every trip. So when Pope Benedict strolled back for his flying press conference above the Sahara Desert, the coach class buzzed with excitement. This is what our companies were paying the big bucks for: access to the man in white. This is where our expertise as Vaticanisti would pay off, in prodding the pontiff on tough issues and interpreting his unrehearsed answers. This is where we watched the Pope up close and took his measure. This is where the Valo-Papal meant something. And this press conference, we had been told, would be the real deal, a wide-ranging, give-me-your-best-shot encounter with reporters. On earlier trips, Pope Benedict had answered a few token questions before takeoff and quickly returned to the front of the plane, leaving many of us nostalgic for the days when John Paul XI would field our questions at length during his flights, roaming up and down the aisles, even during turbulence. Benedict, it seemed, was the type who liked to keep his seatbelt fastened. But now here Benedict was, smiling and talking a mile a minute in an Italian that was perfectly fluent, though starched with a German accent. A first question about violence in Brazil was followed by one that got everybody's attention. Did the Pope think about Mexico's recent decriminalization of abortion? Did he support the Mexican bishops on excommunicating Catholic legislators who approved this law? The Pope answered the first part of the question, talking about the value and beauty of human life, and ignored the second part. But a few minutes later Marco Politi, a veteran reporter for the Rome daily La Repubblica, pressed the issue again. Do you agree with the excommunication of Mexican legislators on the question of abortion? This time the Pope waded straight into the swamp. Yes, this excommunication was not something arbitrary but is foreseen by the Code of Canon Law. It is simply part of church law that the killing of an innocent baby is incompatible with being in communion with the body of Christ. Thus, the bishops didn't do anything new, anything surprising or arbitrary. Benedict went on to speak for another 20 minutes, but already some of the major agency reporters were pounding furiously on their laptops. They had heard 2 magic words: abortion and excommunication. The storyline was simple: Pope supports excommunication for pro-choice politicians, and it was soon on the wires. The Pope had barely retreated to his first-class seat when Jesuit Father Federico Lombardi, the Vatican spokesman, came back and tried to spin the story in an entirely different direction. The reporter's question, he told us, had been based on a false premise, because the Mexican legislators had not, in fact, been excommunicated by their bishops. And if the bishops haven't excommunicated anyone, it's not that the Pope wants to do so, Lombardi said. But Lombardi, a gentle soul with a sharp mind, was selling something reporters weren't interested in buying. In years past, backpedaling on a Pope's verbal miscues was easy because, quite simply, journalists couldn't file their stories until the plane landed several hours later. But the Alitalia 777 was equipped with phones, and the genie was already out of the bottle. "I'm not going to use that. It ruins the story," said one American journalist after hearing Lombardi's spin. As the Alitalia flight attendants began rolling out lunch, lasagna with artichoke and mint, grilled turbot with almonds and Taggiasca olives, heated debates began erupting among reporters. Several of us knew that canon law, the Church's internal legal code, stipulates excommunication for those directly involved in an abortion, not for legislators who may have helped make it possible. Surely Pope Benedict, who had been the Vatican's top doctrinal official for 24 years, was aware of that. He must have known that the Vatican's own legal experts would consider automatic excommunication of pro-choice politicians a misapplication and abuse of canon law. While dessert was being served, miniature raspberry crostata and white chocolate Bavarian cream, Father Lombardi returned with more ammunition. The Pope was not saying pro-choice politicians were excommunicated, but that by their actions they had excluded themselves from the Eucharist. In other words, they shouldn't go to communion. This, of course, was quite different from being excommunicated. Perhaps sensing the journalistic skepticism, Lombardi added that he had been authorized to make this clarification. In other words, it came from the Pope. The wire service reporters reluctantly pushed aside their Bavarian cream and pulled out their laptops. The story was now officially muddled. Meanwhile, someone in the Secretariat of State was already taking the eraser to the Pope's remarks. VVN, the official transcript of his press conference, was published. We saw that it had been neutered. The Pope's first word, yes, the direct answer to the question about excommunication, was gone, as were all specific references to the Mexican bishops. The Pope's statement about pro-choice politicians not being in communion with the Church was changed to refer to going to communion, in which one receives the body of Christ. Editing Pope Benedict's extemporaneous comments had been a common practice from the very first day of his pontificate. Vatican officials justified it on the grounds that the Pope's Italian might need cleaning up, and an imprecise or inelegant phrase should be quickly amended. The idea of a mid-level bureaucrat fine-tuning Pope Benedict's language may sound strange, but it reflects a deeply entrenched conviction that the actual words a pope pronounces are not definitive until the official version is published. Usually the editing was merely annoying, but in this case it was an attempt to rewrite reality. By the time we landed in Sao Paulo, more than 12 hours after boarding the plane, reporters were asking themselves how this pope, reputedly the sharpest mind in the Vatican, could fumble so badly on an issue he had followed so closely. Perhaps he had simply misspoken, or perhaps he was allowing his aides to tone down his warning to Catholic politicians. Either way, it seemed strange. And it didn't make the Vatican press corps look so great, either. To our editors, it must have seemed as if we were guessing, perhaps wrongly, at what the Pope meant. As we lined up to disembark, Victor Simpson, an Associated Press reporter who had been flying with popes for more than 30 years, turned to me and remarked with an ironic laugh, "I think this may be the last time Pope Benedict meets the press." A few minutes later Van Brantegem, arms flailing, herded us into a dim hangar for a welcoming ceremony. From where we were positioned, the Pope was a distant figure on a platform, standing next to the bearded Brazilian president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Soon the Pope disappeared into a Pope mobile and a motorcade. We were moved onto a bus. "Hurry up," Van Brantegem, checking his watch, said to a few stragglers. Someone asked whether the bus stopped first at the hotel or the press center. Van Brantegem didn't even look up. "It's in the book. VVN, I tell friends and relatives back in my native Minnesota that I travel on the Pope's plane. Their faces inevitably express a 'how cool is that' kind of respect at my supposed familiarity with the leader of the Catholic Church. The assumption, no doubt shared by my editors who pay outrageous fares for my seat on the Volo PayPal, is that we constitute a journalistic inner sanctum that sticks like glue to the pontiff in all his peregrinations. In their minds we're the ones who can read his body language as he meets a prime minister in his office. We're the ones who catch papal ad-libs as he makes his way out of a mosque. And we're the ones who hear him chatting with aides as he hops into the Pope mobile. Anyone can watch the Pope on TV or on internet streaming video, but we're the people who know what's really going on, because we're there right there, just off camera, like the Pope's own shadow. One of the great ironies of traveling with the Pope is that, because of the practical difficulties of moving us to and from his venues, we're often the only people who can see him. In September of 2007 we found ourselves inside yet another dimly lit airport hangar watching Pope Benedict give a speech, this time in Vienna. He stood on a dais at the end of a long red carpet lined with Austrian soldiers. It was cold and raining hard outside. From the airport the Pope would go directly to Vienna's crowded main square, where he would pray before a statue of Mary and then visit a Holocaust memorial. These were the newsy events of the day, and already our schedule was tight. Van Brantegham's book instructed reporters to get on a bus before the Pope left the airport, but as I watched the pontiff disappear out the hangar door, I realized that was not going to happen. Our bus, it seemed, was nowhere to be found. We huddled near the door and began to worry. Unless we left soon, we would miss seeing both papal appearances that day. I looked around. There was not even a TV in the hangar. We were totally cut off. I smelled disaster. A young Austrian was waving his hands. Attention! Welcome in Austria. We are trying to find your bus to take you to the press center, so we ask for your patience. This was met by a few groans and much indifference. You would think that moving journalists from an airport to a papal event would be a pretty straightforward matter. But the history of papal trips is full of false starts, misplaced vehicles, and hours wasted. Often it's a case of the host country trying too hard. In Zambia, where the government gave the airport a security makeover before the Pope arrived, our press minibus got hung up on an extra-large speed bump and swung there like a teeter-totter as the Pope's motorcade sped away. In Azerbaijan, the government put us in a newly purchased, oversized motor coach that promptly had its roof ripped off at the first underpass outside the airport. The driver kept going at full throttle, thinking it was a terrorist attack. In Austria, happily, our buses did finally show up. One vehicle took a small reporting pool, mostly TV people, to the square so they could see the Pope live. The rest of us were supposed to be whisked to the press center to watch the event on monitors. With any luck we would make it in time, and we had a police escort to ensure a fast trip. But as soon as we hit the highway, the police car peeled off and disappeared for good. A half hour later our bus was stuck in gridlocked traffic in the center of Vienna. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. We weren't moving. The Pope, meanwhile, was arriving downtown. At this point some of us turned to what I call the Telepay solution. Telepace is a small Catholic TV station in Italy that runs live coverage of papal trips, with syrupy voice-over by a priest named Don Guido. From the bus I phoned our Rome office and asked my CNS colleague Carol Glatz to turn on Telepace and tell me what was happening. Carol described the scene in detail, right down to the yellow slickers the young people were wearing as they jumped up and down and cheered the Pope in Am Hof Square. They're soaked. Those poor kids. It's pouring down rain, Carol said. I jotted it all down in my notebook. Hey, the Pope stopped talking all of a sudden, Carol continued. He's just standing there. Something's going on, but I can't tell what. I gritted my teeth and silently cursed the bus, the traffic, and especially the trip organizers. I asked Carol whether someone had interrupted the Pope. Did they take him off the stage? Was it the rain? No, they're all just standing there. Cardinal Schönborn's smiling, so it can't be too bad. Someone phoned our journalistic pool at the event. They should have been with Pope Benedict by now and could tell us what the problem was. But they had been moved out of the square and, nowhere near the Pope, were standing pointlessly in the rain. Somehow, that didn't surprise us. My colleagues on the bus began making calls to their Rome offices, or to their spouses or children at home. Turn on telepace, they said. It turned out the Pope's mic had gone dead, which left him trying to communicate with the young crowd through gestures, not his strong suit. He soon gave up. Our bus, meanwhile, remained immobile. I asked our Austrian minder what could be done. Nothing. Normally it isn't this bad, but today the Pope is here, she explained helpfully. Can we walk? I asked. She pondered that a few seconds and then sprang into action, announcing on the intercom that we would now disembark and take the subway. The subway? This would be a first for the Volo Papale crowd. We all got off the bus and hustled through the rain to the nearest subway stop. Our minder, holding her yellow umbrella high above her head, steered us through foot traffic as one might guide grade school students on an urban field trip. The subway came after a few minutes, and 55 Vatican journalists, their Volo Papale press badges dangling from their necks, boarded the car. 10 minutes later we reached the press center in a wing of the Hofburg Palace. By the time we got through the metal detectors and entered the work area, the Pope was winding up his outdoor events. We watched him step back into the Pope mobile and drive away. Then we sat down to write our first-hand account of Benedict's first day in Austria. Not being there is actually a big part of papal trips. Under Van Brantegem scheduling, the reporting pools often include only a TV crew, a couple of photographers and 2 or 3 print journalists. The explanation is that space is tight. The real reason is that it's simpler to deal with 10 reporters than 20 or 30. Typically, the same pool must cover a succession of papal events, so we leapfrog from one venue to another. As the Pope arrives in one place, we're often getting on a minibus to the next site. There are usually no pool reports because, of course, we have witnessed virtually nothing, while the rest of our colleagues have watched it all on TV back in the press center. Some events, like outdoor papal masses, are open to all, but there's little advantage to being physically present. Reporters are typically guided to a press section somewhere off to the side of the altar and told not to move. There's not much chance for interviews, unless you want to interview people working at the Mass, or first aid volunteers or other reporters. I always try to slip away for a few minutes to mingle in the crowd and talk to people, and always pay a price when the eagle-eyed Van Brantegem sees me returning to our corral, clutching my notebook full of illicitly gained quotes. On Pope Benedict's first trip to Germany in 2005, I had managed to escape the press pen and actually speak to young people at a World Youth Day gathering. As I sidled back, Van Brantegem was waiting for me. I braced myself. "Who said you could wander off?" Van Brantegem glared. I shrugged and looked repentant. But Vic was just warming up. "You people are like children. You think there are no reasons for these rules. Here you have a place near the altar. But it's not good enough? I don't care. Do you think it was easy to find a place for journalists near the altar? But no, you have to go somewhere else. It's unprofessional. Do you think these security people want you strolling around? You act like children at a picnic. Fine, then you will be treated that way." It was a relatively mild rebuke, say, 3.2 on the Victor scale. His face had flushed, but the veins on his forehead were not even throbbing. And at the corner of his mouth was just the hint of a smile. That's why we all love Vic. Given the limitations placed on us, it's no surprise that many reporters on the Volo Papale simply stay away from papal venues and never leave the press center. But sometimes history is being made, and you have to be there. Or at least try. In 2001, on a trip to Syria, Pope John Paul was scheduled to visit the ancient Umayyad Mosque in the center of Damascus. It was the first papal stop ever at an Islamic place of worship, and I was one of the few lucky reporters to have a spot on the pool. I would personally witness another interfaith milestone. It was a Sunday afternoon, and Van Brantegham's playbook called for us to line up for press passes in the lobby of the Sheraton Damascus at 3:45 p.m. As Vic called out our names, we came forward one by one to receive the plastic badge for an event he had mysteriously designated CE/SI08. We could never decipher his coding system. Then, like a general about to send his troops into battle, Vic walked slowly among us, hands behind his back, inspecting the way the press passes had been strung on our chains. Apparently satisfied, he gave the order to board the bus. We arrived at the mosque 2 hours before the Pope, and the first sign of trouble came when local authorities insisted we take positions in a square outside the building. Van Branteghem disappeared in a huff, presumably to negotiate our way inside. Shortly afterward we were allowed to assemble at the door of the mosque. For a moment, it looked as if even the Umayyad authorities had been impressed by our volatile status. Then we saw Vic coming toward us from inside the mosque. His face was dark with anger and his lip was bleeding. No, on closer examination, his nose was bleeding and he had a big bump on his forehead. He waved us all back to our places in the square. Clearly some disaster had occurred, although the details would emerge only later. Van Branteghem had had a dust-up with the Umayyad security people. The idea of Vic's fighting for our journalistic rights was heartening, but in fact the incident had centered on another matter. Van Branteghem had seen the mosque guards refusing entry to Cardinal Walter Casper, the Vatican's chief ecumenist. Concerned that the Vatican's honor was being besmirched, Van Branteghem hurried after them to insist that the cardinal be allowed inside. Inadvertently or not, one of the guards slammed a door in Vic's face literally, and he was now bleeding all over this moment of interreligious harmony. The Vatican press corps buzzed excitedly about Van Branteghem's bloody nose, which looked as if it might be broken. But none of this helped our cause. I stood next to CNN correspondent Jim Bitterman, who shook his head. "This doesn't look good," he said. We looked around the square for a TV monitor, but found none. Not only that, our cell phones weren't picking up a signal. "Let's take a walk," Bitterman suggested. We stole quietly away from the mosque and turned down a dusty side street in the ancient city. There, tucked into the ground floor of an apartment building, was a household goods shop. We glanced inside and saw the owner, a young man, sipping tea at the cash register in the middle of the store. Above him was a black and white television, tuned to what looked like a Syrian soap opera. Jim looked at me hopefully. "Worth a try," I said. The store owner, Muhammad, spoke just enough English to make us feel most welcome in his shop. Once he understood that we were journalists following the Pope, he turned to the state channel that would carry the mosque visit live and invited us to make ourselves comfortable. I sat down and pulled out my notebook. Jim bought an ice cream sandwich from the store freezer. Then he saw a telephone next to the cash register. Would it be possible, he wondered, to briefly phone his desk in London and have them call back? He would pay for Thecal, of course. "No problem," Muhammad replied. An old man and one of his young children had now joined us. Jim finished his ice cream in a decidedly better mood. What more could we ask for? 15 minutes later we watched on the small TV screen as Pope John Paul, hobbled and bent, removed his shoes, donned a pair of white slippers and shuffled into the prayer hall of the 8th century mosque, listening to a Muslim guide. Bitterman, his eyes glued to the TV set, was doing commentary into the phone for CNN's broadcast, fielding questions with skill and adding insightful asides about the pontiff's demeanor as he moved through an Islamic place of worship. In the broadest sense of the phrase, Bitterman was indeed with the Pope in Damascus. Muhammad, his shop now filling up with friends, beamed with pride. It was over in 20 minutes, and we walked back to our assembly point outside the Umayyad Mosque. Our fellow pool reporters, who had remained outside for the duration, shut out of the story, were being herded by Van Branteghem onto a bus. His nose had stopped bleeding, but it would be some time before the swelling went down. Shortly after his election, Pope Benedict announced he wouldn't be traveling as much as his predecessor. Yet Benedict made 18 trips during his first 6 years in office, perhaps realizing that a 21st century pope cannot just remain ensconced in the Vatican. But while John Paul took obvious enjoyment in his far-flung journeys, Benedict seemed merely to endure them, keeping strictly to his schedule and avoiding both detours and crowd immersion events. At times he seemed like a meticulous tourist, crossing things off his checklist. Perhaps the biggest difference between the two pontiffs is that John Paul had a constant awareness of being on the world stage during his global travels. When he landed in a country and kissed the airport tarmac, it was like the opening curtain of a religious drama. In contrast, Benedict eschewed the ground-kissing ritual as too theatrical. In fact, as the Volo Papale photographers quickly discovered, Benedict would often hustle out the front of his plane before the photogs had exited the rear, which meant they missed the arrival picture completely. The German Pope was not interested in putting on a media show, but in getting down to business. And the business of such trips is the program of ceremonial meet and greets, speeches and liturgies, not much for the press to chew on. One reason Pope John Paul's trips were more interesting to reporters was that they ventured farther from Rome, out of the European safe haven and into missionary territory. When he barnstormed into an African country, John Paul was welcomed by tribal dancers in feathered headdresses, rag-clad children reading poems and teenaged bands playing rock music along the papal motorcade route. Benedict, on the other hand, was more likely to find himself in a concert hall filled with dignitaries like himself, listening to Mozart. I boarded my first papal flight in 1984, when the Pope traveled to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. These were pre-Vic van Brantegem days, and no one seemed to be in charge. From the moment we boarded the Alitalia 747, a genial chaos reigned. Rudy Frey, a photographer for Time magazine, prowled the aisles and made sure everyone had a glass of champagne or a Bloody Mary. Rudy had close-cropped white hair, a wild look in his eye and an intimidating way of offering a drink. "No, thanks," I said as Rudy instructed a live flight attendant to pour me some Krug Grande Cuvée. It was 7 a.m. But Rudy took the flute of champagne, handed it to me and stuck around to make sure I drank it. Then he ordered another Bloody Mary for himself. Well before takeoff, half the plane was mildly lit. The flight attendants were soon busy handing out gift after gift, designer tote bags, perfume, and cartons of cigarettes. The plane was huge, and we each had a row of seats to ourselves. Unfortunately, I had developed an intense fear of flying, and even with Rudy's tonic refreshments this day would 11 hours of private terror. I settled in and popped a beta blocker, hoping it would help calm my nerves, along with Roy Orbison on my Walkman. As we began crossing the Atlantic, we were handed 2 texts the Pope would deliver in Santo Domingo later in the day, his arrival speech and a mass sermon. We scanned them rapidly, circling a paragraph that spoke of injustice and oppression and another that seemed to be a dig against liberation theology. We all pulled out portable typewriters and pounded away, pre-writing big chunks of our stories. Then we stashed the typewriters and took more drinks from Rudy. As we approached Santo Domingo, my knuckles eased their grip on the handrests, and relief began to trickle through my bloodstream. When we descended to treetop level, I looked out the window and saw a cheering multitude gathered on the ground below, swarming near the terminal. As the plane eased down clumsily, wings tipping from side to side, the engines suddenly accelerated. Then we were lifting up with a roar, straining against gravity, climbing back into the sky. Stunned, I around the aircraft and saw some of my colleagues laughing. Latin Americans, it seemed, just loved it when the Pope's plane made one low pass over the crowd, buzzing them before landing. I took a deep breath. By now we were circling again for the real landing, which came with an anticlimactic thud. I pulled out my notebook and wrote, "Pope knows how to put on a show." Several months later I found myself on the Volo Papale en route to India. By now I had increased my dose of beta blockers and added Don Williams, the gentle giant of country western, to my in-flight song list. We landed in New Delhi without a low-altitude flyover and without a cheering crowd. Few people here, in fact, seemed interested in the Pope's visit. For the press corps, India was a week of pre-dawn wake-up calls and bureaucratic punishment. The Indians were in love with duplicate forms and rubber stamps and waiting in line, and they gave that funny head roll when you asked them a yes or no question. If you complained, they promised VIP treatment and disappeared. Filing stories was a nightmare. The Indian telex operators were supposed to input or type copy, but they kept losing pages and mixing them up. The telex room looked like a scene out of a Marx Brothers movie. After 48 hours we were exhausted, and I could feel my vague but deep-seated sympathy for the Third World being replaced by pure irritation. On day 3, we flew to Calcutta and had to hurry from the airport to a waiting bus. As we ran out of the terminal, I nearly tripped over what turned out to be a human being lying next to the curb begging. He had no forearms, and his legs were cut off at the knees, but he managed to quickly drag his torso across the street and out of the way of the stampeding press corps. From there we went directly to Mother Teresa's home for the dying in the crowded Kalighat quarter of the city. The stench from open sewers wafted along our bus route. On the side of the road, people were making little dung pies to dry for fuel. Others waded into the wide Hooghly River to beat their clothes clean. Our bus honked its way furiously through heavy traffic, past billboards that paid tribute to the city's very important guest, breezy welcome to H. John Paul Polar Fanco. When we arrived at the Turum Center, I watched in the dim light as Mother Teresa took the Pope to greet the men and women residents. Most of them were unable to rise from their mattresses on the floor. Mother Teresa gave the Pope plates of sweet curd to hand to each of them, and curtly directed his movements. One woman began screaming in Bengali, and the Pope wanted to know what she was saying. She says, I am alone, come back again," Mother Teresa told him, and moved him briskly along to the next bed. Near the entry a blackboard on the wall held the day's report, February 3, 1986, entered 2, discharged 0, died 4. This we do for Jesus. A few minutes later the Pope emerged into the packed street and stood on a platform as the crowd quickly pushed in from all sides. He brought Mother Teresa up to take a bow. "This is the happiest day of my life," she said, beaming like a schoolgirl. The next day a hotel bellhop began pounding on my door at 3 a.m. It was time to go to Calcutta's Dum-Dum Airport for a flight to Shillong in the northeast corner of India. We flew in a Fokker prop plane, and I was too exhausted to feel even the slightest distress. The aircraft was tiny, and only a few of my colleagues were making the trip, the rest were still asleep at the hotel. We landed, and as the sun rose our bus wound through the hills near Shillong, where people with Chinese features were stirring around their huts. Incongruous as it seemed, the Pope's Mass would take place at Golf Links, a course built by the British during the colonial period. We arrived early and I surveyed the crowd that had gathered on a grassy fairway. Since I did not speak Kasai, the indigenous language, I found a local who was delighted to accompany me and act as interpreter. In front of the papal altar was a group of tattooed men wearing tribal dress and carrying long, sharp swords. This looked like a reporter's jackpot. Indeed, as my translator soon discovered, these were Naga headhunters, or rather former headhunters, since they had converted to Christianity more than a decade earlier. I spoke with the leader of the contingent, a strong man who wore wild boar tusks on his forehead and 5 tiny brass heads across his chest. He unsheathed his machete and showed me the keen edge. "I only use it to scalp monkeys now," he said with a bit of nostalgia in his voice. The little brass heads, it turned out, were symbolic reminders of his last big hunting foray, when he killed 5 rival tribesmen and brought their heads back to his village. Why had he converted to Christianity? I asked. He shrugged. Everybody else in Nagaland was going Christian? During the Liturgy of the Bemused, Pope watched as the ex-headhunters performed traditional dances. There was nothing to suggest violence or swordsmanship. Instead, they did a couple of tamer numbers, like the flight of the legendary Waka Pecker. The Pope's Indian sojourn lasted an incredible 10 days. To sleep-deprived reporters, it seemed as if it would never end. We crisscrossed the subcontinent, down to Madras on the east coast, over to Goa on the west, and ended up in Bombay. After one last day of interminable papal events, we arrived at the airport for our night flight home and discovered there was a problem. Strong headwinds were forecast across the Middle East, which meant that the Pope's Air India Boeing 707 would have to be fueled to the max. As a result, we were informed, the Pope's gifts and the reporters' luggage were being left behind. When we boarded, we found that the coach section was quite small and every seat would be filled, hardly the VIP treatment to which Volo PayPal reporters were accustomed. It would be a long and cramped 9 hours. A reporter for the Italian state television RAI was crestfallen to learn he would not be able to board a souvenir he had been hand-carrying since the second day of the trip, a 4-foot-long sitar. Meanwhile, we were told the weather had turned nasty in Italy, and a rare snowstorm was hitting Rome. I sat back in my seat and, despite my fatigue, felt the adrenaline begin to pump. I suspected it would take more than beta blockers and Don Williams to get me through this flight. The Pope came back soon after takeoff, looking every bit as irritated as the rest of us. He tried to walk down the single middle aisle of coach but didn't make it very far in the crowded quarters. I saw the pontiff's face cloud over when he was asked about population growth in India and the Church's teaching on contraception. The Pope didn't like the question, and he began raising his finger to punctuate his remarks. He soon returned to his first-class seat as the drinks were rolled out. Many hours later I awoke in the darkened plane. Everyone was asleep, but I recognized a Vatican official slowly making his way up the aisle. He leaned over and told me, sotto voce, "We're landing in Naples," and then disappeared without explanation. I looked out the window and saw below us the curved rim of a mountain, and then a deep dark hole. We were flying directly over Mount Vesuvius, at very low altitude. I was pretty sure you're not supposed to fly over an active volcano, and mentally chalked up a safety demerit for our Air India pilot. But I later learned that the pilot had, perhaps, saved us all from disaster. As we slept, the plane had circled Rome pointlessly before Italian air traffic controllers finally announced that all runways were snowed in and instructed the pilot to proceed to Pisa. The pilot wisely looked at his fuel gauge, however, and realized the plane would never make it there. We were flying on empty. He turned south instead and took the most direct route to Naples, where we then landed. It was snowing there, too. But we were on the ground. And then, in one of the most bizarre endings to a papal trip, we were whisked by bus to the Naples train station. It was 3 in the morning, and the Vatican had decided to put the Pope and the rest of us on a 2-car treno PayPal to Rome. The Naples train depot was nearly deserted at that hour, but several bleary-eyed bums stood on benches and watched, incredulous, as the white-robed John Paul strolled by, followed by his retinue and a haggard pack of journalists. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Phil Pullella slip into the single-phone booth on the platform. This was the pre-cell phone era, and Pullella routinely carried in his briefcase a roll of gettoni, the slotted Italian telephone tokens. Now he was feeding them furiously into the pay phone as he tried to quickly dictate a story to the Reuters desk in Rome or London. What surprised me was that none of the Italian agency reporters were rushing to find telephones. Then I heard one of them, Ansis Federico Mandillo, scream in Pulla's direction, "We had a deal?" Apparently, the exhausted Italians had agreed that none of the agencies would file a story on the Pope's dramatic detour before they reached Rome. Pullella wanted no part of such an arrangement, of course, and was now getting a scoop. He appeared to be hyperventilating a bit as he read from his notebook into the mouthpiece, still feeding gettoni, and all the while bracing the doors of the booth against Mandillo, who was trying to punch him in the face. The train was a romantic image, gliding through the snow-covered hills at dawn, but it had no heat. The Pope passed the journey covered in a blanket, asleep in a front compartment. Many of us were in the lightweight shirts we had been wearing in balmy Bombay, and we jumped up and down to stay warm. When we arrived at Rome's small Trastevere train station, the Pope stood on the platform and said he'd never imagined coming back from India like this. "That's the way things go sometimes," he added. And that was really all there was to say. The Roman streets were still clogged with 8 inches of snow, and I ended up walking the 2 miles home, still in my short-sleeved shirt, lugging a briefcase and a portable typewriter. When I rang the bell, my wife answered the door. I heard her cheerful voice. "How was the trip?" John Paul traveled to Africa 14 times, and it was there that the volo papale often came unglued. In 1988 the Pope set off on a 5-country southern African tour that pointedly excluded South Africa and its apartheid regime. On the third leg of the trip, the Vatican press corps was waiting outside a Botswana airport for a flight to Lesotho, a tiny country bordered on all sides by South Africa. We had heard forecasts of storms around Maseru, the Lesotho capital, our destination that day. I saw our Air Zimbabwe pilot and walked over to ask him about it. Sure enough, he said, they were reporting bad weather ahead. He seemed friendly and chatty. The problem with Maseru, he explained, was that the airport was located not far from the sheer face of a mountain, and it was a very tricky approach in a storm. I've intuited that he must have flown there many times. He smiled. Never been there, actually. This is my first. I looked out on the tarmac at our Boeing 707, an old plane that had obviously been mothballed by a first-world airline before ending up in the Air Zimbabwe fleet. At each of our previous stops in Zimbabwe and Botswana, a mechanic had worked on one of the engines right up until the moment the Pope boarded the plane, when the cowling would quickly be screwed back on for takeoff. Even now, I noticed, 2 mechanics were up on the wing examining engine parts. Before long, sirens could be heard in the distance. The Pope was arriving. We boarded the plane and, sure enough, by the time we reached our seats the cover was being bolted back onto the problem engine. On previous trips all this would have frozen me with anxiety. But whether it was the beta blockers or a metaphysical attitude adjustment, I felt no fear, none whatsoever. And as this particular flight turned nasty, the weather had indeed become bad, and the faulty engine was causing problems. I found myself immune from the sickness that soon overtook most people on the plane. In fact, I was eating my meal with gusto even as others were tossing it back up into paper bags. We circled Maseru, waiting for what we presumed was a break in the storm. Although we didn't know it at the time, the real reason for our predicament was a combination of weather, mechanics, and protocol. Lesotho's King Moshoeshoe XI, who was to greet the Pope at the airport, was himself on a flight to Maseru, running late and racing to arrive the pontiff. Air traffic control held up our plane until the king had landed, but at that point the storm worsened and the airport's navigation beacons and radar signals went out. The volo papale, stuck in the air with a bad engine and above a mountain hidden somewhere behind the clouds, lurched through the storm in an endless loop. Federico Mandillo, the answer reporter, suffered what turned out to be a stroke. Then the plane suddenly leveled off. Moments later a beaming stewardess walked back to our press section and said loudly, "Joburg." The plane erupted in a cheer, and a half-hour later the pilot put us down at Johannesburg's Jan Smuts Airport. Frantic to find telephones and file our stories, we rushed out of the plane. Barry Moko, the Reuters correspondent, watched in horror as the semi-conscious Mandillo, now slumped in the aisle, was trampled by his colleagues. South African officials were eager to play host to their unexpected guests. They quickly assembled a bus caravan to take us overland to Lesotho, the Pope riding in a bulletproof BMW in front. At one point, when his car pulled into a gas station and the pontiff stepped out of the back seat, the astounded attendants fell to their knees and began to pray. The Pope handed them each a rosary. It was a 5-hour trip, and along the way we learned that a dramatic hijacking story was unfolding in Lesotho. Gunmen had seized a bus full of Catholic pilgrims on their way to the papal mass and were demanding to see the Pope. A South African SWAT team was being sent in to surround the vehicle. As our own bus sped past bean fields and cattle ranches, we followed the story on my portable radio. Up in his armored BMW, the Pope had been informed that a pilgrim bus had been seized, but not about the hijackers' demand to meet with him. Witnesses later said the young men who had commandeered the bus were a strange bunch, wielding AK-47s, and singing religious songs with the pilgrims throughout the ordeal. In the evening we finally crossed the Lesotho border and arrived in Maseru. John Paul got out of his car and walked along a muddy roadside to shake hands with pilgrims who had camped out to see him. The Pope's motorcade continued and passed close to where the gunmen were holding the bus, but it did not stop. The Pope had still not been told the hijackers wanted to meet him, and Vatican officials, concerned about the pontiff's safety, did not for a moment consider bringing him to the site. A minute after the Pope passed by, the gunman ordered the bus driver to ram the gates of a nearby British embassy building. Before he had a chance, the South African SWAT team stormed the vehicle, killing the 3 hijackers and a 16-year-old schoolgirl. As we arrived at our hotel a few blocks away, we heard the sirens of ambulances taking the injured to hospitals. The deaths cast a pall over the Mass the Pope celebrated the next morning. For reporters, the hunt was on to find the pilgrim survivors from the bus, who were here at the Mass, but no one would tell us where. The last thing organizers wanted was to make these traumatized people face the media. I broke from the press pack and scanned the crowded field. If the survivors were here, I reasoned, they would be brought to the front, where they could receive communion from the Pope. As the liturgy began, I crept through the grass toward the altar, moving furtively among the worshippers. To those who eyed me with suspicion, I held up my press badge and said simply, "Vatican." I explained that I needed to find the people from the hijacked bus. Someone helpfully pointed to a kerchiefed woman seated on a blanket. She was on the bus. I approached the woman, who was flanked by 2 friends. Could I ask some questions? The friends looked doubtful. I held up my press pass, and the woman nodded reluctantly. This was like striking gold, and I wanted it all to myself. I looked around and pulled a rain hood over my head, lest my colleagues see me. The woman was a 49-year-old schoolteacher who had accompanying the younger people on the bus. I whispered questions into her ear as the people trying to follow the Mass shushed me. She didn't answer at first. Perhaps she didn't speak English, after all. Then I realized she couldn't speak because she was crying. Eventually she dried her tears and described the scene on the bus, how they had prayed the rosary with the hijackers, how the gunmen thought the Pope could help them change the Lesotho government, how they all hid under the seats when the shooting started. She knew the 16-year-old girl who died in the shooting. She was so excited about the Pope's visit. She was just a schoolgirl, the woman said before breaking into sobs again. Even the most callous reporter will at times feel that he is trespassing on someone's raw emotions, and this teacher's grief led me to close my notebook. I said goodbye and slinked back through the grass to the press pen. I had my story. When I looked back, the woman was once again indistinguishable in the field of worshippers. We were all happy to leave Lesotho and roll into Swaziland, where the Pope was to say Mass in a Susa stadium. It was a splendid sunlit day, and at the stadium I strolled through a crowd that seemed more curious than devout. Over near the papal altar, I spied Father Roberto Tucci, frowning. Tucci, a gregarious prelate in charge of organizing these trips, was a favorite of Vatican journalists. A big man with an oversized head, he looked like a country farmer. His droopy face was deeply furrowed and sprouted eyebrows that had grown out of control. No one would have guessed he was a Jesuit. He had a down-to-earth style of talking and a bluntness that had occasionally gotten him in trouble with the Vatican's diplomats. He seemed to lack the discretion that made most Vatican officials such bad interviews. When Tucci met the press, often on a smoke break during papal ceremonies, he actually told them what was on his mind, a dangerous practice. As the Vatican's advance man, he had negotiated with governments all over the world and knew the dubious things they wanted the Pope to do: parades, private blessings, public approbation, visits to state factories, prayers at their relatives' graves, triumphal tours of housing projects. Many government leaders, especially the dictators, saw the Pope's presence as a giant PR opportunity. Tucci was the man who told them, quietly but firmly, to forget it. Once the papal program had been whittled down to the reasonable, Tucci's job was to make sure it went off without a hitch. He lined up transportation, counted the steps the Pope would have to climb, measured the angle of the sun on papal altars. He was the show's producer. Few people know it, but Tucci and John Paul went back decades. They had met during the Second Vatican Council, when the Pope was a young archbishop and Tucci was a theological advisor on several council documents. Though to listen to him he might seem like the guy sitting on the next bar stool, Tucci was, in fact, an intellectual, and for many years directed the team of Jesuits who wrote for the prestigious journal La Civiltà Cattolica. I walked over and chatted with him in the Suaza sunshine, and soon learned the cause of his consternation. The Mass was ready to begin, but the Vatican was waiting for Swaziland's 20-year-old king, Mswati ill, who had a habit of arriving late. As Tucci glanced at his watch, a government official in a dark blue suit approached us. "Coming a little bit late is considered a sign of respect in our country," he explained. Tucci said nothing. His eyebrows heaved in exasperation. He badly needed a cigarette. Already the Swazis had flubbed John Paul's arrival. When the Pope drove into the stadium, a squad of staff-wielding Swazi men closed in around his open truck and raised their shields high in salute. But then the truck took a wrong turn at the end of the track and had to slowly back up, as the Pope sat wondering what was going on. For reasons Tucci couldn't understand, this miscue triggered wild cheering by the crowd. By now the king was 15 minutes late, and the Pope was at the altar, waiting. Tucci surveyed the scene, saw something he didn't like and spoke abruptly into a walkie-talkie. "The heavily armed soldiers," he said, "were too close to the altar, and a machine gun nest was visible behind the Pope. They had to move, or the Mass would look like a military exercise." The Pope began celebrating the liturgy, and a few minutes later a cheer went up. King Mswati had finally arrived, riding along the stadium track in a vintage Cadillac toward his seat of honor. I watched Tucci grumble into his walkie-talkie and shake his head. "Get a load of this," he muttered. I looked up and saw the young king was accompanied by 2 of his 4 wives. Polygamy is widespread in Swaziland, and King Mswati always made sure he got first connubial dibs among the country's female population. 3 weeks before the Pope arrived, Swaziland had held its annual reed dance, in which tens of thousands of young virgins gathered to dance bare-breasted, twirl reeds and sing in an effort to be noticed by the king, who a new bride from among them. For the girls, selection as the king's latest wife is a unique chance to escape poverty, or at least, that was the line I got from Swazi officials at the Mass. They also explained that it wasn't as easy as it looks to pick a bride from 20,000 girls dancing in a field. This year the king, not wanting to rely on first impressions, had videotaped the dance and made his decision afterward. In a bit of irony that probably went right past everyone in attendance, the Pope's sermon at the stadium Mass defended Christian marriage and sharply criticized polygamy, saying it was disrespectful to women. If the king and his wives were offended, they didn't show it. Mswati greeted the Pope warmly at his palace later in the day, a ceremony overseen by an imposing, no-nonsense female who stood off to one side. "Who is that?" I asked a black-suited Swazi bureaucrat. "That is the king's mother, the Indlovukase." He consulted briefly with his colleague. "In your language, the great she-elephant," he said, as if that would ring a bell. My face must have told him it didn't. "She is a very important person in Swaziland," he said slowly. Indeed, I later discovered that this turban figure with a baleful stare ruled jointly with her son, by constitutional decree. She also helped screen the king's new brides. The Pope's 8 hours in Swaziland and his strong defense of monogamy blew over like a summer cloud. Polygamy continued to flourish in the country, and the reed dance drew increasing numbers of maidens. Years later, I opened the newspaper and read that King Mswati, now 37, was in trouble after choosing a 17-year-old virgin Miss Teen Swaziland, no less as his 13th wife. In doing so, it seems, he had violated his own chastity decree for girls under age 18, which he had established as an anti-AIDS measure. After breaking the ban, the king showed that he was not above the law. He fined himself a cow. In late September of 2001, Pope John Paul spent 3 days in Armenia after a 4-day visit to Kazakhstan. The trip was too long for the ailing Pope, now 81 and suffering from Parkinson's disease. He needed to be constantly steadied by aides when he walked, had trouble getting to his feet during liturgies, and at times slumped in his chair in apparent exhaustion. His hands trembled, and Vatican planners had devised a laptop podium to help him keep his text together. That idea backfired when the podium slid off the seated pontiff, scattering the pages of his speech. To those of us who had accompanied him through the years, the slow transformation was painful to witness. It was clear he'd soon be in a wheelchair. For Papal reporters, the trip also raised the delicate question of whether the Pope was really running the Vatican these days, an issue that came to a head in Kazakhstan. It was only 2 weeks after the September 11 attacks. The Afghanistan border was a few hundred miles to the south, and journalists were pressing to know the Vatican's position on the imminent U.S. attack against the Taliban forces. Neither the Pope nor his top foreign policy aides had said much about the build-up to Operation Enduring Freedom. But in the Kazakh capital of Astana, the Vatican spokesman, Joaquin Navarro-Valls, suddenly filled the void. During a lull in the papal program, he declared that the Vatican would understand if the United States went after terrorists around the world as an extension of the principle of self-defense. The surprisingly hawkish comments totally upstaged whatever the Pope was doing in Kazakhstan. Watching John Paul struggle just to say Mass, we wondered whether he was even aware of what his spokesman had just told the world. By the time we reached Armenia, Navarro-Valls was spinning in a different direction, emphasizing how alert the Pope was despite his physical infirmity. "If only you could see him up close," he said, "you'd realize that his mind remains sharp." It seemed to me that Vatican higher ups were behind this new insistence on papal competence. No doubt they had noticed the problem with Navarro-Valls enunciating John Paul's views on the war on terrorism. It looked as if the Pope could no longer speak for himself. Andreas English, an astute reporter for the best-selling German newspaper Bild, picked up on all this and wondered aloud who was calling the shots. "Do you think Navarro did this on his own?" "Never. Of course it was orchestrated, but who is directing the orchestra? And now they have to convince us that the Pope is mentally alert. That the Pope is really in charge," he said with a big laugh. English and I had discovered strangely marked orange canisters stowed on the papal plane, produced by a German manufacturer. We them and discovered they were oxygen tanks, obviously carried for papal emergencies. All this added to the impression that a moribund Pope was being carted around the world for show, while the Vatican chain of command was falling apart. On the trip's final day, reporters lined up to get on a bus in Yerevan. A weary Vic van Brantegem stood sentry at the door, checking us off a list to make sure no one was left behind. Missing the bus to the airport can be disastrous, and it's only happened to me once, in Mozambique. On that occasion, I ran out to the main road and hitchhiked, waving a $50 bill. The first driver stopped and sped me to the terminal, refusing any payment. In Armenia, the bus drove us to the airport, and we trooped onto an Airbus as the Pope made one last stop at a monastery 20 miles away. We're used to waiting on planes, but the Armenian Airlines staff had been given orders not to provide us with FCK-D or drink until the Pope arrived. Not even water was being distributed. The Pope was running late, and as the hours passed the reporters grew testy. Andreas English lounged in the aisle, his necktie loose around his collar, sweat forming on his brow. As always, he managed to smile at the absurdity of our predicament. "This is ridiculous." He caught the attention of a flight attendant and gently informed her that his colleagues might riot unless they got something to drink. "The water was apparently still being loaded," she said. "So what have you got?" he asked. She paused and went to check, returning a minute later with a bottle of vodka. "Aha!" English said delightedly. Soon many more bottles of vodka were circulating around the plane, emptied into plastic cups and tossed down with the reckless abandon of those who have no more deadlines that day. I am not a big vodka drinker, but I quickly discovered the pleasure of Avjar, an 80-proof liquor that is produced, I was told, from wheat grown under Mount Ararat. It was Armenia's best, and it was now flowing like a river on our plane. The mood changed from bellicose to jocose. Viviho needed water, anyway. I don't think we even noticed when the plane took off. Then Navarro appeared. He had an announcement to make. In one last twist of his spinmeister's baton, he had arranged for the Pope to personally greet each of us on the flight back to Rome. As we were brought forward one by one to sit next to the pontiff and chat briefly with him, we would see for ourselves how alert and engaged he was. Navarro apparently hadn't noticed that half the plane was tanked to the gills. And so it came to pass that John Paul sat listening as a parade of reporters staggered up and, in tones ranging from maudlin to chummy, blurted out vodka-fueled ruminations on life, religion, children and, of course, the papacy. The photo souvenirs were priceless. We looked as if we were the Pope's seatmates on the flight, chatting away like old friends. On closer inspection, however, my own photo told the real story, me in animated conversation, the Pope smiling weakly as his eyes glazed over. As a traveler, Pope Benedict has avoided the outposts of Christianity and their cultural quirks. This reflects the focus of his pontificate. After more than 25 years of church expansion in places like Africa and Asia, Benedict believes the priority now is to shore up the base. It's no accident that most of his trips have been to Europe. And, unlike his predecessor, he seems to have zero interest in traipsing through shanty towns, saying Mass in the desert or watching native dancers boogie to the beat during a papal Massachusetts. Benedict set the tone of his travels during his very first trip, when he presided over World Youth Day in Cologne, Germany, in August 2005. These mega gatherings of young people are sometimes compared to Woodstock, but the only thing they have in common with rock festivals is big crowds. In the Vatican's definition, a youth is someone between the ages of 16 and 35, so the encounters attract a lot of 20-something Catholics who are already active in local parishes and who are eager to network with other young people like themselves. The highlight of these international assemblies is always an evening vigil with the Pope, followed by Mass the next morning. John Paul XI conducted the vigil as a kind of spiritual pep rally, listening to the youths tell their personal stories, watching them dance and joining in their songs. He lightened the mood by kidding and cajoling, twirling his cane, tossing aside prepared texts and generally catching the fun flavor of the event. As we discovered in Germany, that was not Pope Benedict's style. The Cologne vigil took place at twilight on a gently sloping hill, as a full moon rose along the horizon. It was heavy on prayer and light on entertainment. From time to time the crowd began chanting Benedict's name as they used to do with John Paul XI, but the German Pope put his fingers to his lips to gently hush them. It wasn't long before the chanting died out. The program included a few slow and dignified dances by youths from Ghana and India. But the highlight was silent adoration of the Blessed Sacrament, when the attention of nearly 1 million young people was directed to a consecrated host in a gold monstrance, elevated on a papal platform. Toward the end of the evening, as a clarinet played a haunting melody, the young people lit candles and waved them from side to side, creating a moving sea of light. On the stage Benedict held his own candle, but didn't move it. Behind him a phalanx of Roman Curia cardinals their cue from the Pope and remained still, like statues. All except for Cardinal Angelo Sodano, who looked up, saw the crowd, smiled and slowly waved his candle. For singing out of tune like that, Cardinal Sodano, at the time the Vatican's Secretary of State, received some behind-the-back criticism. One senior Vatican official told me a few days later, Sodano looked ridiculous. He said it in a way that implied there might be some career fallout from candle waving. The young people seemed to take all this in stride. Their t-shirts may have read, "Do it, Razzi," but when interviewed at the vigil they quickly adopted a more serious tone, and spoke of the importance of rediscovering Catholic identity. They'd gotten the message. It was good. People need to be reminded to pray, said one 22-year-old from Spain. Afterward, tiptoeing through a landscape of sleeping bags, I talked with Gabriela Delgado from California, asking her impressions of this World Youth Day. It was more religious than political, she told me. I think that's fine because that's what we really came for. Benedict is at heart an academic, and he did not set that aside in Cologne. I listened in astonishment when, at the closing Mass, he explicated the Greek and Roman roots of the word adoration, an etymological lesson that must have gone right past 99.9% of his young audience. On the other hand, I was impressed when he compared Holy Communion to nuclear fission, saying the Eucharist was like an intimate explosion that sets off a series of transformations. It struck me as creative, and as a journalist for a Catholic news agency I could work with that. Most Valo-Papal reporters, however, were not so pleased with the Pope's almost exclusive focus on religious themes. When we picked up each day's papal speeches from Van Brantegham's hotel room at 5 a.m., my colleagues groaned as they schemed the texts. I can't write a story about the power of the Eucharist, said one reporter for a major British publication. The secular media were beginning to struggle with this new Pope. John Paul XI had always seasoned his World Youth Day events with remarks about global conflicts, refugee crises, technological challenges, sexual hedonism, or anything that might make a headline in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette the following morning. Benedict seemed to deliberately avoid all that. Gone likewise were the gestures of enthusiasm and shared exuberance, the papal hugs and line dancing. As Benedict sat motionless on the papal altar in Cologne, shrouded in a gold cope beneath a mushroom-like canopy, an Italian photographer nudged me with his shoulder and said with a grunt, "What are we supposed to do with this guy? He's a mummy." When Pope Benedict made his first trip to the United States in 2008, major media rediscovered interest in the German pontiff. And for once the Pope seemed to be riding high in the headlines. On his plane from Rome to Washington, he fielded a question on Priestley's sex abuse with a directness and command of detail that got everyone's attention. "We are deeply ashamed and will do all possible that this cannot happen in the future," he said in a soft voice. It seemed so utterly simple, yet none of the Vatican's top people had ever said as much before. Of course, the question on sex abuse came as no surprise to the Pope. For this trip, in fact, the Vatican had asked reporters to pre-submit their questions. Vatican officials then chose a few and handed them to selected journalists to recite on the plane during the public Q&A. The theatrical ploy left many of us grousing. The Pope arrived at the White House for a Star-Spangled Love Fest on his 81st birthday. President George W. Bush led 9,000 well-wishers in an impromptu rendition of Happy Birthday on the South Lawn. The Pope was treated to a mini pageant of Americana, complete with a fife and drum corps that played Yankee Doodle. As the Pope and President traded speeches, Bush seemed to be trying to reach a little higher than usual. George W., most people would agree, was no intellectual, and though he once claimed he'd read a book by Pope Benedict, he later wisely qualified that by saying he'd read parts of it. Now, however, as the Pope sat and listened a few feet away, the President went into star pupil mode, dishing around philosophical phrases like dictatorship of relativism and quoting St. Augustine in Latin. The Pope's address was a subtle reflection on the Founding Fathers and moral values. As he ended with the inevitable "God bless America," the President leaped to his feet and told the Pontiff, "Thank you, Your Holiness. Awesome speech." The U.S. visit was a logistical nightmare for reporters, who were forced to arrive at events up to 6 hours early for endless security checks. In theory, the Valo-Papal journalists were given easier clearance. When the papal plane arrived in New York, the Pope was scheduled to speak almost immediately at the United Nations, and I was among a small pool of reporters who were whisked onto a military helicopter awaiting us on the JFK runway. The operation was all very Apocalypse Now, and through the chopper's open door we watched the skyscrapers loom and recede. Deposited in Lower Manhattan, we boarded a bus that raced up an empty FDR drive behind the screaming sirens of our police escort. But when we reached UN headquarters, New York's finest wouldn't let us cross the street to get inside. As our handlers pleaded, the city cops dug in. In desperation, we walked west to 2nd Avenue and marched several blocks north to try our luck on the other side of the UN building. It was hot, and the midtown sidewalks were crowded with people who didn't seem to care about our predicament. One of our handlers sprained her ankle and fell behind, soon absorbed by the crowd. We reached the north doors, our dark suits drenched in sweat, and could hear the papal motorcade arriving around the corner, the event we were supposed to be covering. The guards told us they weren't authorized to let us in, they would call someone in charge. We now risked not seeing the Pope at all. It was time for me to break away from the pack, and Andreas English-ish had the same idea. He and I walked over to the doors, where no one seemed to be checking badges very closely, and slipped inside behind some staffers. Down a long hallway we found an elevator. A few minutes later we opened a door and stood in the balcony of the General Assembly Hall, where Pope Benedict was entering to an ovation. I flashed my press pass to a guard standing sentry, but he didn't seem to care. The purpose of papal reporting pools is to make sure some journalists actually eyeball the Pope, as opposed to simply watching the video feed. Even if nothing dramatic happens off camera, there is always a value, sometimes intangible, in being present, as you get the feel of the event. And now, sitting in the General Assembly balcony as the Pope read his speech, I felt a distinct coolness in the hall. The papal text itself was an interesting analysis of the relationship between morality, freedom, and human rights, but it was failing to ignite any enthusiasm. Pope Benedict has a habit of burying his applause lines in a monotone, as if he should never have to raise his voice. That makes for dull listening. A key passage of his speech, for example, came when he defended religious freedom. It is inconceivable, then, that believers should have to suppress a part of themselves, their faith, in order to be active citizens. It should never be necessary to deny God in order to enjoy one's rights. This was one of Benedict's deepest beliefs, his bread and butter, but the crowd did not react, they were half asleep. He had the world stage, but sounded like an academic in a lecture hall. In contrast, even Pope Paul VI, who was not one to ham it up, had risen to the occasion when he addressed the United Nations in 1965 and issued his electrifying plea that ended with the words, "No more war, never again war." When Benedict wrapped up his speech, he received a standing ovation, but it was pro forma. A couple of weeks later, I told a Vatican official I thought the Pope missed an opportunity at the United Nations, and I got an earful, "You journalists. Did you even bother to read the speech? All you want is emotion and razzle-dazzle." Clearly we were not getting it from this Pope. In the spring of 2009, I got a call from an excited Andreas English-ish. "Ghansian wants to see us," he said. It turned out that Monsignor George Ghansian, the Pope's private secretary, was doing some proactive media prep for Benedict's upcoming pilgrimage to the Holy Land. For weeks I'd been hearing that a small group of advanced thinkers in the Secretariat of State were quietly working to head off the kinds of gaffes that had plagued this pontificate from the beginning. Many of these blunders had occurred when the Pope was traveling outside the Vatican. He would utter remarks that offended or shocked on topics ranging from Islam, condoms, and abortion to the Holocaust, and his aides would then make things worse with awkward attempts to spin his words or simply change them. Now the Pope was preparing to walk through the minefield of the Middle East, visiting Jordan, Israel, and Palestinian territories, and Ghansian wanted to identify potential problems. So he summoned 3 journalists for an off-the-record exchange, English-ish, myself and Rachel Donatio, the New York Times Rome correspondent. One fine morning we got into Andreas's car and headed out to Castel Gandolfo, where the Pope and his close aides were spending a few days. We were in an elegantly furnished salon of the papal villa when Ghansian burst into the room, lifting his soutane slightly as he sat on an antique chair. The sandy-haired Monsignor, whom CNN was calling the Pope's George Clooney, looked every bit as handsome in person as on TV. He made easy conversation for a while, and then we got down to business. Essentially, he wanted to know what would make this pilgrimage a success, journalistically speaking, and what could make it a disaster. In our opinion, what were the things a pope could not say or do? Where were the booby traps? I had to hand it to Ghansian. He realized that some degree of media sympathy was crucial for a trip like this. Our answers, however, probably left the good Monsignor more confused than ever. Andreas said quite forcefully that when Benedict visited the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial, he must address the issue as the German Pope. This would be a historic opportunity to talk about the failings of German Christians in the Nazi period. I did not completely agree, as I believed that Benedict could not come to Jerusalem as a spokesman for the soul of the German nation. His role was more universal now, and his message needed to reflect that. Moreover, I felt that whatever the interreligious and political flashpoints along the papal itinerary, the spiritual dimension was the key to the success of the trip. That was how John Paul XI had won the hearts of people during his own Holy Land trip in 2000 by being, first of all, a pilgrim, and by emphasizing the connections between all believers, whether Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Benedict's challenge, I said, was to not appear as if he were simply mimicking his predecessor. He had to be himself. Ghansian took it all in thoughtfully, then rose and thanked us and was gone. He had to run, he said, looking at his watch. A guest was arriving and he had to introduce him to the Pope. 2 weeks later, we found ourselves at the midpoint of the Pope's Holy Land visit. Benedict had, indeed, avoided missteps so far. In Jordan he had adroitly raised the issue of religion and violence, but in a way that encouraged moderate Islamic leaders and insulted no one. He underlined their common belief in God's place in civil society, and won the whole country over when he donned a red and white checkered Jordanian keffiyeh. Things got more complicated in Jerusalem, however, where his visit to Yad Vashem was less than a triumph. It turned out, perhaps, that Andreas English-ish was right. I watched the whole event unfold as I stood in a corner of the darkened memorial and could feel things going flat. The Pope wore an expressionless mask as the cantors sang and a funeral prayer was read. Then he gave an unusually brief talk, in which he spoke movingly about the tragedy experienced by victims, but said nothing about the historical responsibility borne by Germans or by Christians. He expressed compassion, not remorse. As the Pope's motorcade sped away from the memorial, I joined the pack of reporters who laid siege to Jewish leaders in attendance. While generally appreciative of Pope Benedict's visit, they also expressed disappointment. The Pope, who grew up in wartime Germany, had failed to mention the Nazi perpetrators of the Holocaust. Once again, Benedict's reluctance to share publicly his own personal experience had deflated what should have been an emotional high point of the trip. At breakfast the next morning, the papal entourage read the reviews and were not happy. Benedict's speech showed verbal indifference and banality. Read one newspaper headline. What really rankled Vatican officials was that several articles mentioned that as a teenager the Pope had been in the Hitler Youth program. The entourage members discussed it at breakfast, and Monsignor Ghansian remarked that it simply wasn't true that Joseph Ratzinger had never been an active member of Hitler Youth. Father Federico Lombardi was taking mental notes as he listened to the papal secretary. And thus the seeds of yet another gaffe were planted. A few hours later I was sitting next to Victor Simpson of the AP in a packed media center, listening to Lombardi fend off suggestions that Pope Benedict had shied away from the German question during his Yad Vashem visit the day before. Then Lombardi switched gears and went on the offensive. Without being asked, he began referring to news reports about Joseph Ratzinger's involvement with the Hitler Youth. Some media had quoted the Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, who described Benedict as a German who joined the Hitler Youth and a person who joined Hitler's army. Lombardi said it was important to counter the lies that were being spread about Ratzinger as a young man. The Pope was never in the Hitlerjugend. Hitlerjugend was a corps of volunteers fanatically, ideologically for Nazis. The Pope was never in the Hitler Youth, never, 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 the spokesman said emphatically. I looked at Vic Simpson and saw that he was as slack-jawed as I was. We both knew that Ratzinger himself had acknowledged that he had been forced to join Hitler Youth. We cornered Father Lombardi after the press briefing and reminded him that in his 1997 memoir, Milestones, the Pope had recounted how he had been involuntarily enrolled in the Hitler Youth program, even though he quickly stopped going to meetings. Lombardi later issued a clarification, saying that what he meant, never, was that the young Ratzinger had never embraced Hitler Youth or the Nazi ideology. But by then it was too late. The story going out on all the wires was that the Vatican had clumsily and inexplicably tried to deny what was part of the historical record on the German Pope's activities under the Nazi regime. It pained me to see Father Lombardi, who was genuinely pushing for more openness in the Vatican, make such a blunder. It was the kind of mistake that arose precisely from the Vatican's decentralized way of handling information. An offhand and misunderstood remark over breakfast had become the latest media fiasco by lunchtime. In Jordan, the Pope had closed out his 4-day visit with a trip to the Jordan River, a stop that would showcase the pontiff as pilgrim, walking in the footsteps of Jesus. Our busload of journalists arrived at the river after a 1-hour trip from Amman, passing a sign that announced, "The baptism site of Jesus Christ." The road looked new, and there were buildings going up. In fact, the Jordanian government had created this place, donating adjacent land to Christian churches with the aim of making it one of the biggest pilgrimage attractions in the region. The government boasted that the site had been recognized as the real, and only true, site where Jesus was baptized, and Benedict stopped that day would tout it as a papal stamp of approval. This was no small thing for Jordan. The religious tourism industry is a relatively big source of income for countries in the Holy Land, and to an increasing number of Christian visitors Jordan looked like a safer place to travel than Israel. Jordan's baptismal site brought the pilgrimage competition to a head, because Israel had won, too. The Gospel says that John the Baptist was living and baptizing people at Bethany beyond the Jordan, which to the early Christian community must have meant the east bank of the Jordan River, now part of Jordanian territory. Nevertheless, in the long tradition of pilgrimages, a place on the western side of the river was regularly visited as the baptism site and, until the 1967 Middle East War, was crowded with pilgrims. Then it became part of a militarized Israeli-occupied zone and was off-limits unless special permission was obtained. Its venerable Christian churches were deserted and surrounded by signs reading, "Danger, Mines." When Israel caught wind that Pope Benedict was going to be visiting the Jordanian baptism site, it quickly announced a reopening of its own site to the public. But all the attention had shifted to the other side of the river. In PR terms, this was a big win for Jordan. The Jordanian government had worked very hard to make this happen. In the 1990s it had supported archaeological excavations at Wadi al-Qarar that uncovered the foundations of 5 ancient Christian churches and other ruins near a series of river pools once used for baptisms. Comparing the discoveries with biblical texts and the accounts of medieval pilgrims and historians, the experts were convinced that this had surely been a major pilgrimage site in Christianity's early centuries. More recently they had discovered a cruciform baptismal pool that seemed to match descriptions of the very place where John the Baptist led Jesus into the waters of the river. This was the spot Pope Benedict had come to see. Our journalistic pack arrived 2 hours ahead of time, and we hiked along the Waqt1 Ed riverbanks in the afternoon heat. It should be noted that the Jordan River is not what it used to be. A pure, rushing waterway in ancient times, it's been reduced by agricultural use to a sluggish brown stream about 30 feet across. The baptism site is on a floodplain where the waters are even more still. As we were led down to the edge of the pool, its stagnant waters appeared uninviting. But in a photograph, the setting would be ideal: the white-robed pontiff standing on the ancient stone steps leading down to the pool where Christ himself began his public religious life. A huddle of photographers stood in the mud and brushed away flies. I recognized Greg Tarczynski, a well-known photographer for Catholic and other media outlets. He looked excited, as he was in perfect position for a great shot, with the lighting growing more dramatic by the minute. But the Pope's arrival was still a half hour away. I put on a Pope in Jordan baseball cap against the bright sun and chatted with Time magazine's Jeff Israeli. I told Jeff this might just be the defining moment of this trip. Yes, even before we made it to Jerusalem. The baptismal site, I explained, had to be especially significant to Pope Benedict, who'd set the first chapter of his book Jesus of Nazareth at this precise spot. He saw it as the place where God entered human history. Archaeology had made it more real to the modern mindset. These stones offer tangible confirmation of a biblical event. Now the Pope had come to stand on the banks himself, as Jesus once did, and perhaps if he knew the value of a photo op to touch the very waters of the Jordan. A guard with a rifle came running past us at full speed, and a few seconds later the Pope's motorcade appeared from behind a knoll. Motorcade would be stretching it. He rode at the head of a convoy of electric vehicles that resembled oversized golf carts, along with members of the Jordanian royal family. The carts moved silently along the dirt road, then stopped high above the baptismal pool. Prince Ghazi bin Muhammad chatted briefly with the Pope. And then, incredibly, the convoy began moving again. It was over. The Pope came all this way and never got out of his golf cart. Never approached the water. Never moved into position for a photograph. The shooters down had been shut out. Greg Tarchinski, his shoes caked in mud, was shaking his head and laughing. Never file a picture in your mind before you've taken it, he remarked as he picked up his gear and hustled off to the next event. We walked briskly for half a mile to a dusty plain where 800 people were sitting in front of a pavilion that marked the future site of 2 new Catholic churches. I looked around. It was the middle of nowhere. The only feature on the landscape was a barren promontory, atop which stood a huge cross. 2 flags, Vatican and Jordanian, fluttered in the breeze. Suddenly the crowd erupted. Pope Benedict was on stage. As he basked in the standing ovation, he seemed delighted. He thanked them all, spoke about prospects for their Catholic communities, and lingered with them for more than an hour. The Pope had already laid several cornerstones for church buildings throughout Jordan, and he was clearly excited that Christianity was showing small signs of a revival in a predominantly Muslim country. I understood now why he had rushed past Jesus's baptismal site to get to these folks. He was more interested in the church's future than its past. The Pope's motorcade left us in the dust, and our press bus was nowhere in sight. As the sun began to set, we slouched in red velvet chairs in the VIP section, waiting for Vic to bark out some instructions. We would be getting back to the hotel very late. Out of the corner of my eye I saw the ever-energetic John Allen approaching the empty papal stage. He had been videotaping himself throughout the trip and relaying the tape to CNN for behind-the-scenes commentary. He had no crew, so it was a one-man operation. As John related, he had learned how to use the tiny video camera only a few days earlier, and it was amusing to see him turn it on himself on the papal plane, at masses, or on our press bus. We laughed, but the print reporters among us also wondered whether we might be doing the same thing in a few months. This seemed to be the future path of journalism, and now it had come aboard the Volo Papale. We watched as Allen climbed up on the stage, sat in the Pope's gilded throne, held his camera 6 inches from his nose and interviewed himself. The photographers, amused, took pictures of the scene. It would be the lasting image from this day on the Jordan River. Chapter 3 Nuestro Padre, can you give me a character portrait of Father Marshall Maciel HD Galaduo? The question hung in the air for a few moments. It was a Saturday in New York in April of 2005, and rain fell against the windows of a small room inside the Church of Our Savior on Park Avenue. J. Paul Lennon, a former priest in the Legion of Christ religious order, weighed his answer carefully. More than 40 years earlier, at the age of 17, he had been one of 8 Irish boys to enlist in Maciel's seminary, studying first in Spain and then in Rome, where the legionaries had their headquarters. Looking back, Lennon viewed his time in the Legion as a 23-year-long dark night of the soul, the painful severing of family ties, the discovery of the manipulation and falsehoods that were tolerated for the greater glory of the order, the rules designed to suppress any form of questioning or independence, the insistence on Maciel as Nuestro Padre, our Father, the saint. But Lenin had never accepted Maciel as a father. He grew to despise Maciel's despotic governing style and his penchant for humiliating anyone who challenged his decisions or ideas, even in the meekest manner. Finally, at a retreat in Cotija, Mexico, the Legion founder's hometown, Lenin surprised himself and other legionaries by confronting Maciel as he gave a sermon to a rapt audience. Maciel was describing the energy and generosity of the new Legion recruits, painting the usual rosy picture, when Lenin interrupted him and asked why he never spoke about all the legionaries who had left, or who had been exiled and were hurting. This was a taboo subject, and the founder responded by telling Lenin to shut up, that he didn't know what he was talking about. But Lenin came back with names and examples. The argument turned ugly. The members had never seen Maciel defied in this way, and it disturbed them. They listened in stunned silence. Finally another legionary spoke up, saying they had not come to hear a discussion but to listen to Nuestro Padre. Lenin walked out of the room and never returned. He was now one of the outcasts, and he would experience the harsh treatment reserved for former members. The Legion's attitude was summed up in one of the founder's most popular proverbs, lost vocation, sure damnation. Some things had not struck Lenin until many years later, the order's recruitment of pretty adolescent males, for example, and Maciel's clear preference for some of the younger men. In retrospect, it seemed to him that Nuestro Padre was an ephebophile, someone attracted to post-pubescent boys. But Lenin himself had never been abused in the Legion. As a young seminarian in Maciel's world, he was too naive to have even imagined such things. Do you feel there is credence to the accusations that Father Maciel has sexually abused legionaries of Christ? Monsignor Charles C. Cluny carried out his inquiry with businesslike efficiency. He listened carefully as Lenin searched his memory. Both were aware that his testimony could tip the scales toward guilt or innocence. An Australian priest who had accompanied C. Cluny from Rome sat beside them and silently transcribed the interview on a computer. Do you know Juan José Vaca? Do you trust his story? Do you vouch for his integrity? Paul Lenin felt a surge of solidarity. Yes, he said, he trusted Juan José absolutely, and he believed the other former legionaries who had come forward against Maciel. He knew the accusers had nothing to gain and, in fact, much to lose. In pressing for justice, they were spending their own money and asking for none in damages. Some, especially the Mexicans, risked bringing shame upon themselves even by making the allegations. Lenin felt confident, however, that they were telling the truth. There had been telltale signs, things he hadn't noticed at the time but that, in retrospect, stood out like forewarnings. Why, he asked himself now, had he never guessed what was going on? He did remember one unusual incident. In 1962, at the age of 18, he had the privilege of going to confession to Nuestro Padre for the first time, as a way of obtaining special graces just before taking his religious vows. Lenin had lived a relatively uneventful and sheltered life in Ireland, but he felt he had committed two sins of purity that troubled his scrupulous conscience and made him feel very much ashamed. One, he had confessed to a Carmelite friar in Dublin. Now he confessed the second to Father Maciel. He recalled that Maciel was kind, absolving him in a fatherly way. Lenin had kissed the end of the priest's stole as a sign of reverence and gratitude, happy to be free of that sin. But in retrospect, it occurred to him that his confession may have saved him. Could the sin he had confessed to Maciel, being sexually accosted by an Irish Christian brother, have immunized him against abuse? If so, he thought, oh blessed sin. As the years went on, Lenin would become convinced that Father Maciel was not an indiscriminate sexual predator, but one who carefully chose his victims after factoring in the elements of secrecy, isolation, and control. With his confession, Lenin had probably thrown up a red flag to the wary Mexican. Did Father Maciel have any strange or unusual habits? Lenin paused. He was under oath and wanted to be careful not to make any unjustified accusations. But in fact, he told C. Cluny, he considered Maciel a very strange man. For one thing, He was always getting sick, although his maladies seemed like hypochondria to Lenin. And when Maciel did become ill, he would have a younger brother attend to him. One of the things Lenin still appreciated about his Legion formation was its emphasis on universal charity, the idea that kindness and affection should be shown in equal measure to everyone in the community. Maciel, however, had his favorites. This might seem normal enough, but in the Legion the brothers had been warned repeatedly about particular friendships. Maciel seemed to break that elemental rule whenever he wanted, occasionally picking a brother to accompany him on trips during which they stayed in hotels together. Seated at a small desk across from Lenin, Cicluna was patient but encouraging. "Tell me what you know," he said. Cicluna was a genial, diminutive man in his 50s, with a round baby face and a thin stratum of black hair that sat on the back of his head. His voice was pleasant but did not betray much sympathy with the witnesses. He was not here to win them over but to take testimony. He had a long list of questions. Lenin had the interview with a few questions of his own, starting with Cicluna's title. The Monsignor politely explained that he was number 3 in the pecking order of the doctrinal congregation, a promoter of justice. "And how many promoters of justice are there?" Lenin had asked. "Only one," Cicluna answered cheerfully, smiling to himself. Lenin, like most outside the Vatican, clearly had no idea how few people actually worked at the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, the doctrinal command center of the Universal Church. Cicluna had placed a small crucifix before Lenin and asked him to swear on the cross to tell the truth. This struck Lenin as a little archaic, but he'd obliged. Part of Cicluna's job was to determine whether sex abuse allegations against clergy, even those that had taken place more than 40 years earlier, like the ones now in question, were substantial or baseless. It was very difficult to prove or disprove claims that old, so the Vatican often had to weigh testimony, recollections, and even impressions as part of the fact-gathering process. Maciel had no lack of accusers, and they would be heard. But a man like Lenin could provide an equally important piece of the puzzle. As someone without a particular grievance against Maciel, he could offer a more objective character evaluation of the accused and his accusers. The depositions were time-consuming and probably seemed unnecessary to the accusers, who had already put their testimony in writing. But that was the Vatican's way: procedure, canon law, due process. Justice, but above all prudence. Much was at stake, as Cicluna realized only too well. Father Maciel, now 85, enjoyed tremendous favor at the Vatican, despite the lingering allegations that he had abused 30 or more of his young seminarians. He had founded the Legion of Christ in Mexico in 1941. A photo from that year shows Maciel, grimacing in the sunlight, surrounded by 12 pubescent seminarians. He established a new seminary in Rome in 1950, impressing a string of popes with his success in delivering vocations and raising money. By 2005 the Legion had become one of the wealthiest religious orders in the Church, and perhaps the only one attracting significant numbers of new priests. Frequently, high-ranking Vatican officials would preside over triumphal liturgies to ordain fresh batches of 40 or 50 legionary priests. Incredibly, the order was still building minor seminaries, or apostolic schools, around the world, designed for boys ages 11 and up who thought they might be called to the priesthood. And in addition to its own seminary in Rome, since 1991 the Legion had been running, at the Pope's request, an international seminary for future diocesan priests in more than 25 countries. The Legion also had 15 universities, including 2 in Rome, and its members had become a presence in the media, both church-run and secular. Its affiliate organization, Regnum Christi, was considered one of the most vibrant and militant lay movements in the modern Church in many ways. The Legion was the Church's flagship, and the last thing the Vatican wanted was to see it run aground. The Legionaries' rising stature and Pope John Paul's personal esteem for Father Maciel had been unequivocally displayed a few months earlier, in the fall of 2004, at a Vatican celebration of the 60th anniversary of Maciel's priestly ordination. The ailing Polish pontiff greeted Father Maciel warmly in front of 4,000 of his legionary followers. As Maciel knelt before him, the Pope with a trembling hand traced a blessing on his forehead. In words that made some Vatican officials wince, the Pope told Maciel that his work had been full of the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Even more laudatory was a papal letter posted proudly on the Legionaries' website, in which the Pope said he wanted to join in a canticle of praise and thanksgiving for Father Maciel's 60 years of intense, generous, and fruitful priestly ministry. Father Maciel, the Pope said, had always been concerned with the integral promotion of the person. It would have been hard to imagine a stronger papal endorsement of the man whose future, in a sense, now rested in Monsignor Scicluna's hands. Did Father Maciel have special relationships with young Irish seminarians? Lenin recalled the unusual mix at the seminary in Rome. It was mostly Spaniards, Mexicans, and Irish. He told Scicluna about one of his friends who had been very close to Maciel and who undoubtedly would have known specific details. The interview was reaching the 1-hour mark when a cell phone rang. Scicluna reached into his pocket, but the call had already dropped. From the number that flashed on the screen, he could see that a Vatican official was trying to reach him. It would be 9:37 p.m. in Rome. That could mean only one thing. A few minutes later Scicluna stepped into the corridor, where the signal was stronger, and returned the call. His hunch was right. The announcement was just being made to the tens of thousands keeping vigil in St. Peter's Square, and to the world. Scicluna walked back into the room and said, "The Holy Father has just died. Let's pray for him." The three men recited the Our Father for the repose of Pope John Paul's soul and then closed the interview. The Australian priest printed out the text of the deposition and Lenin signed it. Before seeing him out, Scicluna handed Lenin a small printed card. On one side was a picture of Jesus, and on the other, in Pope John Paul's uneven handwriting, the words, Me nobiscum, Domini. Stay with us, Lord. The holy card struck Lenin as a tender, old-fashioned gesture of piety. He left the building feeling, as he put it later, sorrowful but unburdened. That morning Juan Vaca had sat in the same chair and answered his questions with equal candor. But Vaca's testimony had been far different. In appalling detail, it represented the heart of the case against Maciel. Vaca, the top legionary in the United States in the early 1970s, was now an adjunct professor of psychology at a college outside New York City. It was Vaca who had written to the Vatican in 1976 and 1978 recounting the alleged abuse and urging officials to take action against Maciel. In 1989, when Vaca left the priesthood, he wrote a personal letter about Maciel to Pope John Paul. Then, in the late 1990s, he helped lead the effort to press the legal case against the legionary head. When it appeared the Vatican was stonewalling, Vaca went public. In the book Vows of Silence, a groundbreaking expose by Jason Berry and Gerald Renner, Vaca described his own abuse at the age of 12. In The Bedroom, Maciel spoke of pains in his internal organs. He said, rub me, and made a circle on his stomach to show me, recalled Vaca. I was trembling. I was frightened, but I began rubbing. He said, do it lower, lower. Maciel got an erection. I didn't know anything about masturbation. I was on the verge of puberty. He moved my hand to his penis. I was terrified. Finally he was relieved and he faked being asleep. That marked the beginning, Vaca said, of 13 years of abuse. Vaca was not particularly hopeful during that day's encounter. After being ignored for more than 25 years he was wary of this new wave of interest from the Vatican. He wanted to know how serious it was, and when he was introduced to Scicluna in New York, he asked to see some credentials, a letter of appointment, for example, that authorized him to conduct this investigation. Scicluna could not or would not produce it, offering his business card instead. The interview ran 5 hours, far longer than scheduled. Scicluna posed questions in what seemed to Vaca like a flat tone, devoid of passion or sentiment. He couldn't quite understand why this Vatican Monsignor, both as a priest and as a human being, failed to share his sense of outrage. Toward the end of the session, Vaca looked at Cicluna and asked him bluntly what was going to happen with all this information. He said Cicluna told him, "The church owes the victims a public apology, because we failed to protect you." The long day and its turn of events left Vaca and Lenin feeling more than a little apprehensive. They had finally obtained a hearing from the Vatican, but at that very moment, the Pope had died. What was going to happen to the investigation now? Would it go back on the shelf again? Would Cicluna even be able to file his report? Wouldn't everything be suspended until a new pope had been elected? After taking depositions in New York, Cicluna did not hurry back to Rome, as most of the Catholic hierarchy in the world seemed to be doing, but, amazingly, missed the papal funeral period entirely. Instead, he flew to Mexico City and began interviewing other witnesses, more than 25, according to some accounts, who could help him determine whether to proceed to a church trial against Maciel. By the time Cicluna did return to Rome, with a suitcase full of notes and a list of additional potential witnesses, the Pope had been buried and cardinals had begun gathering to elect his successor. Two things were certain: with the death of John Paul, Maciel had lost his most significant backer. But inside the Vatican, there remained powerful friends of the legionaries who would do everything in their power to protect the founder's name. I met Monsignor Charles Cicluna in 2002 while working on a story to explain the Vatican's complex new rules dealing with sexual abuse by priests. On a sunny morning, I walked up the double flight of marble steps to the doctrinal congregation's second floor, where an usher led me into a gloomy parlor. A few minutes later, Cicluna rolled into the room like the second leg of a three-cushion billiard shot. A short man with a bounce in his step, he took a seat on a gilded chair, and I noticed that his feet barely touched the ground. In fact, on closer inspection, they didn't touch the ground. A native of Malta, he was multilingual, erudite, and one of the most respected church lawyers in the business. No wonder the Vatican wanted him on their roster. Yet despite his crucial role in the handling of sex abuse cases, Cicluna was practically unknown outside the Vatican. His only visible mark on the world had been a specialist legal tome published years earlier under the title The Essential Definition of Marriage according to the 1917 and 1983 Codes of Canon Law. Cicluna's body language told me the clock was ticking, so I plunged in with some very direct questions about how many sex abuse cases were coming into the Vatican, how much confidence they had in Cardinal Bernard Francis Law's handling of sex abuse allegations in Boston, and how much the Pope knew about the details of priestly abuse. The Maltese Monsignor gave me nothing; he wouldn't touch any of those topics. I had to navigate more carefully. That meeting, like most conversations between journalists and Vatican officials, was on background. With rare exceptions, Cicluna would never speak to me on the record, and he always refused to discuss the details of particular cases being handled by the congregation, which were covered by a pontifical secret. His role as a sort of full-time prosecutor at the doctrinal office required him to be super partes and super discreet, he explained. Unlike civil courts, the Vatican system operates under strict confidentiality, and Cicluna believed the secrecy ultimately helped weed out perpetrators. Therefore, he stressed, he couldn't divulge information about individuals to reporters. Monsignor Cicluna also seemed painfully aware that because the number of Vatican experts dealing with sex abuse cases was so small, any leaky faucets would quickly be identified and replaced. What he was willing to do for me was run through the procedural details and explain how, in his view, the Church's own legal system and its tough new provisions could meet the still unfolding challenge. As a canonist, of course, he wasn't happy about shortcut solutions that would circumvent an accused priest's right to a hearing. And yet, more than others in Rome, Cicluna seemed to understand the gravity of the sex abuse scandal, indeed, that it was a scandal, and not just a story that had been blown out of proportion by the media. He spoke of the horrible crimes committed by clergy against trusting children, and of the sense of betrayal felt by Catholic communities. The Church had to act in a new and decisive way, he asserted. He did not try to diminish the problem by citing the high number of good priests, nor did he question the motives of victims who had come forward. He realized that in the handling of this situation, the Church had somehow failed its people. At the time, Ciclona's sense of indignation was probably a minority position in Rome. While genuinely aghast at the scandal's effect on the Church's reputation, many at the Vatican felt U.S. bishops were the victims of a well-orchestrated campaign by the media and dollar-hungry lawyers. At an infamous press conference in 2002, Cardinal Dario Castrillan-Hoyos, the Vatican's top clergy official, had responded to reporters' questions about sex abuse by suggesting they investigate other professions to see how many were accused of sexual abuse and how much money they paid to victims. Throughout that year, as the accusations against U.S. priests multiplied, the Vatican's own newspaper, L'Osservatore Romano, refused to report a word on the problem. Although Pope John Paul had ultimately addressed the issue too late and in too general terms, for many people the blind spot that persisted throughout the rest of the Vatican sometimes seemed surreal. In one 10-day period at the height of the clerical sex abuse crisis, for example, I noted the following developments. A Vatican official published a major book on sexual abuse of children. The Vatican newspaper condemned perpetrators of such abuse and recommended no leniency by judges who sentenced them, and the Vatican denounced sexual exploitation of children by pedophiles, telling an unsponsored conference that the veil of silence has finally been ripped open. Yet none of these Vatican initiatives mentioned priests. It was as if the scandal were occurring on another planet, and not inside the Church. Gradually, of course, even the Vatican had to acknowledge the seriousness of the problem, and although this is not widely known, it later adopted as universal church law some of the stricter measures instituted by U.S. bishops, including the power to defrock abusive priests without holding a church trial. From the beginning, though, the allegations against Father Maciel seemed to fall into a special category. The Vatican was informed of the initial accusations in 1976, then again at the start of Pope John Paul's papacy in 1978, and again in the late 1980s. Nothing had ever been done. Some former legionaries began to suspect that the obstacle was not so much the Polish Pope as his personal secretary, Monsignor Stanislaw Dziwisz. Known to insiders simply as Don Stanislaw, he was the gatekeeper, the man who ultimately decided which people saw the pontiff every day, which reports arrived on his desk and which letters made it through the chain of subordinates. He had come with John Paul from Krakow, and he evidently had the Pope's full trust. With reporters, Dziwisz was genial and unassuming. But insiders reported that he could be ruthless when it came to protecting the Pope. It was no secret that Dziwisz was close to the Legion of Christ and Father Maciel. When the Pope had made him a bishop in 1998, Dziwisz held a celebratory luncheon for 600 guests at the Legionaries Regina Apostolorum University in Rome. The ex-legionaries pressing the accusations against Maciel had made sure to bring them to the attention of Monsignor Dziwisz. But they began to wonder how much was actually getting through to the Pope himself. By the 1990s, 8 former legionaries had accused Maciel of sexually abusing them when they had been teenage seminarians 40 or 50 years earlier. Their stories were all similar. Maciel would typically invite students to his room, complain of aches and ask them to rub his stomach, sessions that often ended in mutual masturbation. According to some of the accusers, Maciel at times claimed to have a special dispensation for such acts from Pope Pius XII, as a remedy for chronic pain. All this public in 1997, in a story written by Gerald Renner and Jason Berry for the Hartford Courant in Connecticut. Their account was shocking. In the eyes of many, Father Maciel became a walking example of how the Church protected its own. Maciel denied the allegations, and the Vatican appeared to continue to do nothing about them. In 1998, the accusers filed a formal complaint at the Vatican seeking a canonical case against Maciel. The alleged acts of abuse were too old to prosecute under church law. The statute of limitations had run out, so they tried a different approach. The accusers remembered that, as young seminarians, whenever they would express anxiety about the sinfulness of the incidents, Maciel would absolve them on the spot. That meant Maciel could be tried on a sacramental technicality, giving absolution to an accomplice in a sexual sin, for which there is no statute of limitations. Still, the Vatican did not act. Maciel was untouchable, or so it seemed. In actual fact, however, the case against him was not dead but was just lying dormant until the U.S. sex abuse scandal gave it new life. As a talking head, Father Tom Williams offered NBC News a pretty decent package: a collar, good looks, reasonable soundbite skills, and a thorough knowledge of the ways of the Vatican. A native of Pontiac, Michigan, Williams had earned a business degree and worked as a cash and investment analyst for 10 months before deciding to enter the Legionary Seminary at the age of 22. After 9 years of study, he was ordained a priest in 1994. Even at this young age, Williams showed leadership qualities and other obvious assets, including fluency in 5 languages. The Legion decided to keep him in Rome and eventually made him Dean of Theology at Regina Apostolorum. He was appointed a briefing officer for a synod of bishops in 1997, and from that exposure became a regular in the lineup of the 10 or so quotable priests routinely used, one might say overused, by U.S. reporters in Rome. His transition to video was only a matter of time. He broke into TV punditry during the 2004 presidential election and the same year became a featured contributor to the endless media debate over Mel Gibson's film The Passion of the Christ. By the time Pope John Paul checked into the hospital in early 2005, Williams was NBC's go-to guy on matters ecclesiastic, doling out daily wisdom ATM_LT papal health, conclave rules, and the beliefs of the Catholic Church. He spoke a layman's language when it came to church affairs. Like others in his order who did TV commentary, he was not identified on the air as a member of the Legion of Christ, a handy omission, given that the Maciel case was threatening to blow wide open. Williams had an earnestness that seemed genuine and the kind of clean-scrubbed appeal that made him, briefly, the hot father heartthrob of some Catholic bloggers during the Pope's funeral. Later the same year, he was featured in Italy's Panorama magazine as one of the Lord's beauties, priests in Rome who seemed more like Hollywood stars, in the magazine's enthusiastic assessment. In a country where bella figura still trumps everything, it was considered shrewd of the Church to have a stable of handsome faces to put before the world. I had known Williams for years, and usually found him ahead of the curve when it came to the political and cultural impact of religion. For example, when Mel Gibson came to Italy to shoot The Passion of the Christ, Williams sensed that it would become not only a cinematic blockbuster but also a cultural and religious lightning rod. He and other legionaries networked with Gibson and helped arrange an old-style, Latin-language Tridentine Mass on the set every morning, in effect assuaging Gibson's traditionalist Catholic tendencies. The legionaries became a kind of bridge between the filmmaker and the Vatican, quietly helping to pave the way for a massive embrace of the film itself by the Church. Although he lived in Rome, Williams also had an ear finely tuned to U.S. politics. He weighed in with the Catholic perspective on the 2004 presidential election campaign, and his commentary platform later grew to include the Weekly Standard. Williams was not the Legion's only well-groomed media player. Over at Fox News, Father Jonathan Morris dished out conservative commentary, advising Mexican immigrants, for example, to learn English and try to get legal. And after Mel Gibson's 2006 drunken tirade against Jews, he declared, "Mel is not an anti-Semite." Morris, who typically delivered his on-air reports standing in front of St. Peter's Basilica, was often introduced as direct from the Vatican, although he has no Vatican connection. Fox did not identify him as a member of the Legion of Christ. The Legion's media tentacles spread in other ways, too. A legionary priest was named in 2005 to head the Internet Office of the Holy See, a prime piece of Vatican turf. And the free online news agency Zenit, with 500,000 subscribers around the world, was secretly overseen by the Legion and its lay affiliates at Regnum Christi. Reporters sometimes joked about the cloned good looks of legionary priests and the fact that they tended to show up in pairs when invited anywhere outside their religious headquarters. They could police each other if temptation arose. But many of us found Williams truly helpful and forthcoming. There was one topic he clearly didn't like talking about, however, the accusations against Father Marshall Maciel. But inevitably, as Maciel's case turned into a media hazard for the Legion, Williams was called upon to put the best face on the scandal. In April of 2002, When ABC News aired a lengthy and embarrassing report on Maciel, Williams defended the founder and head of his order with the usual arguments. The accusations were made decades after the fact. One accuser had said he had been pressured by others to make the claims and the Vatican had found no substance to them. Williams said he had known Maciel well, having lived with him for 10 years, and that the allegations were patently false. In short, Williams put his own reputation on the line. Those who knew Williams did not doubt his sincerity. But they also knew that legionaries, in addition to regular religious vows of obedience, poverty, and chastity, made a promise to never speak ill of their superior, and to report on anyone who did. The ABC News report had a kicker, one that shocked some viewers and amused others. Brian Ross, the ABC correspondent, waited one morning outside the apartment of Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, who would routinely walk across St. Peter's Square to his office at the doctrinal congregation. Nathan Ratzinger appeared. Ross and his cameras approached him and asked the cardinal why his office had not acted on the accusations against Maciel. Ratzinger, visibly upset at the ambush, said, "You do not ask such questions." After slapping Ross's hand, he told him heatedly, "Come to me when the moment is given, not yet." That seemingly cryptic remark proved prophetic a few years later. After gathering dust for years, the Maciel file landed on Monsignor Scicluna's desk in late 2004. The wills had already begun to turn the previous year, when the doctrinal congregation began to systematically process sex abuse cases. Pope John Paul, in a crucial but unpublicized document, had defined sexual abuse of minors as one of the graviora delicta, or more serious crimes, and had given the doctrinal office authority over all such accusations around the world. Among the cases now working their way through the pipeline was Father Maciel's. Ironically, the turning point came shortly after the gala's celebration of Maciel's 60th anniversary as a priest. A few days following the Pope's public praise, Cardinal Ratzinger decided there was enough evidence to prompt a deeper investigation. There was no announcement or official proclamation of this step. Instead, Ratzinger asked Scicluna to quietly pursue interviews with Maciel's accusers and others in an effort to reach some kind of resolution. Scicluna phoned Martha Wegan, a canon lawyer in Rome who was representing several of the accusers. Did the men still want to proceed with legal action? Scicluna asked her. Wegan posed the same question in a letter to 3 of the men. The answer in each case was yes. Scicluna's life was already becoming hectic, though you'd never know it to look at the man, who could seen sauntering down Via Giulia in the heart of Rome, white earbuds connected to an MP3 player in his pocket. Scicluna liked Mozart and found his music a soothing antidote to the blare of traffic as he threaded his way toward the Vatican each day. The priestly sex abuse cases were monopolizing his time and energy and straining the resources of the doctrinal congregation's 35-person staff. When some bishops in the United States began to complain that Rome was taking months to process cases, Scicluna responded that haste would lead to injustice. He acknowledged that the Vatican was on a learning curve, working out the details as it went. For example, the congregation had only recently determined that this special category, the grave crime of sexual abuse, included not only acts involving physical contact between a priest and a victim, but such things as downloading pedophile pornography. The congregation had also established that it must sometimes base its judgment on what Scicluna called moral certainty of the crime, rather than the existence of incontestable evidence. That was a vital policy decision, especially as Father Maciel came onto the Vatican's radar screen once again. It meant that in cases too old for evidence gathering, if there were several accusations involving the same person and the same pattern of manipulation, the moral certainty would be satisfactorily established. An even more ominous question hung over Maciel. In late 2002, prompted by the situation in the United States, Pope John Paul gave the doctrinal congregation the power to waive the statute of limitations on sex abuse cases that were especially egregious. That meant much older accusations, even those dating back as many as 30 years, would have to be investigated. To those who had been following all this closely, The new investigative phase of the Maciel case seemed a prelude to one of two courses of action: a church trial or a whitewash. One of those most surprised by the move was Juan José Vaca, who had been pounding at the Vatican's door for nearly 30 years. Vaca's faith in the system had understandably been shaken, and this new development didn't change that. "My personal feeling at this point is that I've lost all trust in Vatican officials," Vaca said in January of 2005. "Of course we will pursue it, but I don't expect anything to be done." Within weeks, however, Vaca learned that he and other witnesses would be granted their official hearings with Monsignor Scicluna. Even the doubters could see that, after all these years, the investigation had moved into a higher gear. What had happened inside the Vatican to prompt such a turnaround? Several factors had come into play. First was the simple truth that Maciel had become an embarrassment at a time when the Church was trying to convince the world that it would not tolerate predator priests. Second, the machinery that had been put into place, including Scicluna's appointment as a full-time prosecutor, ensured that the Vatican would slowly but surely process accusations, new and old. Ratzinger did not want unresolved cases sitting on the congregation's shelf. The third element, however, was perhaps the most significant: the failing health of Pope John Paul and its effect on the Vatican's internal balance of power. Even as Papal Secretary Monsignor Giwas tightened his grip on access to the Pope, he discovered that not every decision was being run past him anymore. Many in the Roman Curia were getting tired of treating Don Stanislaw as if he were Pope Stanislaw. In other offices in the Apostolic Palace, intimations of the Pope's mortality had created a sense of uncertainty. For years the Secretary of State, Cardinal Angelo Sodano, with either the Pope's explicit backing or his unstated support, had protected Maciel and made sure that no investigation gained traction. But with the Pope growing increasingly feeble, the doctrinal congregation was able to move ahead unchecked by Sodano's office. As the Pope went in and out of the hospital in February, Scicluna was making plans for his fact-finding trips to the United States and Mexico. Maciel had to be alarmed at these developments, even if other legionaries downplayed them. As the order prepared to meet in a General Assembly, Maciel decided not to stand for re-election as General Superior, having directed the Legion of Christ since its founding in 1941. Father Tom Williams assured reporters that the resignation had nothing to do with the reopened investigation, but was simply because Maciel was 84, too old to serve another 12-year term. In late March, on Good Friday, as the Pope lay sick in the Vatican, Cardinal Ratzinger presided over the traditional Way of the Cross at Rome's Colosseum. Ratzinger had written the meditations for each station, and as Vatican officials listened in shock, the German cardinal delivered a searing denunciation of the moral failures in the Church. The line that everyone quoted in coming days and weeks was, "How much filth there is in the Church, and even among those who, in the priesthood, ought to belong entirely to Christ." Unlike the frail Pope, Ratzinger appeared fully capable of moving against offenders, and ready to do, but there were more twists to be played out. When John Paul died on April 2, it triggered an inevitable and unpredictable shift in power. If a Latin American Pope were elected, he might be much less eager to act against Maciel. In fact, had the College of Cardinals been polled at the time, a majority would probably have viewed the accusations against Maciel as ancient history not worth exhuming. But when Ratzinger emerged as Pope Benedict XVI on the fourth ballot of the conclave, it must have sent a shudder through Maciel and his followers. Few people dared to connect Cardinal Ratzinger's Good Friday meditations directly to Maciel, at least in public. But one Italian reporter did. Sandro Magister, who covered the Vatican for Espresso magazine and wrote a popular blog, quoted Ratzinger approvingly and said Scicluna's interviews had uncovered even more filth. "The sequence of recent events seems to have turned against Maciel," he wrote in May of 2005. Magister is widely read in church circles, and his column is picked up by a number of Catholic blogs around the world. For the Legion, then, this was a public relations bombshell that could not go unanswered. A few hours after Magister's article appeared, the Legion had its defensive weapon in place, a one-line fax from the Secretariat of State that stated that Maciel was not presently facing a canonical process, nor was one foreseen in the future. The Legion immediately sent out a press release proclaiming this good news, along with a forceful denial of accusations by Maciel and a turn-the-other-cheek message for his critics. We hold no grudge against those who accuse us, rather, we keep them in our prayers. Cardinal Sodano was apparently still looking out for Father Maciel. To the untrained eye, the Vatican statement seemed like a declaration of innocence. What it was, in fact, was the equivalent of a smoke bomb, a diversionary tactic to buy time and deflect attention. Of course there was no canonical process underway for one thing. Cicluna had not yet finished his preliminary investigation, which was needed to determine whether a canonical trial would follow. No trial was foreseen, the Vatican said, but that, too, exploited a nuance. At the Vatican, most things, including meetings, documents, and papal trips, are not foreseen until they are officially announced. In an even more subtle way, pending the result of Cicluna's investigation, the Legion was trying to preemptively narrow the definition of guilt in the public mind. A church trial, according to the Legion's line, would mean the accusations were substantial, anything less would be presented as a Maciel victory over his accusers. Perhaps the Legion already knew that there was strong sentiment in some Vatican quarters for an extrajudicial punishment of Maciel, a penalty based on the evidence uncovered by Cicluna but without going through a painful and time-consuming trial. A summary judgment and quick conclusion, it was argued, would deliver justice but spare the Church, the octogenarian Maciel and the Legion of Christ further embarrassment. The Legion's public relations coup had a devastating effect on the men who had waited so long for action against Maciel. "I am outraged," Juan Vaca told the National Catholic Reporter. "We are being re-abused." David Clohessy, director of Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests, SNAP, called the Vatican's action a transparent whitewash. Yet the wheels continued to grind slowly forward inside the Vatican. Although Cicluna was becoming more and more Sphinx-like, I called him a few months later with a simple question. In spite of the Secretary of State's disclaimer, was the case against Maciel still alive? First came the hearty laugh, followed by the predictable no comment. When I tell you that I cannot comment on things that are sub iudice, you understand what I mean? Sub iudice, of course, means under judicial consideration. In typically oblique fashion, Cicluna had given me my answer. The judgment finally came in May of 2006. In a terse communiqué, the Vatican announced that Father Maciel had been called to live a life of prayer and penance and to renounce any public ministry as a priest. The decision was taken by the doctrinal congregation and approved personally by Pope Benedict, after the results of Cicluna's investigation had been reviewed. At the same time, the Vatican said a canonical trial of Maciel was being waived because of his advanced age and poor health. Finally, it tossed a bone to the legionaries, affirming that their work in the Church was appreciated, independent of the person of the founder. For Maciel and the Legion of Christ, this was a serious blow. In effect, the Vatican was stating publicly that the accusations were substantial enough to warrant an extrajudicial punishment. The penalty, in fact, was the same as that imposed on clerical sex abusers in the United States who, because of old age or infirmity, were not dismissed from the priesthood. And yet, from the Legion's point of view, it could have been worse. Maciel could have been forced to face the accusations in embarrassing detail in a church trial. He could have been defrocked, with no chance of appeal. He could have been excommunicated for his role in absolving seminarians of their sins. All this might have triggered a deeper investigation of the order and its secrecy. Technically, there was no explicit acknowledgement of Maciel's guilt, and that was something the Legion's PR people could work with. In a statement posted on its website shortly after the Vatican announcement, the Legion said Maciel had declared his innocence but, following the example of Jesus Christ, decided not to defend himself in any way. He would accept the Vatican decision in a spirit of obedience and serenity of conscience. If anyone was looking for a sign of contrition here, they found none. Instead, the statement offered self-serving SPM. The Legion's PR efforts were pure pretense. A month before the public announcement, in fact, the Vatican had informed the Legion leadership that its investigation had found Maciel guilty of the gravest accusations. Claiming otherwise, and presenting Maciel as a Christ-like figure of suffering, was simply outrageous. The popular Catholic news agency Zenit, a Legion of Christ operation, although unadvertised as such, had its own characterization of the Vatican's action against Maciel. The Holy See's statement, released Friday, said it would stop the canonical investigation into allegations against the 86-year-old, Mexican-born founder. In short, the Legion was exploiting a margin of ambiguity. Not surprisingly, this characterization of the Vatican's decision disappointed Maciel's accusers and left them feeling the system had somehow let them down. This was a travesty of justice, a compromise, said Juan José Vaca. They did not apply canon law. They should have had a church trial. Why didn't they? Maciel was invited to a life of personal prayer. What is that? The statement is not punitive enough, and of course the Legion is twisting it and saying, you see, Father Maciel was not officially charged. Just look at their website. José Barba Martin, who had testified to Cicluna that he had been abused by Maciel at age 16 in Rome, said the church was sending the wrong message to let him off and invite him to meditate. He wanted Maciel's punishment to fit the gravity of the crime. Paul Lennon was pleased that the Vatican did take some action, finally, but disappointed that no mention had been made of the victims. They were just kind of left hanging out there. They had been called liars by the Legion. If you read the Vatican statement, that's still up in the air. It allows each party to continue thinking they were right. Few people would have guessed how difficult it was for the Vatican to go even this far, and what kind of shock waves it would send through Rome. In his own way, Pope Benedict had set a new course. Under John Paul XI, it had been unthinkable to criticize the new religious orders and movements that had flourished in recent decades but that often operated with a hidden agenda in a cult-like climate of secrecy. John Paul considered them the future of the Church, the engine that could power his cherished new evangelization. And the Legion of Christ was leading the way. The legionaries had risen to such prominence that they now expected a bigger share in the running of the Church's central administration. They had shown they could deliver vocations, missionary zeal, influence, and money, and they wanted to help hold the reins of power. They had already won key appointments under John Paul, and Pope Benedict was expected to keep up the trend, favoring organizations like the Legion over traditional but numerically declining orders like the Jesuits, the Franciscans, and the Dominicans. But in fact the opposite was happening. In his first year as Pope, Benedict turned repeatedly to the older orders, rewarding the Jesuits in particular. And now the Legion's charismatic leader had been tarred and feathered. The public disgracing of Maciel also had some undeniable Old World/New World overtones. Most Latin American bishops defended the Legion, and in Mexico the order was practically a shadow government for the Church. I'll never forget the revelation I experienced during a trip by Pope John Paul to Mexico City in 2002. Wandering through the massive building that housed the press center, I mistakenly took an elevator to the top floor, where I caught a glimpse of Father Tom Williams hurrying into an unmarked room. I followed him through the door and came face to face with the Legionaries' media operation, a high-tech panorama of people and equipment that was as big or bigger than the media center serving the entire press corps. I was quickly and politely ushered out. Mexico City Cardinal Rivera Carrera was, not surprisingly, one of the Legion's biggest backers. But with the Vatican decision on Maciel, the Latin American moment in the Church seemed to have ended. In addition, many saw Pope Benedict's move against Maciel as a mark against his predecessor, the great Pope John Paul XI, highlighting one of the late Pope's biggest failings as universal shepherd, the handling of sex abuse cases. Jason Berry, the reporter who helped break the Maciel story in 1997, wrote in a commentary in the Los Angeles Times that Benedict had cast doubt on his predecessor's judgment. Historians now must scramble to explain why the late Pope John Paul XI, who called for the Church to atone for institutional sins by the purification of historical memory, sheltered Maciel for years. Even some Vatican officials now thought John Paul's unquestioning support for the Legionaries of Christ had been reckless. He had personally ordained their priests, visited their university, brought them into important Vatican offices and, shortly before he died, given them control over an international pilgrim house, the prestigious Notre Dame Center in Jerusalem. Not everyone in the Vatican hierarchy was comfortable with the Legion, and in particular some viewed the order's high departure rate as a red flag. A few bishops, including Cardinal Roger Mahony of Los Angeles, were so concerned about the Legion's secrecy and predatory recruiting methods that they would not allow the order to work in their dioceses. But John Paul would hear no criticism. He was impressed with the Legion's growing influence in education, communication, and social services, its apostolic fervor, as he put it, and once said he was counting on the order to set the whole world on fire. Now that Maciel had been marginalized, the question whispered in the halls of the Vatican was a simple one: would the Legion's fire be extinguished? Two tremors in 2007 demonstrated that the Maciel affair was far from over. One was hidden from public view inside the Vatican, and the other was played out in a Virginia courtroom. That June, rumors began to circulate that Pope Benedict had quietly ordered the Legion of Christ to do away with two practices that had helped create the Maciel mess in the first place. The first were two private vows made by legionaries, in which they professed never to aspire to a position in the Legion and never to criticize a superior. According to former legionaries, the private vows were made in secret, usually in front of Father Maciel himself, and included this promise: no professed religious should ever externally criticize, either by word, in writing, or by any other means, any act of governance or the person of any director or superior of the congregation. Anyone who heard such criticism made by a fellow legionary was obligated to report him. To Maciel's accusers, this vow was an important instrument of control, granting the founder an untouchable status and creating a general cult-like atmosphere. The second practice quashed by Benedict was that of legionary superiors habitually hearing the confessions of their subordinates. His accusers, it should be remembered, reported that Maciel had used confession to ensure that his abuse of younger members remained hidden. This was an important story, but I needed confirmation from someone at the Legion or the Vatican. The Legion wasn't saying anything because, as Father Tom Williams put it, they viewed these as internal questions. The man to see was the head of the Vatican's Congregation for Religious Orders, Cardinal Frank Rode. Fortunately, he was an old acquaintance. I first met Rode in the late 1980s, when he worked for a now-defunct Vatican agency called the Pontifical Council for Dialogue with Non-Believers. A native of Slovenia, Rode had a keen interest in Eastern European politics and was keeping a watchful eye on developments in Moscow. In 1989, with the Eastern Bloc in turmoil, Rode invited some of the Soviet Union's top minds to a dialogue in the tiny town of Klingenthal, France. Though most of the encounter was closed-door, I went up to France to cover it. Based on what I heard from participants, I came away with the conviction that Glasnost was about to set dramatic changes in motion and that Rode was astutely positioning the Church to make the most of these reforms. When the Soviet Union disintegrated, Slovenia was among the satellite countries that regained its freedom. Rode was made Archbishop of Ljubljana, his birthplace, and it seemed like a happy culmination of a clerical career. But for some reason, Rode was not a perfect fit in Slovenia. The few times I spoke with him, he seemed unhappy at the post-communist turn of events. It was a phenomenon happening all over Eastern Europe. His country's citizens were embracing freedom, but not the freedom to believe in God and follow the Church. By 2004, Rode was back at the Vatican, appointed by Pope John Paul as prefect of the Congregation for Institutes of Consecrated Life and Societies of Apostolic Life. His job was to monitor the hundreds of religious orders and institutes, male and female, around the world. In September of 2007, one went to ask Rode about the latest rumors regarding the Legion of Christ. I was ushered into the congregation's elegant first-floor receiving room, which looked out onto St. Peter's Square. At 73, the cardinal was no longer the young Turk. There were puffy bags under his eyes, I noticed, and his face was now framed by white hair. His eyes still sparkled, though, and he managed a smile. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Beating around the bush was not a very strategy with Rode, so I told him bluntly that I'd heard about Pope Benedict's orders to the Legion, and I'd also heard that the Legionary Superior, Father Alvaro Corcuera Martinez del Rio, was quietly making the rounds of legionary houses around the world to explain the Pope's decision. Rhodes' eyes lost a bit of their sparkle, but he was still smiling. "So you want to know, has there been a decision to suppress private vows in the Legion of Christ?" "John, on this you will not get one word from me, not one word," he said. It was a no comment, but the way he'd phrased it was intriguing. I felt certain that if the rumors were completely false, Rode would have found a way to let me know. He hadn't done that. And then he went on to deal with the second part of the question. "As for confession, it would be logical for us to tell any religious order to avoid that practice. It's in canon law. You can't have a religious superior confessing members of the order. That would be an abuse. The person deciding the member's future or making the order's decisions shouldn't be entering into the foro interno of the conscience. This is true of all orders, and there should be no exceptions," he said. Again, Rode seemed to be suggesting there was something substantial to the reports I'd heard. But he wasn't finished. He didn't want me to leave his office with the wrong impression, the impression that the Vatican was signaling lack of confidence in the Legion of Christ. He leaned in a little more closely and began defending the Legion in no uncertain terms. "If there's anything dynamic left in the Church today, it's them," he said. "They have the talent, the ideas, and the means to carry them through." He recalled a recent trip he'd taken to Atlanta, where he had addressed some 4,000 legionaries and members of Regnum Christi at their 10th annual Youth and Family Encounter. Rode had been mightily impressed. He'd then gone down to Mexico to visit legionary houses, where he found an incredibly vibrant apostolate. "Did I know," he asked, "that the Legion now runs 23 universities, 23 around the world? One new legionary university was geared particularly to the poor," he said, "offering young people an educational path out of poverty. The Legion had 490 seminarians in Rome. And when it came to fundraising, did it better than the Legion. They have zeal and energy. They know what they want to do and can raise the money to do it," he said. The gleam was back in Rhodes' eye. In a way, I understood his enthusiasm. Rode probably spent the better part of his days reading depressing reports about the decline of Catholic religious orders, their lack of new vocations, the need to close their schools, concern about their aging membership and rising pension costs, the wisdom of selling off their property. But the Legion of Christ ran counter to all these trends. It was successful. It grew and thrived. It had money. It even had lay followers. It was an island of success in a sea of trouble. In Rhodes' view, that was probably one reason it was under attack. As I walked out of Rhodes' office, I realized that this was one of those important Vatican stories that would be almost impossible to report because no one would publicly acknowledge it. Not only had Benedict disciplined Maciel, but now he had personally intervened to reform the Legion's ways and help prevent such abuse in the future. He had trimmed the Legion's sails, and in doing so had sent one of the strongest signals of his pontificate. The irony was that the world outside the Vatican didn't know it. VVN Paul Lennon arrived at his home in Virginia one afternoon in August 2007. He saw a thick packet wedged against his door. He picked it up and quickly recognized from the markings that it was some kind of legal document. He went inside, sat on the couch and had just enough time to unpack its contents when a young woman knocked at his door. Polite and smartly dressed, she told Lennon that it was her job to hand him an envelope that turned out to be a summons to appear in court in 1 week's time. The packet, he later discovered, was a complaint drawn up by the Legion of Christ, Inc., and as he read through the more than 40 pages of legalese, Lennon realized they were suing him in order to shut down his websites, regainnetwork.org and exlegionaries.com. Regain had become a kind of central clearinghouse of criticism of the Legion, and the ex-legionaries site was a discussion board where many former members told their stories. The complaint alleged that Lenin had stolen personal and proprietary documents from the Legion and disseminated them online in an attempt to maliciously damage the order. The documents in question, listed in an appendix, were the foundational publications of the Legion that circulated among its members, its constitution, its norms, 12 volumes of letters from Father Maciel, and even a book called Etiquette and Social Formation used in seminary programs. It struck Lenin as ironic that the Legion was arguing that dissemination of these materials had caused the order irreparable harm. It seemed like a self-indictment and, in a sense, pointless. How could documents that had already seen the light of day now be hidden away again behind this archaic notion of privacy? But the tone of the complaint and its addenda were quite serious. The Legion was asking for pretrial seizure of the documents as well as their return in hard copy or electronic format, the deletion from Lenin's websites of any information that derived from them, and a permanent injunction against their use in the future. Although Lenin possessed only copies of these documents and no originals, the complaint listed their fair market value as at least $750,000. The suit also aimed to identify conspirators who had posted information about the Legion using web pseudonyms. Lenin sighed deeply as he turned page after page of requests, motions, and exhibits. This was censorship, pure and simple. And it would not be easy to fight. Lenin knew he needed a lawyer, so he immediately made a few phone calls. What he heard was disheartening. The lawyers wanted between $20,000 and $70,000 as a deposit before even touching the case. He didn't have that kind of money. At the moment, Regain had $400 in its bank account. So Lenin went to the first court appearance representing himself. The judge told him to get a lawyer as soon as possible, and in the meantime to hand over any of the Legion's documents in his possession. Lenin eventually found a lawyer willing to work for a modest fee, and they began filing an endless series of briefs with the court, including a motion to dismiss the complaint. In November of 2007, they appeared in court, but instead of resolving anything, it only set in motion a new round of discovery and depositions. Lenin was meanwhile trying desperately to raise money for his cause, and not finding it easy. He passed the hat online with a series of YouTube videos, which generated a trickle of contributions ranging from $10 to $1,000, most of them modest donations from individual Catholics. As the weeks turned into months, it became clear that the Legion's strategy was to bury him in legal fees, and Lenin realized it would probably work. Worse, from the outset Judge Lisa Bonder of Kemmler seemed inclined to go along with the thrust of the Legion's complaint. In January of 2008, at Lenin's second court appearance, she ruled that the conspiracy motion could go forward and ordered him to turn over documents and reveal the names of third parties who had posted forbidden material on exlegionnaires.com. For Lenin, the hearing was a disaster, and he had already run out of money. He had spent $20,000 raised so far and owed another $9,000. His lawyer was talking seriously about a settlement. Dispirited, Lenin came home one night in late January and, checking his email, learned that Father Marshal Maciel had just died. The news of Father Maciel's death spread quickly in Rome, yet there was something typically secretive about the way that even this development was handled by the Legion of Christ. For one thing, no information about the cause of death was made available. Maciel had died on January 30 at age 87 in the United States, but the Legion did not say exactly where. Some reports said Houston, others Florida. In Rome, everyone wondered whether Maciel's longtime friends in the Vatican would appear at the funeral and try to rehabilitate his image. But the new Director General of the Legionaries, Father Alvaro Corcura, announced on the order's website that, in keeping with Maciel's wishes, the funeral will be celebrated in an atmosphere of prayer, in a simple and private manner. In other words, there would be no public eulogies, and no parade of cardinals or Vatican officials. The big question was whether Pope Benedict would send a condolence telegram to the Legion. Such gestures are routine, and in the case of so prominent a figure would have been obligatory except for Maciel's ambiguous status when he died. This was, after all, a man who had founded one of the most dynamic religious orders in modern times. As the days passed, however, it became clear that the Pope had no intention of glossing over Maciel's transgressions with a post-mortem message. The Legion's usual Vatican supporters were strangely quiet as well. At the Legion's headquarters in Rome, there was no activity at the Church of Our Lady of Guadalupe, where Maciel had many years earlier constructed an elaborate mausoleum as his final resting place. In fact, his body would not be coming to Rome. A week after his death, with little fanfare, Maciel was buried in his hometown of Cotija, Mexico. Ultimately, the Vatican would not mark his passing with even a single word. In March of 2008, Paul Lennon sent an email to Regain supporters informing them with sadness of his legal defeat. He simply could not afford to keep fighting the Legion of Christ, Inc. The lawyers were already preparing a settlement, and he knew that under its terms he could not discuss the lawsuit. A few days later he removed his YouTube videos about the suit and sent out another email declaring, "My lips are sealed." The exlegionaries.com site was shut down. The excerpts from the offending proprietary documents were removed from the Regain website. The site continued to function, but the criticism of the Legion now lacked the corroborative bite of the founder's own words and policies. At the end of it all, Lennon's legal bill amounted to just over $40,000, and he felt fortunate that most of that amount had been raised through contributions. Thank God, he thought, that the Legion had not pressed for damages and its own legal fees. Lennon had not given up, however. For years he had been putting together notes for a book, a personal memoir and expose, detailing his experience in the Legion. He had shopped around for a publisher and not gotten very far, but then discovered that he could affordably self-publish with Book.1-2. Over the next several months he completed his project, and in August his 400-page paperback went on sale under the title Our Father, Who Art in Bed, a naive and sentimental Dubliner in the Legion of Christ. Lennon's tale was less about sexual abuse than about mind control. He described in detail the cult-like atmosphere fostered by Maciel and the psychological isolation he'd suffered when he dared to question the founder's methods and practices. Lennon had invested about $1,000 in publishing the book, and on a good day he sold 2 or 3 copies. At that rate, he told himself, he would probably not lose money on the venture. The important thing was that he was keeping public attention on a scandal the rest of the church seemed willing to quietly forget. In February of 2009, a year after Maciel's death, the foundations of the Legion of Christ suddenly began to tremble. Rumors percolated in emails and soon appeared in Catholic blogs that had arisen during the sex abuse scandal and its aftermath, and were unsympathetic to perpetrators of any stripe that Father Corcura, the Legion director, was quietly visiting the order's centers in the United States and revealing to their communities some shocking facts about Nuestro Padre, specifically that Father Maciel had once had a mistress, possibly a very young woman, and had fathered a child. A few days later the Legion headquarters in Rome confirmed those reports and said the order was acknowledging the scandal as part of a process of purification desired by Pope Benedict X. As the days went by, other high-ranking legionaries came forth to express their sense of suffering and surprise at the discoveries. Father Tom Williams, who had once so adamantly defended Maciel on the basis of having known him personally for many years, now said that the Legion was removing the founder's pictures from its walls. In the United States, Legion spokesman Jim Fair said the order had learned only recently of inappropriate behavior by Father Maciel, that public examination of the details would serve no cause, that the order would continue its ministries and that Maciel would never be renounced by the Legion of Christ. "It's one of the mysteries of our faith, that someone can have tremendous flaws but yet the Holy Spirit can work through them," Fair stated. In other words, the show must go on. Once again, however, the Legion's self-serving public statements belied the truth. Legion of Christ officials had known about or suspected Maciel's misdeeds for several years. In 2006, for example, Father Luis Garza, the second in command at the Legion, noted the presence of a woman with whom Maciel was rumored to have had an affair. Garza did some investigating and by September of that year he was certain that Maciel had fathered a child. More evidence trickled in, and by 2008 top legionaries had a fairly complete picture of Nuestro Padre. They just didn't tell anyone. But while the Legion now presented its public acknowledgement of Maciel's misdeeds as a courageous and painful act of self-examination, some former members suspected that its officials were essentially sacrificing their dead founder's reputation in order to save the corporation. Nowhere was there any hint that the order itself bore any responsibility for a cover-up. On the contrary, the Legion's highest officials were portraying themselves as victims of Maciel's duplicity. And while the Legion was admitting to the founder's extramural heterosexual affair, he was human. After all, it refused to touch the more serious allegations that Maciel had turned his own seminary into a pedophilia camp. In essence, it was pleading guilty to the lesser charge. The Legion insisted that it was dealing with the problem internally, as a family. Father Paolo Scarafoni, the Legion's spokesman in Rome, said that with prudence and charity we are informing our members and trying to help each other overcome this situation. What is important is not to renounce the great mission that we have. As the statements kept coming, it became obvious that most legionaries were reciting from the same script. And in fact, the conservative blog American Papist soon published a talking points memo that had been sent out to key members of the Legion and its lay affiliate, Regnum Christi, complete with sample questions and answers. It read like a catechism of damage control. What do you have to say about Father Maciel? To our surprise and pain, we recognize that some of our founder's behavior was incompatible with his priestly condition. We are deeply sorry for the offenses he committed and we ask pardon for the scandal this has caused. Even so, we can't forget that our founder was the instrument that passed on, in all its integrity, the charism God gave him and the Church approved. For that, we are forever grateful to him. How do you explain Father Maciel's behavior? It's very hard to understand. We are not able to grasp it fully, and we probably never will. It's part of the mystery of human behavior, and involves moral and psychological factors, circumstances, etc. It's especially hard to mesh all the good that we knew about him with the facts that are emerging now. At any rate, he has already passed away. Were the superiors aware of these facts? The superiors had no evidence of these facts, and they suspected nothing. And how was that possible? We all trusted our founder. It never occurred to us to be suspicious of his behavior. Frankly, with 2020's hindsight we see that we should have been more alert to possible signals. But the superiors acted unsuspectingly. They never knowingly collaborated with his misdeeds or covered up the situation once they found out. Strangely, even as the Legion professed its shock and sadness at the founder's weaknesses, its website clung to the official hagiography. The Legion's specific charism is to know, live, and preach the commandment of love that Jesus Christ came to bring us with his incarnation. From the first years of the foundation, Father Maciel has transmitted this charism with his testimony of life and through tireless preaching and writing. Meanwhile, new allegations leaked out, now concerning money. The major media were now paying attention to priests who had left the Legion years earlier. Father Stephen Fichter, an American ex-legionary who was once the order's chief financial officer, told the New York Times that whenever Maciel left Rome, I always had to give him $10,000 in cash, S5,000 in American dollars and S5,000 in the currency of wherever he was going. Fichter added, as legionaries, we were taught a very strict poverty. If I went out of town and bought a Big Pen and a chocolate bar, I would have to turn in the receipts. And yet for Father Maciel there was never any accounting. It was always cash, never any paper trail. The spending money was the tip of the iceberg, according to some rumors coming out of Mexico City, which spoke of money laundering on a grand scale. All this made it more difficult for the Legion to finesse the situation by making a limited confession, professing shock and ignorance, and moving on without Maciel. But it was a fine line the Legion was trying to walk on the question of the founder's continued influence in the order's life. While they were taking down his pictures, his writings remained as the foundation of the legionary formation program. That didn't make much sense, but they were in a bind. The Legion had built its whole raison d'etre on Maciel, and without him it would lose what is known in the Church as its charism, a distinctive spiritual gift that gives religious orders their identity. At that point, it might have been more judicious to disband the order and reorganize it, a thought that had already occurred to Vatican officials and even some former friends of the Legion. Soon after the allegations were made public, I called Cardinal Frank Rode for an interview on these points, but he indicated that he decided to give only one interview on the issue, to the National Catholic Register, a newspaper controlled by the Legion of Christ. Rode, the overseer of religious orders, was continuing to work behind the scenes to protect the Legion's enterprise. The Legion could also count on the support of Cardinal Angelo Sodano, the retired Secretary of State and now the Dean of the College of Cardinals, who had ordained 49 new legionary priests in St. Peter's Basilica only a month earlier. No other order was producing vocations as successfully, which helped account for the Legion's continued backing in some of the Vatican's highest offices. But the fulcrum had gradually been moving in the debate over the Legion, and critical voices, primarily from the United States, were now given more weight. Among them was that of Archbishop Edwin O'Brien of Baltimore, who flew to Rome in February of 2009 and met with Father Corcura at Legion headquarters. O'Brien had asked for full disclosure of the operations of the Legion, which ran an academy in the suburbs of Baltimore, and he wasn't getting the answers or cooperation he wanted. In the wake of the disclosures about Mayseal, O'Brien announced loudly and clearly that he wouldn't recommend that his faithful have anything to do with the Legion or its lay association. It seems to me and many others that this was a man with an entrepreneurial genius who, by systematic deception and duplicity, used our faith to manipulate others for his own selfish ends, he said. The writer George Weigel, seen by many as the voice of conservative Catholicism in the United States, called for a full outside audit of the Legion, carried out not by Cardinal Rode's congregation or other Roman Curia offices but by someone who answered only to Pope Benedict. Weigel castigated the Legion leadership for self-serving statements that only confirmed the organization's institutionalized culture of defensiveness. He even dared to suggest the unthinkable, that the Legion might best be dissolved. What may have alarmed Legion of Christ leaders even more than these high-profile critiques was the fact that Catholic media and the Catholic blogosphere had both turned very hostile. Catholic bloggers are in general very conservative and might have been expected to be less critical of the Legion. But the opposite was happening. Typical was an essay posted on the blog of the Catholic Weekly or Sunday Visitor by Kevin Kaiser, a moral theology student, who urged accountability instead of talking points. This is the time for concrete words and concrete actions. This is not the time to use terms like purification or any overly abstract word in public statements. This is not the time for giving a spiritualized account of what the will of God is trying to achieve by this turn of events, and still less a time to refer to it as a miracle, or a mystery that needs to be processed. The Internet became a meeting ground for U.S. Catholics scandalized by the Legion, including many lay members of Regnum Christi. As an internal revolt, it was small-scale, but it was unprecedented in the Legion's history. Despite being informed by Legion officials that there was no need to exhume the sordid details of Father Mayseal's shortcomings, they wanted to know. They wanted to make sure there hadn't been a cover-up. They wanted to examine again the accusations of pedophilia, well aware that the Legion continued to run a variety of youth activities. They wanted names, dates, and numbers. They wanted clarity and full disclosure. What Legion officials didn't seem to comprehend, despite all their insistence on Mayseal being only human and a flawed instrument in the hands of God, was that the relevant issue was not about being sinful, but about being deceitful. They had underestimated the depth of outrage and sense of betrayal. The formation back, chaos packed with Mayseal's teachings now read like a litany of hypocrisy. Purity of heart is so foreign to the licentiousness and cult of sex all around us. We should never lie for any reason whatsoever. Lips that lie are abhorrent to Yahweh. All this raised the question, how can a man who was humanly, morally, and psychologically bankrupt have a positive charism? That issue was taken up by Edward N. Peters, a respected canon law expert whose blog is widely read among Americans at the Vatican. In a series of posts he pointed out that Mayseal's actions, had they been discovered in his lifetime, would probably have warranted not only expulsion from religious life but also penal dismissal from the clerical state, something unthinkable for the founders of healthy religious orders. Peters ridiculed the argument that Maciel nevertheless bequeathed a valuable charism that must endure, arguing that it was just as likely that Maciel had established a religious order to assure himself of ample access to sexual targets and unaccountable funds. In any case, what was this presumed charism of the Legion that had to be protected in these times of trial? To Peters, the Legion's charism was virtually indistinguishable from the Maciel persona. And therein lay the contradiction. What can one say, with a straight face, about a religious institute that must scramble to remove, forever, its founder's pictures from the walls hardly a year after laying him in the grave? There were two striking features about the reaction to this latest chapter of the Maciel scandal. The first was that, in former centuries, questions about the future of a religious order would have been quietly discussed within the Vatican, without the involvement of lay people. But in this case, Maciel and the Legion had become the center of an open and acrimonious debate among Catholics. The second element was that the outrage had found public expression, particularly in Maciel's native Mexico. Although pilgrims still came to Maciel's hometown of Cotija and prayed at his grave, Mexican media were reporting on the scandal on an almost daily basis. In the United States, where for years coverage of Maciel had largely been confined to the pages of the National Catholic Reporter, criticism now poured in from all sides of the Catholic spectrum. In Rome, Legion officials were tracking public sentiment carefully and concluded that they could weather the storm. One thing that worked in their favor was that, with few exceptions, Vatican higher ups did not want publicity about this scandal any more than the Legion did. Even if the Legion did have to be brought to heel, it could be done without radical measures and without a public fight. To a good number of Vatican officials, the calls for transparency and full accountability were typical of moralistic and legalistic Americans, but not necessarily helpful for the universal church. Some even suggested that probing into the details of Maciel's failings was leading people to the sin of detraction, revealing a person's secret faults when no proportionate good can result. As one Vatican official put it, "We have a 2,000-year history of not airing dirty laundry. You don't really expect that to change, do you?" In March of 2009, one got a tip that the Legionaries of Christ and all their related institutions would be the subject of an apostolic visitation. The term visitation is a Vatican euphemism for investigation. It's always a serious matter. It doesn't necessarily bring disaster for those being investigated. In some cases, it's a harmless way to clear the air after doubts or suspicions have been raised about a religious order or diocese, almost a public relations operation. In others, it's a genuine shakedown, a prelude to drastic action by the Pope. The Legionaries hoped for the first scenario, a kind of collective examination of conscience, followed perhaps by a reorganization and a new sense of mission detached from the person of Father Marshal Maciel de Gallajoux. The Vatican was clearly cooperating with the Legionaries in their attempt to put the best possible spin on things. In a letter, Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, the Vatican Secretary of State, characterized the visitation in typical Curia language. "The Holy Father is aware of the noble ideals that inspire you and the fortitude and prayerful spirit with which you are facing the current vicissitudes, and he encourages you to continue seeking the good of the Church and society by means of your own distinctive initiatives and institutions." Translation: You've done some very good things, and we're not going to throw all that out the window. In this regard, you can always count on the help of the Holy See, so that with truth and transparency, in a climate of fraternal and constructive dialogue, you will overcome the present difficulties. Translation: There's probably a solution here, but we will be dictating it. In this respect, the Holy Father has decided to carry out an apostolic visitation to the institutions of the Legionaries of Christ through a team of prelates. Translation: Prepare for a period of penitence. The team of prelates, I later learned from legionary sources, was made up of 5 bishops who were given geographical assignments. In the United States, the call went to Denver Archbishop Charles Chaput, who would later be named a cardinal and transferred to Philadelphia. As a visitator, his task was to interview past and present members of the Legion, visit their seminaries and religious houses, and try to piece together a picture of the order's spiritual health and power dynamics. Chaput soon found himself bombarded by hundreds of lengthy letters and emails from former Legion priests and seminarians and their families, and he had to put out a public announcement asking for brevity, a paragraph or two, if possible, in these over-the-transom testimonies. Officially, the Legion welcomed the visitation. From its headquarters in Rome, Father Corcura, whose position was looking less and less tenable, issued a statement inviting all the legionary priests and lay members of Regnum Christi to thank God for the help that the Holy Father is offering us and to welcome the visitors with sincere charity and faith as representatives of the Vicar of Christ. But already Corcura was seeing key people depart, part of what some insiders called a quiet exodus from the Legion of Christ. In the United States, Father Thomas Berg, executive director of the New York-based Institute for Ethics and the Human Person, announced he was leaving the Legion and would become a priest of the New York Archdiocese. He did not go silently, however. After denouncing the disastrous response by the Legion of Christ leadership to the Maciel mess, he charged that the core issue in the order was the promotion of conformity and unquestioning submission that allowed Maciel to build a cult of personality and cover for his misdeeds. Berg's broadside echoed criticism murmured for years in some U.S. church circles, but now it was coming from one of the most respected legionaries in the country. With his departure, Father Berg seemed to be saying the Legion was irreformable. Meanwhile, Archbishop Chaput and the other 4 visitators were having a hard time keeping up with fresh rumors and revelations about Father Marcial Maciel de Galajuo. News media in Mexico and Spain reported that at least 3 and 5 additional individuals were claiming to be Maciel's children, and some were suing the Legion of Christ for inheritance rights. Other reports said the acknowledged daughter of Maciel and her mother had been supported by Legion funds for years, and that the mother had been a minor when her relationship with Maciel began. If true, it would be difficult to believe that other high Legion officials had been unaware of the situation. In January of 2010, the Spanish newspaper El Mundo published another bombshell, a long article that described Maciel's pathetic and bizarre final hours. The article reported that by the time he died in January 2009, Maciel had at least 5 different identities. As Rael Rivas, he was the lover of Norma Hilda and the father of her daughter in Madrid. While he lay dying in Florida, the newspaper recounted, Maciel's personal secretaries were ordered to liquidate these identities and associated properties, trust funds, and bank accounts scattered all over the world, secret personal assets estimated to be worth close to $30 million. Sorting it out quietly, without public scandal, challenged even the Legion's crisis management abilities. In Maciel's final days, Norma Hilda and her daughter, also named Norma, showed up at Maciel's bedside, eager to take care of him. Maciel, instead of sending them away, told his aides, "I want to stay with them." The appearance of Maciel's lover and daughter so alarmed his aides that a call immediately went out to the Legion's headquarters in Rome, and soon the order's top officials were huddled in Maciel's in Jacksonville, Florida, along with the 2 Normas and an exorcist. Some of Maciel's assistants felt that his sudden rejection of all things religious might be the work of the devil. Toward the end, he refused to confess his sins, despairing of God's forgiveness, and when a fellow legionary tried to anoint him with holy oils, he shouted, "I said no." While sexual advances on seminarians could be kept secret for decades, these transgressions were different. They were committed outside the Legion's walls, and the repercussions were outside its control. The bedside spectacle in Jacksonville was the final act of Maciel's undoing, his utter disgrace. Yet still the Legion kept dissembling. The official announcement that Father Maciel had gone to his heavenly glory came from Father Corcura, who said simply that Nuestro Padre had died in front of an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe after writing his last words on a piece of paper, et verbum caro factum est. And the Word was made flesh. In March of 2010, on a popular Mexico City radio show, Blanca Estela Lara Gutierrez described how, some 30 years earlier, at the age of 19, she had come to know Maciel's alter ego Raúl Rivas in Tijuana. Rivas told her he was a private detective and a sometime CIA agent who wanted to have a family. Their son José Rafael was born 2 years later. They were a couple for 25 years, and their 2 children, as well as another child from a different father, called him Dad. Maciel was absent for long, unexplained stretches, and when he was around, the family failed to pick up on clear signs of his double identity. When we were eating breakfast, there were some people who would say, "Good morning, Padre," and we had orders to withdraw ourselves, Omar, his second son, told Mexican media. We never asked ourselves why they called him Padre. We supposed it was because he had many children. The masquerade was revealed in 1997, when the family saw Father Maciel on the cover of the Mexican magazine Contenido, with a story detailing the legionary seminarian's allegations of sexual abuse. Confronted by his family in a phone call, Maciel denied the accusations and sent them enough money to buy all the copies of Contenido in Cuernavaca, where they were living. Blanca Laura believed Maciel's protestations of innocence until the day in 1999 when her son Jose came to her and said that, beginning at age 7, he had been abused by his father. Omar came forward with a similar story. Maciel responded by sending them both to Spain for psychological treatment. His sons told Mexican journalists that before Maciel died, he had promised them that an inheritance had been placed in a trust fund, but there was no sign of that now, and the Legion of Christ had been of no assistance. They added the Legion of Christ responded to these disclosures by telling the press that, in essence, the Lara family's story was about money. In a statement posted on its website, the Legion provided details of a meeting between its procurator, Father Carlos Kirtley, and Jose Raul, who had asked the Legion for $26 million $6 million in fulfillment of his expected inheritance and $20 million in compensation for his sufferings. Couched in the language of compassion, we share the suffering and pain of the members of the family, understanding the difficult circumstances that they have lived and are living. The Legion played hardball. Father Kirtley's letter to Jose Raul, no doubt written on the advice of the Legion's lawyers, was posted online. On January 8 in the afternoon, I received your phone call, in which you confirmed your request, affirming that if you give me the money, I will keep quiet about the truth. The statement went on to say that the Legion could never accede to your request for money in exchange for silence. We will never accept petitions of this sort, which are also illicit, it continued. We prefer to seek and face the truth, no matter how painful it may be. By depicting itself as the victim of extortion, the Legion hoped to take the edge off the increasingly sensational revelations about Nuestro Padre. Its survival instinct had kicked into gear, precisely because, with each passing day, it felt more and more cornered. In March 2010, as the Legion's visitators prepared to submit their findings to the Pope, the 16 top officials of the Legion of Christ and Regnum Christi met in Rome. They knew their future was at stake, and the rumors coming out of the Vatican were not good. The general expectation in Rome was that the Vatican planned to decapitate the Legion and send in proxies to run the order and its $25 billion empire. Faced with being stripped of all their power and influence, after long discussion the officials decided to try a new tactic. It was time to disown Nuestro Padre. Until this moment, even while acknowledging Maciel's mistress or mistresses as the result of an unfortunate human failing, the Legion had carefully avoided any mention of the more serious accusation that he had sexually abused young seminarians for years. Now, in a statement that appeared on its website, the Legion's top brass admitted that these acts did take place and apologized to Maciel's accusers for failing to believe them. It was a desperate act of contrition, designed to demonstrate to the Vatican that the order's existing leadership was ready to turn the page. Their statement pledged a new attitude of cooperation with local bishops, more transparency in Legion operations, accountability at all levels, and safety for minors in all its institutions. Tensions were high when the 5 bishops reported back to Pope Benedict at the end of April 2010. The event turned out to be a surprise on several fronts. First, the meeting lasted one full day and spilled over into the next, as the Pope brought in the 3 Roman Curia cardinals who would do follow-up work: Cardinal Bertone, the Vatican Secretary of State, U.S. Cardinal William J. Levada, head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, and Cardinal Rode, the Legionaries booster who oversaw religious orders. These were men who presumably would not go out of their way to dismantle the Legion of Christ. But the Vatican, at the Pope's request, also released a statement that summarized the visitators' findings and hinted that the Legion could be gutted. The statement represented a hardening of the Vatican's official verdict on Father Maciel. It castigated him for his most grave and objectively immoral conduct and said he had committed true crimes that reflected a life devoid of scruples and of authentic religious sentiment. It said that most legionaries didn't know about his conduct because Maciel was a master of deceit, able to skillfully create alibis and obtain the trust, confidence, and silence of those around him. This line seemed to exonerate ordinary members of the Legion but implied that those whose silence was obtained would also have a day of reckoning. In a nod to Maciel's accusers, the Vatican statement expressed the Pope's gratitude to those who, although in the midst of great difficulties, have had the courage and determination to demand the truth. Finally, it said that Maciel's moral bankruptcy required the Legion to redefine its core mission and to change its authoritarian and secretive ways of operating. To the Legion's leaders, the communiqué read like an indictment, and the most shocking line was this: in fact, the disappointment about the founder could place in question the vocation and that nucleus of Charism that belongs particularly to the Legionaries of Christ. That left open the possibility that the whole operation might indeed have to dissolve, at least in its present form. And to make sure the Legion understood it was no longer controlling the situation, the Pope announced he'd be naming his own commissioner to run the order until final decisions were made. Reaction was swift. "It looks like they are calling for a refoundation of the Legion," Monsignor Cicluna told me after I read him the communiqué over the phone. He sounded pleased and perhaps a little surprised. Sandro Magister, whose blog had led the charge against Maciel in the Italian media, called the Vatican's judgment severe and unprecedented, and predicted there would be no indulgence shown to Maciel's allies in the Legion. The New York Times reported Pope Benedict had moved to rein in the order. The respected Jesuit commentator Father Tom Rees said the Pope had finally imposed martial law on the Legion of Christ. Officially the Legion welcomed the Vatican report, but behind the scenes its Politburo, led by Father Corcura, scrambled into action. A memo from the order's regional heads a few days later quickly leaked and published by Magister outlined how Legion officials should spin the media coverage. The Legion would undergo revision, not refounding, the Charism would be tweaked, not scrapped. The Pope expressed his appreciation for the Legion, not his disdain. Their key talking point on the Vatican communiqué was its assertion of their own innocence, when it says that most of the legionaries were unaware of this life of Maciel. This means that the majority knew nothing, including those who are currently in command of the Legion. The memo confirmed to critics that the self-preservation instinct still reigned inside Legion of Christ headquarters. Father Tom Williams, the media-friendly talking head, also tried to do some preemptive damage control. In an interview with a U.S. Catholic weekly, Williams portrayed himself as one of the innocents. "Father Maciel was always very discreet, and in the 10 years I lived with him I never witnessed anything but exemplary religious behavior. Maybe others did, but I certainly didn't. I don't believe that Father Alvaro knew anything about Father Maciel's immoral behavior, either, and I have no reason to believe that any of our current leadership was aware of this. I know that for people outside the Legion this can seem unbelievable, but for those on the inside it's just the way it was." A few weeks later Pope Benedict named the commissioner who would take interim control of the order, Italian Archbishop Villegio de Paulis. De Paulis was a canon law expert, whom I had interviewed several years earlier about the emerging sex abuse scandal in the United States. At that time, like many at the Vatican, he had seemed primarily concerned about protecting due process for accused priests. This was not a man, I said to myself, who would come in like a commando and start dismembering the Legion of Christ. He would take his time, and he would try to make certain that no good priest was lost in the process. In fact, de Paulis, who was made a cardinal a few months later, carried out his task in slow motion. It took him months to set up a 5-man outreach commission, which was tasked with listening to grievances from abuse victims and determining the proper response from the Legionaries of Christ. In Washington, Paul Lennon was intrigued by that announcement until he read the small print, the commission would not hear grievances from victims who had gone to court. To Lenin this smacked of a ploy aimed at neutralizing legal action against the order. The Legion's message is clear: be nice to us and we will be nice to you. But why should Mayseal's victims jump through more hoops? He asked. And why should they expect justice from a commission that included 2 key legionaries under Father Mayseal? I say go to your local church and civil authorities and sue the Legion's ass, he proclaimed on his blog. De Paulis, meanwhile, had announced that reform of the Legion might take 2 or 3 years or even more, and would require the establishment of at least 3 commissions. It seemed as if the Pope's strategy was to keep the Legion of Christ under close watch forever. In effect, Benedict was trying not to kill the patient with a cure. He saw Mayseal as an immoral man who nevertheless had managed to create something good which made him a mysterious figure, as the Pope remarked in his 2010 book, Light of the World. He wanted to save what could be saved among the Legion's priests, seminarians, and lay followers without causing undue trauma to the Church. Dismantling such a thriving religious order was not something a pope did without qualms. It was a bit like sacrificing one's own son. Benedict had other motives for moving so cautiously. For one thing, the scandal now directly involved the Legion's allies in the Roman Curias, several of whom, according to a new report by Jason Berry, had been receiving large cash gifts over the years from legionary officials. Any drastic action against the Legion of Christ would force those murky dealings into the open. There was a final reason Benedict hesitated to deliver a decisive blow to Mayseal's minions, one that became obvious as soon as the depths of the founder's depravities were confirmed and publicized. The scandal highlighted the failings of Pope John Paul XI. This was a black mark that came into focus just as the much-beloved Polish pontiff's sainthood cause was approaching the first big hurdle, beatification. It was increasingly apparent that John Paul had for many years turned a blind eye to credible accusations, preferring to trust an organization that flattered and applauded him, that delivered funds for the Church's works and that brought fresh vocations into the priesthood. Was it coincidence that the push for Pope John Paul's beatification, which had seemed so close to completion only weeks earlier, now appeared to run out of steam? Was this really the time to beatify a pope who had mishandled such a high-profile case of sex abuse? In the eyes of the world, if Mayseal was evil incarnate, John Paul XI was his enabler. Such doubts were aired even inside the Vatican. That was apparent in an offhand remark a leading Roman Curia official made to me as we discussed the Legion's disgrace. "It's a very sad story," he said. "And guess who let it happen? Santo Subito." By the time Cardinal Villegio de Paulis arrived at the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls, the church was already packed. It was Christmas Eve 2010, and de Paulis was ordaining 61 new legionary priests, an annual event that highlighted the Legion's tremendous ability to produce vocations. For legionary officials, this year's ordination mass was a symbol of continuity. The order's work went on, despite its trials and tribulations. And having de Paulis preside was a good PR move, for if the man charged with reforming the order was ordaining 61 new members, could things really be that bad? De Paulis vested carefully in the sacristy of the immense basilica, allowing a small radio microphone to be slipped over his left collar. The Legion was intent on recording everything today and using the video and audio to publicize the event. De Paulis could not blame them for that. 61 new priests in a single year, in a single religious order, was a new record, and no one else could come close to those numbers. Someone handed de Paulis a mitre, embroidered with a design of Christ as the Good Shepherd. He slipped it carefully on his head, and a few moments later an organ pealed out the notes of the processional hymn invoking the Holy Spirit. Behind a long line of altar boys bearing 3-foot-tall candles, behind the 61 candidates and the other concelebrants, the cardinal walked up the main aisle, holding a pastoral staff in his left hand and vaguely blessing the congregation families, most of them Latin American, with his right. Among today's ordination group were 28 Mexicans, still the vocational breadbasket for the Legion. The whole church was singing, and it was impressive. Effondro il mio spirito su ogni creatura, effondro la mia gioia, la mia pace sul mondo. An invocation of joy, peace, the Holy Spirit. That was the tone for this day, de Paulis thought. It was not a day for recriminations or mea culpas. A camera crane operated by a legionary technician swooped down above the congregation, dipping close to the upturned faces of young people. Their images were visible on giant TV screens placed along the side aisles. De Paulis walked up to the altar, past potted poinsettias and baskets of yellow roses and white lilies. As to be expected, the Legion had appointed everything with great care. Appearances meant something. When the cardinal rose to deliver his homily, it was the moment the legionaries had most feared. Would he mention Maciel? The Vatican investigation? Would there even be a Legion of Christ in a year or two? De Paulis stood at the lectern and commenced what was not a particularly pleasant task. At heart, he was a canon lawyer, more at home with a library full of law books than a roomful of people. He was not a polished public speaker, and he adopted that high, loud tone of preachers who fear losing their audience. But there was no chance of that today. The congregation was hanging on every word. His sermon reviewed the role of the priesthood, from ancient pagan times to modernity, how the New Testament priesthood differed from that of the Old Testament. The homily began to have a Wikipedia feel to it, but there was a gold nugget for his listeners when the cardinal paid tribute to the unusually large number of priests he would ordain that day. You come from every part of the world, and in a sense you represent the whole church. You are a great number, 61, and today that's a cause for amazement when we see the scarcity of vocations. His words lit up the faces of the legionary officials seated in the front row. De Paulis was praising them. Not a hint of chastisement. Not a mention of Marshal Maciel de Gaulle. These new priests, de Paulis said, were proof that the Holy Spirit was still alive in religious orders. Your religious family is a gift of God to the Church. As he wound up his 23-minute oration, it became clear that de Paulis was not even going to allude to the Legion's uncertain future. And for the Legion, that could only be good news. Jesus told his disciples, "You won't be left orphans, I'll be with you always." And in a special way this happens in the priesthood. De Paulis was clearly sending a signal: the legionaries would not be abandoned or suppressed. When the cardinal finished, the congregation seemed to breathe the collective sigh of relief. The candidates went up to de Paulis one by one for the laying on of hands, a key element of the ordination rite. De Paulis never actually touched their heads. He held his hands an inch or two above their heads. The cardinal showed the same reticence later in the Mass, when each new priest came forward to be embraced by the ordaining celebrants. They hugged the legionary superior, Father Alvaro Corcura, as a child might hug his father, holding him close and laying their heads on his shoulder. De Paulis watched expressionless. That was not his way. The cardinal hugged them much like a wrestler would meet an opponent, gripping their shoulders and holding them firmly at arm's length. After squaring off with all 61, he was feeling physically tired. He stood on the altar and tapped the tips of his fingers together impatiently. The liturgy was now going on 3 hours. When the final procession ended, the legionaries and their families were clearly grateful, and the Legion would feature their comments in a video that was quickly posted on its website. "This is a day so big it is hard to comprehend," said one proud father. "We are happy and we thank God. Having your son become a priest is an unright blessing," a mother proclaimed. A few days later, Pope Benedict would give them a special greeting at his weekly general audience, confirming the widespread impression that the legionaries' worst days were behind them. It was January 2011, a Friday, and the Vatican press office was humming with excitement. Instead of the usual dozen or so regulars, at least 50 journalists stood waiting for the release of the Vatican's official bulletin of announcements. Phil Pullella of Reuters paced around the press room, smiling nervously. For his own entertainment, he occasionally yelled out "Bolletino," and watched the entire pack of reporters dash madly to the front desk. Each of these false alarms only added to the oddly light-hearted mood that day. I sat in our CNS booth and tweaked the story I had pre-written. We all knew what was coming, Pope Benedict had just approved a decree stating that a miracle had occurred following prayers to Pope John Paul XI, which meant he could now be beatified. Despite the howls of protest this would bring from abuse victims, Benedict, it appeared, had never really considered delaying John Paul's beatification. The reason the sainthood cause had stalled in recent months was due to another matter altogether. The Vatican had some nagging doubts about the miracle. From the beginning, Sister Marie Simon-Pierre's story had seemed too good to be true. A member of the Little Sisters of the Catholic Motherhood in France, she was diagnosed in 2001, at the young age of 40, with Parkinson's, the same disease that afflicted Pope John Paul. As she watched him deteriorate in his final years, she thought to herself, "That is me in years to come?" When John Paul died in 2005, her condition worsened, and the members of her religious order began praying to the deceased pontiff, asking him to intervene with God to heal her. By now she was struggling to walk, write, or carry out everyday functions. On June 2, exactly 2 months after the Pope died, she said a prayer to John Paul and went to bed. The next morning she woke very early and discovered that she could move and walk normally. "I was sure I was healed," she said. Before long, she returned to work at a maternity hospital in Paris. The Vatican faced a problem, however. What if this was only a temporary improvement? How would it look to the world if the miracle nun who advanced Pope John Paul to the beatification altar suddenly had a relapse? Or what if the original diagnosis had been mistaken? It was unheard of for Parkinson's to strike so early and then just disappear. What if the thought crossed some minds the nun had imagined her malady or, worse, faked it? An in-depth investigation was ordered, and the Vatican's team of medical experts moved quietly into action. They took their time, reviewing every aspect of the case. They interviewed doctors and the nun herself, and then reported back in late 2010. Everything checked out. There was no reason not to approve this healing as miraculous. Pope Benedict read the reports himself and made his decision quickly. As the pontiff saw it, he really had no alternative. To suspend John Paul's beatification now would effectively allow his predecessor's 26-year pontificate to be permanently branded by the sex abuse scandal. Meeting with the head of the saint-making congregation that morning, Benedict signed the decree without hesitation. And now, as the digital clock in the press room flipped to noon, piles of documentation were suddenly unloaded in front of the journalists. I read through the pages and pages of official testimonies and reflections on Pope John Paul. Pope Benedict would preside over the beatification himself on May 1. On a 50 cm3 motorino, the ride out to the Pontifical University Regina Apostolorum is a long one. But on this particular evening in April of 2011, taking a taxi was out of the question. Traffic was backed up for miles on the Via Aurelia as hordes of Romans fled the city on the eve of Beatification weekend. I wove in and out of the gridlock with ease, using long stretches of the empty oncoming traffic lane. In Rome, a motorino is the only way to fly. By the time I reached the Legionaries' University on the outskirts of the city, the evening light was glancing off the buildings and the surrounding fields were glowing pink. I went inside toward the auditorium, where the Legion had prepared a multimedia extravaganza in honor of the Blessed John Paul XI. The first thing I noticed was that none of my journalistic colleagues had bothered to show up. The beatification brought hundreds of reporters to Rome, but they were apparently busy doing other things. I had expected the Legion to keep a low profile for this event, given that additional documentation had surfaced revealing that the Vatican had known about the accusations against Maciel for decades. The Mexican magazine Preciso had just published a copy of a 1956 letter from Father Maciel to the Cardinal Prefect of the Vatican's Congregation for Religious, in which he responded to what he called slanderous accusations of pedophilia and drug addiction. The accusations, according to the documents unearthed by Preciso, had come from prominent Mexican church officials, including Cardinal Miguel Dario Miranda, the Primate of Mexico. At that time, Maciel had been given a 2-year suspension for medical treatment, and was reinstated as head of the order. The Vatican's earlier investigation was well known, but it had supposedly centered on Maciel's addiction to painkillers. What the new documents showed was that accusations of sexual abuse of minors by Maciel were already part of the record at the Vatican some 50 years before the Vatican finally acted. It was impossible, critics said, that Pope John Paul had not been informed of all this. The Polish Pope's beatification brought the issue back into the spotlight, but dissenting voices were not given much attention. For the media, the beatification was a feel-good story. And, strangely, some of the Legion's most familiar faces were back in the public eye. Father Tom Williams, the TV commentator who had dropped out of the limelight for 2 years, was quoted in a widely distributed story defending John Paul. His life was scrutinized in minute detail, and the result was what people had expected: John Paul was a truly holy man. In an interview with the British magazine The Tablet, Williams exonerated the late Pope on the Maciel affair, and absolved himself at the same time. Neither he nor the late Pope, Williams said, had any idea what had been going on. This was hardly a reflection on John Paul's saintliness, he added, explaining, "We make errors of judgment all the time." Williams even opined that perhaps it was providential that Father Maciel's depravity had gone undiscovered for so long, because if all this had come out 30 or 40 years ago, the Legion would have been destroyed immediately. A year later, in May of 2012, Father Williams acknowledged that he had once had a relationship with a woman and had fathered a child. The admission stunned his TV fans, but not his legionary superiors, who had known about it for at least 7 years. They had urged Father Williams to lower his public profile, but Williams ignored them. His media career was peaking at the time. He was teaching morality to legionary seminarians, and he was churning out popular books like Spiritual Progress and Knowing Right from Wrong, a Christian guide to conscience. When his past was finally divulged by an ex-legionary, Williams apologized and withdrew for what was termed a period of reflection, prayer, and atonement. Unlike Father Williams, the Legion's other big media star, Father Jonathan Morris, had quietly left the order and was working as a priest for the Archdiocese of New York. In an interview with National Review Online 3 days before John Paul's beatification, Morris asked forgiveness for the way he had dismissed reports of Maciel's crimes. "I didn't believe the accusers, and I told other people they shouldn't believe them either. I am deeply sorry for that. Thank God, people with knowledge of the truth didn't give up on their cause," Father Morris said. Now the priest was back on Fox News for the beatification. "At the Vatican, I noted a subtle difference in the planning for this papal liturgy. In the past, the Legion would furnish dozens of priests and seminarians to assist at the Mass. The Vatican's liturgical planners had apparently decided that, under the circumstances, such a large contingent might invite unwanted notice. All of which made the Legion's multimedia tribute to John Paul more intriguing. Inside the main university building, references to Father Maciel had long been removed. It occurred to me that this might be the only religious order in the world whose founder had become officially invisible. I passed the time surveying literature stacked up on tables in the entryway, an array of legionary publications about John Paul XI. One volume on John Paul the Great closed with a quotation extolling the spiritual qualities that made the pontiff a saint. The quotation came from Marshal Maciel de Galadua, who, they explained, was able to grasp the importance of prayer in the life of a holy man. It was inevitable, I supposed, that the Legion's scrupulous efforts to erase all signs of the founder would miss a few. Inside the auditorium, a final rehearsal was taking place. On stage were 30 students from a Rome elementary school run by the Legionaries, dressed in elegant uniforms but looking as if they'd have rather been running around outside. The director was leading them one final time through their performance, which closed with a procession into the seating area, where, before a portrait of the late Pope, they chanted in unison, "John Paul XI, we love you." In their hands, they held long-stemmed white roses, a symbol of purity and innocence. Chapter 4 Bones Go Back. The digital images skipped in reverse on the monitor until the top of an open truck appeared. The freeze frame showed it was full of wooden pallets. Never mind. The video continued, at triple speed. This was decidedly an odd assignment for the Gendarmeria, the Vatican's police force. Following a tip from Italian police, they were reviewing security footage shot in early 2003 by one of the cameras above the main gate to Vatican City. They were looking for big trucks pulling an open load. What impressed the security team was how many vehicles passed through the gate in a typical day. The traffic was near constant, from the time the gate opened at 6 a.m. until it closed at 11 p.m. In recent months there had been recurrent rumors that the Governatorato, the Vatican City Governor's office, was going to make some employees park outside the walls, to keep the tiny city-state from going into gridlock. The rumors would always bring howls of protest from the workers, and nothing ever happened. But the cops now understood there was legitimately a traffic problem. Or so it seemed in fast forward. On the monitor appeared a truck filled with dirt. In one corner was a white smudge, perhaps a piece of cement. Zoom in. The blown-up image revealed a pattern, a texture of rectangular stones. It was a mosaic. An officer moved the zoom over the rest of the debris, revealing several slabs of decorated travertine, the kind you'd find in a cemetery. "When did this go out?" asked the astonished officer. A colleague checked the tape list. 3 days ago. Where to? Someplace near the airport. A landfill. 6 months earlier, in the late summer of 2002, Cardinal Edmund Sciacca was looking down at an engineer's drawing of the new Santa Rosa underground parking lot. 3 levels deep, it would provide more than 200 badly needed parking places in the congested northeast corner of Vatican City, the urban part of the city-state, where the drugstore, printing press, post office, bank, and supermarket drew thousands of vehicles each day. The blueprints were impressive. Along the western perimeter of the site were 226 circles, which represented massive cylindrical posts that would be sunk into the ground for support. The entire area would be perforated and filled in with concrete to shore up the sloping terrain. Only then would the excavating commence. It was a huge job, but, in Sciacca's view, one that needed to be done. His realm was being overrun with cars. As president of the government of Vatican City, Cardinal Sciacca, a transplanted American, was chief executive of the world's smallest state. In the hillside headquarters of the Governatorato, he lived and worked far above the hustle and bustle of lower Vatican City. Facing him was the back of St. Peter's Basilica, a graceful curving shell designed by Michelangelo. Sciacca thought it was more beautiful than the facade, and it was a shame so few people got a chance to see it. Behind him were the immaculately trimmed Vatican gardens, dotted with fountains and crisscrossed with narrow service roads. It was quiet here, almost bucolic. The governor's building itself was a 5-story structure that housed Sciacca's apartment and the working offices needed to keep the mini-state fully functional: finance and accounting, utilities, maintenance, sanitation, and security. One of the cardinal's secretaries entered with a pile of papers, heralding another busy day. Like almost all of the city-state's 1,600 employees, she was a layperson. On her way out, she told the cardinal that the engineer needed to see him. Sciacca nodded, unsurprised at this piece of news. The engineer was Massimo Stoppa, whose full title was Dottore Engineer Cavaliere di Gran Croce, enough to fill a large brass nameplate on his office door down the hall. Stoppa directed the powerful Department of Technical Services at the Governatorato and would probably be bringing more news from the construction zone. The Santa Rosa lot was Stoppa's pet project, one that Sciacca fully supported. But there had already been problems. The Vatican Museums had an archaeology department, and its experts were convinced the parking lot site was some kind of Pompeii waiting to be discovered. They wanted to do some test digging in the area. That was a red flag to Engineer Stoppa, who knew that once the archaeologists got into any site, they never left. He was bound and determined not to let that happen, which in the early wouldn't be difficult, because the museum answered to the Governatorato. Stoppa was counting on Cardinal Sciacca to hold the line. At age 75, the silver-haired Sciacca wasn't looking for more battles. He had witnessed enough of them inside the Vatican walls. He heaved his curved frame out from behind his desk and went to the window, where he looked out on the Governatorato parking lot and smiled wanly. It was finally empty, and he could see all the way to the topiaried papal crest on the other side of the blacktop surface. This was one of his victories. Parking and traffic had been Shaka's bête noire ever since he'd arrived at the governor's mansion. He was determined to move cars off the landscape, and to do so he'd already inaugurated one underground parking facility on the south side of the Vatican Hill, where Governatorato employees were now forced to leave their vehicles. It was only a few steps from the office complex, but the employees, almost all of them Italians, hated it. It seemed to them that this American cardinal had a bit of the fanatico in him. Why would anyone want to clear out a perfectly serviceable above-ground lot? Was there something beautiful about bare asphalt? It was especially that a war on cars was being led by someone from the one-time automobile manufacturing capital of the world, Motor City. Shaka, a Michigan native of Polish descent, had been Archbishop of Detroit, where his insistence on balancing the budget had put him on a collision course with the people in the pews. In 1989 he had to close or consolidate 33 parishes because the archdiocese couldn't afford to keep them running. There was an outcry, but to Shaka, it was simple economics. You couldn't pay the bills with Hail Marys. And of course, time proved him right. With the decline of the local auto industry, Detroit was shifting demographically, and Catholics were moving out. Just as in business, there was a time to expand and a time to contract, and a good bishop knew when to do both. But the parishioners never forgave him, and the public criticism stung. A few months later, in 1990, Pope John Paul summoned him to Rome and placed him in charge of the Vatican's budget office. Dropping a fiscally responsible U.S. cardinal into the Italianized world of Vatican finances was one of the Pope's wiser management decisions. By curbing spending and publishing annual financial statements, Shaka ended a string of budget deficits that were slowly bleeding away Vatican reserves. In 1997, as his reward, he was handed the reins to the Vatican city-state. Although it is the sovereign territory of the Holy See and its administrative apparatus, the Roman Curia, Vatican City is regarded as a separate entity. Ultimately it answers to the Pope, but it generally operates on its own authority, its own budget and its own turf. Cardinal Shaka quickly made a mark in his new job. He redesigned the entrance to the Vatican museums, busting a large new opening through the Vatican walls. He increased security, setting up a system of surveillance cameras that filmed nearly every square inch of Vatican City's 109 acres, with 2 police officers watching the monitors 24/7. He wired Vatican City with fiber optics and standardized the city-state's 9 different computerized bookkeeping systems. In one of his most controversial moves, he banned smoking in all Vatican offices and corridors, leading to deep grumbling from many of its employees. Most of all, Shaka kept his eye on the bottom line. He discovered that despite its reputation for wealth, the city-state had less than a year's operating budget in reserve. Its investments were mostly in dollars, and the dollar was taking a big hit from the euro. Vatican City had to finance its own operations through meager commercial revenues, primarily taken in from the Vatican museums, the sale of coins and stamps, and profits from the supermarket and other shops and 6 gas stations. With no margin for financial error, Shaka began looking for new ways to generate income. He didn't have to look far. On the other side of the Governatorato was the Vatican's empty 3-story train station. Since most supplies these days came in by truck, not rail, Shaka was able to transform the terminal into a high-end, duty-free department store. Shoppers with a Vatican pass, including employees and their families, could now pick up Armani suits, Swiss watches and Cuban cigars. It was not the Mall of America, but in Shaka's view it added a nice touch of free enterprise to an otherwise dull landscape. Shaka had an even more ambitious design for the new underground parking lot. Once it was built, he would breach the Vatican walls one more time and create a new gate that exited directly to the busy Roman piazza on the other side. The Preserve Everything crowd wouldn't like that, but the shortcut through the walls would free Vatican City from the rush-hour traffic snarls at the end of the working day. The cardinal watched as a green bird flitted down from the hillside. It looked like one of the parrots that had taken up residence on the hill above the Governatorato. There had been only 2 in the Vatican gardens when Sciacca arrived here, and now there were more than 30. When he walked through the gardens, the cardinal would marvel at their huge nests with the ingress holes underneath. Now that cars were kept out of the area, the birds could often be heard chattering beneath the pines. The cardinal heard a knock. Eminenza. Engineer Stoppa was at the door. Thick-jowled with a bulbous nose and overgrown eyebrows, Stoppa held a folder under his arm. "We've finished," Stoppa said, looking pleased with himself as he pulled out a report and laid it on the cardinal's desk. "There's nothing." Sciacca glanced at the papers. Instead of allowing Vatican Museum's experts in, Technical Services had decided to drill its own test samples into the Santa Rosa terrain. Here were the results, and they were negative: no artifacts, no tombs, no surprises. If anyone objected to the project, the Governatore now had the paperwork to answer them. Sciacca didn't understand the procedure involved, but he figured Stoppa had covered all the bases. The engineer was like a bulldog, and he didn't like it when someone tried to take away his bone. Stoppa had weathered these storms before. 11 years earlier, when he oversaw construction of a 5-story clerical hotel inside Vatican City, every environmental group in Italy had protested. The ecologists were upset because, for a handful of Rome apartment dwellers, the new building eclipsed the view of the back of St. Peter's Basilica, the same view Cardinal Sciacca liked so much. Visitors to Stoppa's office would find his desk strewn with maps and photographs proving that the hotel, the Domus Sancti Marthi, was actually lower than many of the Italian buildings in the neighborhood. Stoppa ridiculed the environmentalists' concerns, and in return was attacked in the press. When Italian politicians demanded the project be halted, it was simply too much for Stoppa, who insisted that the construction was ultimately a matter of sovereignty. The building was completed and, as he predicted, the whole brouhaha was soon forgotten. Stoppa realized that the parking lot posed a trickier problem. The critics in this case were in-house professionals, not the outside radicals of the Italian Green Party. And an archaeological objection was a bit more difficult to finesse. But now he had a report, and he hoped it would function as an insurance policy. "Bene, bene," Sciacca murmured, though a nagging doubt hung in his mind. Personally, he was convinced that if modern development projects were held hostage to relics of the past, society would soon stop functioning. But he also knew that in previous situations like this, Italians tended to side against developers. The mentality here was to protect and conserve antiquity at all cost. The main thing was not to get caught in a public battle, because the Governatore would inevitably be painted as the bad guy. Stoppa had taken one more precaution to make sure that didn't happen. He had informed the Vatican museums that their personnel were prohibited from setting foot in the construction site. On a sunny February morning in 2003, the phone rang in Giandomenico Spinola's office. "The director wants you down at Santa Rosa. He'll meet you there at 10 o'clock. Spinola paused. "That's off limits for us." "Not anymore," the voice informed him. In a vague way, Spinola had been expecting the call. As chief archaeologist for the Vatican Museums, he was one of several people who had warned against excavating the site without first making systematic test soundings in the area. But he also knew how things worked in the Vatican. The decisions were made not in the museums but in the Governatore, where the Department of Technical Services ruled. The bulldozers had gone in a few weeks earlier, and when the wind was right, Spinola could hear the destructive grinding from his museum office on the hillside above. The night before, Vatican Museums director Francesco Buronelli had received a phone call at home, offering a tip. It must have been a significant one, because Buronelli now wanted Spinola to meet him down in the Forbidden Zone. They must have dug something up, Spinola thought. He'd probably be handed some broken pieces and asked to reassemble them. He walked out a private exit of the museum and from the Belvedere on the north side caught the sunlit panorama of Rome. Already spring was in the air. Spinola, 42, moved at a brisk pace. He was a trim man with sandy hair and a thick mustache, and his tweed jacket and bright green tie set him apart from the aging corps of Vatican functionaries. He had been hired as Director of Antiquities and Paleo-Christian Art in 1993 after a career that included excavations throughout the Mediterranean and Turkey. Spinola soon learned, however, that he'd be allowed to do very little digging in Vatican City. In urban areas, archaeology typically thrives on new construction. It's the window of opportunity into the subterranean record. But whenever a building project began in Vatican City, the engineers did their best to keep the archaeologists out. Spinola lit a cigarette as he strolled past the fountain of the Gallia, where a sailing ship spouted water out its sides, and continued along the path next to the Vatican warehouses, far from the crowds of tourists who packed the museums. It was strangely silent here, that seemed fitting for a place that 2,000 years earlier had been a graveyard. Archaeologically, this corner of the Vatican was a potential gold mine. Spinola had studied the early maps of Rome, and there could be no doubt, the whole tract, which stood right next to the beginning of the ancient Via Triumphalis, the Triumphal Way, was an extended tomb area. 2 millennia earlier, the Vatican Hill was a wild place, with steep overgrown ravines and clay-like soil that discouraged building. It lay outside the city gates, and 2 roads ran around it, the Via Cornelia on the south and the Via Triumphalis on the north. The ancient Roman government had allowed tombs to be built next to both roads, and the cemetery near the Via Cornelia became famous as the supposed burial place of St. Peter. Archaeologists of later centuries would have their doubts, but the Emperor Constantine pretty well settled the question when he built the first basilica over an area that was venerated as St. Peter's grave. With no such illustrious tomb of its own, the Via Triumphalis cemetery had been forgotten and had come to light only piecemeal, beginning in the 16th century, when footings were sunk for the northernmost wing of the Vatican palaces. Then, in 1930, below the fountain of the Gallia, more tombs were uncovered but quickly buried again beneath a modern warehouse building. Spinola had managed to excavate an additional small section near the fountain in the 1990s, revealing tombs that dated to the time of Augustus. The most important finds, however, were made in the 1950s during excavation for the Vatican's first underground parking lot. A small section of the graveyard was preserved, hinting at much more that still lay below ground to the north, precisely the territory that technical services had earmarked for the new parking facility. The engineers had promised to call the archaeology office if they discovered anything interesting. That was a polite way of saying, get lost. Now, as Spinola approached the construction zone, he could see that the area had been thoroughly torn up. The bulldozers were turned off today, which was odd, he thought. He walked through a fence gate and saw Buranelli and the foreman waiting for him, along with officials from technical services. They all looked nervous, and Spinola soon saw why. Lying in a pile, heaped casually to one side, were several Roman funerary markers. Next to them was a marble altar decorated with ram's heads and birds. One of the ram's heads had been clipped, and the altar edges bore the fresh scars of a bulldozer's blade. Where did these come from? Spinola asked. But his hosts were already leading him to the answer, in the western corner of the excavation. When he looked out over the devastated landscape, his heart sank. Stumps of marble tombstones were strewn across the site, scattered by the earth-moving machinery. In the muddy tire tracks he could see small remnants of mosaics and terracotta urns. Despite the upheaval, he could make out a vague topography, a ridge that ran up the hill, broadened in areas to accommodate family tombs. At the bottom of the incline was standing water, where everything looked destroyed. Higher up, perhaps, they could still salvage something. This was not just a small cluster of graves, it was extensive, probably 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. In the center were the brick walls of what looked like a columbarium and other small mausoleums, shorn off at an angle by the bulldozers. Buranelli was arguing with the foreman, vowing to halt the work. Spinola wondered bitterly, why didn't they stop? Why didn't the engineers call us? They had sliced through a city of the dead. The war drums were beating loudly that March, and for the Vatican press corps the coming Iraq invasion was the only story in town. An ailing Pope John Paul XI had sent envoys to President Bush and Saddam Hussein, convened diplomats at the Vatican and even hosted Tony Blair in an effort to head off the inevitable. It was a good story, but little else was on the Pope's agenda, which meant the Vaticanisti were growing hungry for some other news. I sat in our booth in the Sala Stampa and began updating an article on the Vatican's fears that war in Iraq would be seen as a Christian invasion of a Muslim country. Our other most popular feature that week had been a piece on Vatican efforts to evangelize the Yachting Society at the America's Cup race in New Zealand. So the rumors of a new discovery beneath Vatican City were quick to catch our attention. The report going around was that the bulldozers had unearthed some ancient graves. The hint of scandal was that some of the artifacts might have already been carted off and hidden somewhere in Rome. It sounded like a case of tomb robbing on a large scale, right under the Pope's window. Like many suspected scenarios involving the Vatican, this one was too clever by half. It didn't seem to occur to people that developers inside the Vatican, like developers everywhere, had no interest in stealing old inscriptions and didn't really care if a bunch of ancient tombstones ended up in a landfill. I remembered a similar discovery a few years earlier, when the Vatican had decided to allow construction of a 5-story underground parking lot on a historic hill near St. Peter's Square. Technically that site was outside of Vatican City, but access was through the grounds of a Vatican-owned college. One evening Slovakian Cardinal Joseph Tomko, who lived at the college, took me to see the excavation hole. It was vast and deep and looked like the entry to hell. I later learned the bulldozers had cut into an ancient Roman villa on the hill, with frescoed paintings of birds, masks and monsters. Archaeologists speculated that it might have belonged to Agrippina, the mother of the Emperor Caligula. After much debate, authorities decided that the parking facility was too important to sacrifice. The artifacts were cleared out, catalogued and forgotten in the back room of a Rome museum. They had gone from one form of oblivion to another. The supposed new discovery at the Santa Rosa site would be harder for all of us to report on, because it was inside the Vatican. I discussed the matter with our two other CNS reporters, Cindy Wooden and John Norton, and we all agreed that this was the kind of story people loved, the ultimate secrets of the Vatican tale, with intrigue and ancient tombs. But we needed a source, because the Italian media reports were wildly speculative. And we needed a photo, which the Vatican would never allow us to take. "I know someone who might be able to help," Norton said. "Jen Cole. Her apartment looks right into the Vatican from Piazza Risorgimento. Maybe she'll let me take some pictures." A religion teacher at Marymount International School, Jen Cole had come to Rome as a volunteer during the Great Jubilee of the year 2000, and like many before her had fallen in love with the city. The chance to live in Rome during the final phase of Pope John Paul's pontificate probably sealed her decision to stay. She was a committed Catholic, and John Paul was quite simply her hero. About a half-dozen roommates and apartments later, she found herself living in the shadow of the Pope's own apartment. From the 4th floor, she had a room with a unique view that peered directly over the Vatican walls. For weeks she'd been a spectator of the parking lot construction, which unfolded below her in panoramic detail. As she worked out on a treadmill in front of her picture window, she watched its progress, the fencing off of the site, the demolition of the small existing buildings, the arrival of a huge crane that stood sentry above everything, and most of all the continuous digging. The noise would begin early in the morning, and her alarm clock was now a jackhammer, followed by the grinding gears of heavy machinery and the crashing of rubble being dumped into trucks. As time passed, Jen came to recognize the workmen and their routines. They took lots of breaks, to smoke or drink coffee or eat panini. On these occasions she noticed that she had become a figure in their landscape, too. As she exercised next to her window, the workers would smile and wave at her. They could see her only from the waist up, and not the treadmill, which probably made for an amusing sight. Sometimes they would mimic her, moving their arms back and forth in mechanical rhythm. Jen didn't mind, they were all entertaining one another. Then one day construction abruptly came to a halt, and the workmen disappeared. When he reached the roof of Jen's building, Norton saw that the big machinery had been moved out, and the tomb area could be clearly recognized. From above, it looked like the last brownie in the corner of a stainless steel baking pan, a dark brown mound tucked incongruously into an expanse of concrete and wire mesh footings. A few people were crawling on its surface, surveying its contours. Sections of the parking lot's poured foundation were being used as a staging area, where experts had carried buckets of dirt and were now sifting through them carefully. Norton took a panoramic photo, and when it was blown up we all stared in amazement. We could see several half-buried sarcophagi and what looked like many other smaller artifacts sticking out of the ground. The photo moved on our wire that afternoon. It was the first visual evidence that there was something behind the rumors, after all. The newspaper La Repubblica lay across Engineer Stoppa's desk, open to the Rome Chronica pages, where a headline proclaimed, "Tombs don't stop the bulldozers, we need the parking places in the Vatican." As he read the article a second time, Stoppa grew more and more irritated. All those details, which must have come from the Vatican Museum's people, had been rolled into a ball of journalistic invention. The newspaper was reporting nothing less than the methodical looting of the Santa Rosa site. Latin inscriptions and tombstones being hauled away by the truckload. They even quoted a truck driver who said they'd unloaded the archaeological plunder in a big room somewhere in the city. Pure fantasy. It had not been a good month for technical services. When the first pieces were removed from the ground, a couple of antique marble markers Stoppa had ordered them set aside. As long as the findings were small scale, he figured they'd just hand them all over to the Vatican museums at the end of construction. But the pieces began piling up. Then a marble inscription had been found in the landfill near the airport, and Italy's Nucleo Tutela Patrimonio Artistico. The archaeology police suspected it had come from the Vatican's excavation site. The Italian police must have alerted the Vatican police, and at that point the problem began to spin out of control. It was bad enough that the Vatican Museum's director had gotten involved, and now it was in the papers. The day before, a reporter had called the Governatorato, snooping around about the archaeological finds. Cardinal Sciacca was in the hospital for a series of intestinal operations, leaving Bishop Johnny Danzi in charge. Danzi agreed to be interviewed, thinking he could deflate the story before it appeared in the newspaper, but instead the article made him appear to be the classic small-minded bureaucrat. Stop or read the bishop's quotes again. "Sure, we found some things during the excavation, but I don't think they were that important. We really need this facility. It's getting so hard to drive around Vatican City and find a place to park." Even worse than Bishop Danzi's poor performance was a sidebar article, an interview with Archbishop Francesco Marchesano. Marchesano headed a minor pontifical commission that promoted protection of the Church's artistic patrimony. Its ineffectiveness had demonstrated all too clearly when, in 1995, 14 Renaissance paintings were stolen out of the Commission's own offices in Rome. Just recently Pope John Paul had named Marchesano head of the Permanent Commission for the Protection of Historic and Artistic Monuments of the Holy See. It was an insignificant advisory panel, but apparently Marchesano was unaware of the fact. He announced to La Repubblica that he was going to convene the commission to investigate the Santa Rosa site and make some decisions. Marchesano had even suggested the site might be preserved for future visitors. Stoppa knew what had to be done. They would put out the word that the scope of the discoveries had been exaggerated. Then they would reassure people that every artifact would be dug out, dusted off and put where it belonged in the Vatican museums. After a quick archaeological harvest, construction would resume. The bulldozers would soon be back at work. Spinola was now up against a deadline. He and his staff of antiquities experts at the museum had been told to wrap up their excavation of the tomb site. Normally, archaeologists might take years to dig out such a place, documenting every square inch. But the Governatorato had decided that any additional delay would cost too much. So the team of 2 archaeologists and 5 assistants worked as fast as they could, hauling out dirt by the bucketful as they peeled layers off the mound with shovels, picks, trowels and brushes. The first thing Spinola noticed about the tombs was how well they had been preserved. Normally, an ancient Roman site yields mere bits and pieces from the past, because it has already been destroyed by urban renewal, looting, neglect or just the passage of time. But here they were finding intact graves, buried but relatively undisturbed. Some of the tombs still had votive oil lamps placed on their marble ledges, others contained the ceramic funeral vases that held balsamic fragrances. Whatever happened here had happened very quickly. It reminded Spinola of Pompeii, except that instead of raining ash the tombs had been buried in dirt. Or, more precisely, mud. Judging from the grade of the Vatican Hill at this precise spot, mudslides must have been common in ancient times. From what Spinola could tell, sometime in the 2nd century a huge mudslide had enveloped this whole sector, covering up tombs and making them impossible to unearth. Abandoning a burial place would have constituted a rare and dramatic event. Funerary rites of relatives of the dead were enshrined in Roman law. But clearly this lower stratum of tombs had been untouched since the slide. In Spinola's view, that made the site unique among Roman cemeteries. As they dug deeper, the discoveries became even more stunning. Some tombs were simple hollowed-out ditches covered with tiles, confirming that the burial ground had been open to poor families as well as to the Roman upper class. In many of the more elaborate burial chambers, the team found terracotta tubes leading up to ground level, through which relatives would pour ritual offerings of milk, wine, or honey. There were classic columbaria, covered huts with a series of wall niches, each with an urn that still held the cremated remains of the deceased. Spinola watched as his assistants carefully brushed the dirt from a small stucco sculpture in one of the niches and revealed, incredibly, a 3-headed dog and 2 male figures. It was a mythological scene that would have been known to every Roman of the time, the Trojan hero Aeneas stealing past Cerberus, the hound of Hades, watchdog of the underworld. The team then uncovered a mosaic pavement with the drunken Dionysius leaning on a satyr, a perfectly preserved miniature bust of a Roman matron and her high coiffure, numerous frescoes, biographical inscriptions and, in some cases, entire skeletons accompanied only by the trinkets and jewelry of the funeral ceremony. After a few weeks of digging in a single small family tomb, one of the white-smocked assistants let out a cry of amazement. The others hurried over and found her standing above a marble bust of a young boy with particularly fine and beautiful features. As Spinola later recalled, the archaeologists were struck by the boy's expression, the sweetness of youth veiled with a certain melancholy. As the inscription told them, Tiberius Natrinius Venustus had exited this world after 4 years, 4 months, and 10 days, sometime during the first part of the 1st century. Not far away, the team excavated an amphora. When they lifted it out, they discovered beneath it a rare statuette of a sleeping slave placed above a small, meager tomb. Dressed in a tunic so short that it left no doubt about his gender, the slave was shown curled up on a lantern and holding a pouch of food. The archaeologists debated its meaning. Was this the tomb of the slave himself? Or was it the tomb of the master, whose slave was represented here to accompany him on his final journey to the underworld? In many cases the inscriptions on tombstones were long and informative, an abbreviated version of our own newspaper obituaries. Sometimes the life stories were illustrated by symbols, as in the case of Alcimus, a servant of the Emperor Nero, who worked as the stage set designer at the theater of Pompeii in central Rome. On the side of his stone marker were carved representations of the chisel, compass, and level that Alcimus used to build the sets. On the other side of the burial mound was found the tombstone of Clemens, a horse trainer for the Veneti faction down at the Roman racetrack, and of Grathus, a plumber who kept the fountains running in the sacred wood in Trastevere. Spinola grew more excited by the day. This kind of biographical data was extremely rare on any dig. As he pointed out, they were uncovering not only stones and pottery fragments, but bringing Rome's population of the dead back to life. It's like seeing a good poker hand unfold card by card, Spinola told his friends. But the Vatican Museum's team was playing against the house. The Governatorato was following the excavations with mild interest and considerable irritation. The archaeological team would often look up from their work to see Bishop Danzi peering down at them, shaking his head. "You need to get this stuff into the museum. That's where it belongs," Danzi would tell the archaeologists. "But museums are full of these kinds of artifacts," they would answer. Makes this site special is that it's still intact. "I need the parking places," would be Danzy's inevitable reply. As the weeks went on, the project's engineers grew impatient, too. One day one of them walked to where the team was excavating and sprayed a red line on the wall with a can of spray paint. "What's that?" the team asked. "That's where we start demolishing in 10 days, he said. And then Spinola's crew made a find that can only be described as serendipitous. The area involved, Tomb 8, was the largest family burial chamber that had been unearthed, and it had already yielded 6 marble sarcophagi. The tombs emerged slowly as the dirt was scaled down centimeter by centimeter, revealing spectacular sculpted designs. One bore a fine relief of the Caledonian boar hunt, peopled with Greek heroes. Another, the sarcophagus of a noblewoman, was decorated with an unfinished portrait framed by winged Victories. Below her, 2 cupids rowed a boat between Tellus, goddess of the earth, and Okeanos, god of the sea. But the group's attention was now focused on the last tomb that had come to light, an oval sarcophagus whose lid was decorated with leaping dolphins. The inscription told them it had held the remains of a young Roman knight who had died at the age of 17. As the team sifted through the dirt and uncovered the rest of the sarcophagus with small trowels and brushes, 2 figures emerged on either end. One was a bearded philosopher, not unusual on Roman tombs. The other was a woman who held her hands up in a pose of prayer. Spinola watched as the workers' fine brushes revealed more details. Behind the praying woman was carved a small bird in a tree. He felt a twinge of excitement. Until now, all the funerary objects they had found on this small hillside were pagan, multiple figures of and emblems referring to the divinities of ancient Rome and Greece. But this looked different. It suggested that the young Roman knight may have a Christian. And if this was a Christian tomb, Spinola realized, it changed everything. Perhaps the bulldozers could be stopped, after all. For centuries church leaders have argued about the importance of what comes out of the ground in Rome and how much should be preserved, enshrined, or ignored. Early Christian tombs, however, have a special place in this debate. The most famous Christian burial places in Rome belong to Saints Peter and Paul, the city's patron saints, and the rediscovery of their tombs owes much to the determination of 2 popes, Pius XII and Benedict X. In cases the politics of the bones make for fascinating true stories that few visitors ever hear. On a rainy day in early 2007, I met Tom Bissell under the colonnade of St. Peter's Square. As we hustled to our appointment in the Fabrica of St. Peter's, he explained a little about the he was writing, on the tombs of the apostles. It was to be a travel book, one of Bissell's specialties, and the idea was to visit the tombs of the 12 apostles, from St. Matthew's supposed resting place in Kyrgyzstan to St. Andrew's tomb in southern Greece. As a winner of the Rome Prize, Bissell was at the American Academy in Rome for a year to work on the project, and naturally he planned to examine the tomb of St. Peter. Bissell had no idea how to break through the Vatican bureaucracy and get close enough to the tomb to actually write about it, so he asked me to help. I knew that a letter to the proper authorities might eventually get him in before he left Rome in a few months, but if you know someone in Rome, you don't go through the regular channels. I happened to have a friend in the Fabrica. I picked up the phone, and within minutes we had set up an appointment for a personal tour of the tomb with Pietro Zander, the head archaeologist of the necropolis beneath St. Peter's Basilica. No story better illustrates the perils of Vatican archaeology than the excavation of the tomb of St. Peter. The digging was commissioned in 1939 by Pope Pius XII, and it lasted 11 years. It was an inside job, in the sense that the chief archaeologist was Jesuit Father Antonio Ferrois, aided by 3 colleagues, and the actual excavation was done by the Sampietrini, the basilica's all-purpose workmen. Overseeing it all was Monsignor Ludwig Koss, a German who was serving as the administrator of St. Peter's Basilica. Several feet beneath the modern basilica lay the floor of the original church built by the Emperor Constantine. Ferrois' team used this lower level as a staging area, breaking through the floor and systematically removing the landfill underneath, building sustaining walls as they went. What they uncovered deep below the basilica was the original Roman cemetery, complete with small family mausoleums, frescoes, and carved sarcophagi. When they finally came to the area where St. Peter was believed to be buried, directly below the main altar of the basilica, they encountered an early edicola, or small tomb monument, encased in a bigger Constantinian marble monument and topped by a medieval altar. Smaller tombs were arranged around this one, in what could only have been a sign of reverence. Clearly, this was the tomb of St. Peter, the first pope. When the tomb was opened, however, the evidence was less clear-cut. Many bones were removed from the area, but none seemed to constitute a complete skeleton. In 1950, as the excavation ended, Pope Pius XII summarized the findings in a dramatic radio announcement just before Christmas. "The tomb of the Prince of the Apostles has been found," he announced. He then turned to a secondary question, the actual relics of St. Peter, and said that despite the discovery of human bones, it is impossible to prove with certainty that they belong to the apostle. Our 2-hour tour with Xander focused on the tomb and not the bones. I had been through the necropolis area before, but even for me the underground geography was a little confusing. Bissell was getting the full immersion treatment, and his notebook looked as if it might be too small for the task. The air down here was moist and heavy, and the path narrow. We walked along a dimly lit Roman road past family sepulchres, glimpsing the stuccoed and frescoed representations of Greek, Roman, and Egyptian gods, a virtual pagan pantheon. After painstakingly describing every archaeological twist and turn, Xander took us into a chamber with a view of a wall. Inside a tiny niche we could glimpse the tops of some clear plastic containers. Bissell listened as Xander explained, once again, how the edicola pieces discovered here matched the description by the ancient historian Eusebius. Only when I pointed to the tops of the 19 plexiglass containers did Bissell realize that they held the relics of St. Peter. Or did they? Xander wasn't mentioning them and, half hidden in the dirt wall, they seemed almost an afterthought to this tour. So Bissell asked our guide point blank, "Are those St. Peter's bones?" Xander gave a diplomatic answer, quoting Pope Paul VI's Latin phrase quipiuntur, the bones which are thought to be those of Peter. But Bissell and I wondered aloud the same thing: if the original archaeologists were so uncertain about what they had pulled out of the earth, how did these bones come to be resting here, encased and fastened with a papal seal? Xander sighed and explained that the papal archaeologists had carried out their work with unfortunate speed. He didn't want to get into the details of the real story, because it wasn't pretty. Yet it was fascinating. Some 15 years after the excavation of the tomb area below St. Peter's was completed, an Italian epigraphist named Margherita Garducci began studying the results of the dig. The more she learned, the more she became convinced that the graffiti near the tomb, dismissed as insignificant by the original excavators, held complex and important evidence. She saw sketches of what she considered a telltale phrase scratched into a red plaster wall, Petra Eni, which she read as an abbreviation of Petros Enisti, Greek for "Peter is here." She was astonished to find that this particular graffiti had not even been mentioned in the official final report on the excavations. Apparently, it had come to light only after the work was completed in 1950. Motivated in part by her fervent faith, Garducci conducted a deeper investigation, interviewing the Sampietrini who'd done the actual digging. She was told that Father Ferwa had removed the Petra Eni inscription and was keeping it in his room at the Jesuit residence near the Vatican. Garducci also discovered that there had been bad blood between Ferwa and Monsignor Koss, the overseer of the basilica. Koss, who was not an archaeologist, feared that the human bones in the cemetery were not being treated with respect. So every night, after the archaeologists had gone home, he would patrol the excavation area with an assistant, Giovanni Sigani, and collect bones out of the freshly dug earth. The two men put them in boxes and hid them away in a storeroom. Koss died in 1952, but Garducci managed to talk to Sigani, who casually led her to a room that still held boxes of bones. In one box labeled "Graffiti Wall Area" were bone fragments large and small. Garducci convinced Pope Paul VI to allow scientific testing on the bones. The tests showed that some of them belonged to an older, robust man, and that they had been wrapped in a purple cloth with gold trim, clearly a sign of special treatment. It wasn't long before she had declared them to be the bones of St. Peter, and Pope Paul VI seemed to accept her conclusion. In 1968, he announced that further study had identified the bones in a manner that we can consider convincing. All this triggered protests from archaeological scholars and from Father Ferrois, who bitterly criticized Garduxi and her methods. Garduxi defended herself by going on the attack. She began to speak of a plot by ecumenists to minimize and cancel the tangible presence of Peter in the Church of Rome, and said that her findings were kept secret during the Second Vatican Council because it would have bothered the Protestants. She soon found herself persona non grata at St. Peter's. In a sense, Garduxi had won her case with the Pope, but not with the archaeological world. The Garduxi matter explained why Pietro Zander was almost reluctant to talk about the bones to Tom Bissell and me. For church scholars and professionals like Zander, the story was an embarrassment. The supposed bones of St. Peter had surreptitiously dug up by a meddling Monsignor when the archaeologists weren't looking, then they were thrown into a box and forgotten for more than a decade, then they were rediscovered by accident and became the focus of a feud between church experts. The whole affair did not inspire confidence in the Vatican's ability to exhume its own history, and it is little wonder that none of it is mentioned in the Vatican guidebooks. In fact, visitors who tour the necropolis beneath St. Peter's are invariably impressed with the excavated cemetery but are often heard muttering on their way out, "So are they saying those are really St. Peter's bones?" I was curious to know what Bissell had made of all this. Had the visit to underground St. Peter's enlightened him? He observed that Zander had wriggled out of questions about the bones' authenticity. "It's obviously important for the Church." "But it seemed to me he was being very gently evasive," Bissell said with a laugh. "I noticed that whenever the question came up he began smiling." In June 2009, at the close of a Jubilee year in memory of St. Paul, Pope Benedict XVI was celebrating Vespers at the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls on Rome's ancient Via Augustines, and he spoke enthusiastically about the church as the traditional site of Paul's tomb. Then he surprised everyone by stating that pilgrims should come to the basilica with the knowledge that the sarcophagus below the main altar, by the unanimous opinion of experts and an undisputed tradition, holds the remains of the Apostle Paul. I had been following the Pope's remarks and did a double take. St. Paul's tomb was indeed thought to lie below the main altar, but it was inaccessible beneath centuries of architectural build-up, and no one knew what, if anything, was inside. The tomb itself, a rough-hewn piece of white marble that could be glimpsed through a narrow channel from above, had been identified as St. Paul's only 3 years earlier. Incredible as it seems, for centuries the burial place had been forgotten. Everyone knew there was supposed to be a tomb under the altar, but no one had bothered to conduct the most basic archaeological survey. Then Giorgio Filippi, a mild-mannered expert from the Vatican museums, began ferreting around the church. I had heard about Filippi's sleuthing in 2005 and arranged to meet him one afternoon inside St. Paul's. The basilica was practically empty, and Filippi showed up late but with an inexhaustible supply of information. In his 3-piece suit, goatee, and glasses, he looked like an eccentric and had the enthusiasm of a mad scientist. I asked one question, and he was off on a 2-hour-long description of his archaeological quest, a painfully detailed narrative that culminated in the discovery of the marble tomb. What was inside the sarcophagus? I wanted to know. The question put him off. It was as if I were suggesting, and perhaps I was, that unless he could produce the bones of St. Paul, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, his whole enterprise could be called into question. With a pained expression on his face, Filippi explained to me the difference between searching for a historical tomb and searching for an individual's bones. This was not a relic hunt to bolster the claims of the faith or tantalize public opinion, he said. He was a professional, and his archaeology was scientific. His conclusions would rest on an analysis of the evidence, not an ossuary jackpot. That was something journalists ask about. I looked appropriately contrite. Anyway, he added, they had tried to X-ray the sarcophagus from above, to no avail. A video probe appeared impossible. To dig out the tomb would require the destruction of the entire altar area, so it would remain where it was. If some people were left wondering about the bones, that was their problem, Philippi said with some finality. But now, 4 years later, Pope Benedict had simply waved aside the margin of ambiguity. St. Paul's bones were in the sarcophagus. How could he have been so sure? The answer lay in an unadvertised archaeological adventure commissioned by the German Pope. In May of 2007, several Vatican experts had slipped quietly into the basilica around midnight. Using a special extended drill, they reached the marble slab that covered the sarcophagus and bored a tiny hole through the top. Then they slipped a microsurgical probe through the opening, taking pictures and collecting evidence samples. It was 1:15 a.m. when they pulled up fragments of human bone material. The technicians were under orders not to disturb the relics, so they worked slowly and methodically, extracting bits and pieces with surgical-type tweezers. They retrieved wool and linen fibers covered with gold or dyed in royal purple and indigo, precious materials indicating the burial of an important person, and small organic crumbs that turned out to be grains of incense. Once the secret expedition was over, the hole was sealed up and the discoveries were sent for analysis. N14 dating of the bone fragments gave the Vatican what it was looking for. The bones belonged to someone who lived between the 1st and 2nd centuries. That was sufficient for the archaeologists to state that their findings did not contradict the tradition that this was, indeed, St. Paul's tomb. So were these the bones of the saint? Ulderico Santamaria, director of the diagnostic laboratory at the Vatican Museums, put it this way: as a person of science, I stop at the objective data, which only give indications. But Pope Benedict had no such hesitation, claiming the remains definitively for St. Paul. Having been presented with one of the most remarkable modern discoveries in church history, second only to that of St. Peter's tomb, he was not about to let science have the final word. In the spring of 2003, the exciting discoveries were continuing down in the Santa Rosa parking pit, but a question mark hung over the whole operation. The Governatorato was still insisting that the archaeologists vacate the premises. A meeting of Archbishop Marchesino's Permanent Commission for the Protection of Historic and Artistic Monuments of the Holy See was convened. Buronelli, the Vatican Museum's director, was a key member of the commission and laid out his arguments for preserving the archaeological area. Engineer Stopper responded with facts and figures. Saving the ancient cemetery would mean the loss of between 50 and 100 parking places, and a huge cost overrun. The whole facility would have to be redesigned. Despite Stoppa's objections, the commission decided to voice general support for the Vatican Museums. But as Stoppa kept pointing out, the commission was merely advisory. It was Cardinal Sciacca who would have to evaluate the situation and make a final decision, but Sciacca was back in the hospital for more tests, and no one knew when he'd be out. That left Stoppa with the delicate job of quietly lining up allies in the Vatican hierarchy. Ecclesial politics, however, was not Stoppa's strong suit. He was, after all, only a layman, and in situations like this you needed a red hat. As the bureaucratic impasse continued, the Vatican Museum's team kept digging. In his small office, Giandomenico Spinola sat in front of a computer screen looking at the latest photo documentation from the dig. The sarcophagi were stunning, but even more unusual were the photos of a hillside area dotted with tubuli, the libation cylinders leading down to unexcavated graves. The more the work proceeded, in fact, the stronger the argument grew for leaving this portion of the cemetery unexcavated. Archaeology is itself a form of destruction, and Spinola realized that nothing like this had survived anywhere else in the world. He winced when he imagined the bulldozers cleaning it out. Spinola's office was packed with oddities and cast-off artifacts. A painted tin Egyptian coffin sat on his desk, the kind sold to school kids as pencil containers. A rosy chunk of Greek marble was a paperweight. He had picked it out of the rubble when the Vatican builders had blasted through the thick walls of an ancient tower to expand the Vatican Bank a few years earlier. His wall was hung with faded prints and maps, many of them purchased at Rome's Sunday morning flea market at Porta Portas. None of them had much value. On hundreds of occasions in his career, Spinola could have walked off with precious antique objects from the cultures and civilizations of the past, but that, of course, was unthinkable for a professional. Only once had he succumbed to temptation. While working alone at a site on Rome's Caelian Hill, next to an ancient Roman cistern, he found an exquisite gold ring with a sapphire. He reported the find to his superiors and said he'd deliver it early the next week. In the meantime, he let his girlfriend wear it for 4 days. Spinola and other archaeologists took advantage of Italy's building boom in the 1980s to do dozens of pre-construction excavations. Many of the sites were remarkable, but the digging had to be done quickly. Then, after the Tangentopoli scandal of payoffs and bribes was uncovered in the early 1990s, the construction industry went into a crisis and the archaeological field day ended. Spinola learned at an early age that good archaeology is often a combination of opportunism and creativity. Sometimes the rules have to be bent. On his office wall was a framed clipping from a Rome newspaper, yellowed with age, that chronicled an unadvertised chapter of his life story. In 1981, as an archaeology student, he'd heard about a 3-room frescoed Roman house beneath the Aventine Hill, kept under lock and key like so many finds overseen by the government's archaeological ministry. Spinola figured out a back doorway into the site, however. Late one night, armed with flashlights, he and 3 other students lifted a manhole cover in the middle of a residential street and reached the ancient domus through the city's drainage system. They marveled at the frescoes, took photographs, and re-emerged from the manhole to find themselves surrounded by dozens of machine gun-wielding policemen. It was a period of terrorism in Italy, and the cops weren't taking any chances. Spinola and his friends were let go with a warning but kept their photos. If there was a lesson learned, it was that archaeology sometimes means taking risks. As he scanned through the digital photos from Santa Rosa, Spinola returned again and again to one particular image, the sarcophagus of Publius Cecilius Victorinus, the young Roman knight. He zoomed in on the figure of the woman on the left. Her hands were held up, palms facing outward, in the classic posture of prayer. But what kind of prayer? Early Christians prayed this way, but so did Romans when they stood before the shrines of their gods and goddesses. Moreover, the coffin lid had an inscription that began Diem Fortis Manibus, the standard dedication phrase to the gods of the underworld. That clearly indicated a pagan tomb, like the others in the same burial chamber, which, after all, had a floor mosaic of a drunk Dionysius. And yet, what if? What if the woman did represent a Christian, and what if the bird in the tree behind her represented the soul? And what if the scrolls held by the male figure opposite, seemingly a philosopher, were not symbols of ancient learning but of scripture? If the leaping dolphins on the sarcophagus lid evoked not the pagan voyage of the dead but the soul's emergence from mortal life? That interpretation was a stretch, but a case could be made that this young man was an early Christian, and that this tomb's ambiguous iconography reflected a transitional stage in Rome, a time when pagan symbols were being repurposed to reflect Christian doctrine. The theory was not archaeologically convincing, but the people Spinola had to convince were not archaeologists, they were church leaders. A few days later, Spinola's group decided on what he would later describe as a stratagem. They would do an end around the Governatorato and appeal directly to the Secretary of State and, through him, to Pope John Paul XI. Without exactly doctoring the intelligence, they would emphasize the exciting discovery of a Christian tomb. The argument was simple: that appeared to be the Vatican's most ancient Christian site outside the altar area of St. Peter's was about to be destroyed, all in order to create a few more parking places. Wasn't it worth saving? By now Pope John Paul XI was in poor health and moved around his apartment in a modified wheelchair. Occasionally he ventured into the back rooms of his 5th-floor residence in the Apostolic Palace, and from his kitchen window he could see the big crane standing sentry above the Santa Rosa parking lot. So when it was explained to him what had been unearthed there, he knew what was involved. The Pope generally left such matters to the Governatorato and kept out of the city-state's bureaucratic details. But he also recognized that people held popes responsible for what was built and what was destroyed under their pontificates. Even today, for example, Pope Julius XI is remembered at the Vatican as the pontiff who demolished the original St. Peter's Basilica. When he authorized the construction of the new church, Julius allowed his architects to simply tear down the old one. The 4th century Constantinian basilica had held scores of tombs of bishops, cardinals, popes, and saints, and inevitably some of their bones were scattered or misplaced. 5 centuries later, that's what people remembered. Pope John Paul was shown pictures of the recent discoveries: a sculpted baby's head, a family tomb with mythological stucco designs, an epigraph written by a widow to her dead husband. Then, the most interesting find, the figure of a praying woman. It was the tomb of a young man, he was told, and it appeared to be Christian. In early spring Massimo Stoppa learned that there was movement on the Santa Rosa issue at the highest levels. Then word came down quietly from the Secretary of State's office that the archaeological zone should be preserved. For technical services it was a worst-case scenario, but there was really no appeal. Stoppa told his architects to come up with a revised design that worked around the necropolis. In the end he would lose 55 spaces, at an added cost that would bust the year's budget. For Stoppa, now a year from retirement, it would be his last big project inside Vatican City. Cardinal Sciacca, finally out of the hospital and back at his residence at the Governatorato, took the news more philosophically. He'd had a feeling the battle had been lost when the papers started writing about the archaeological discoveries. Now the convergence of views had been articulated from on high, and Sciacca would not fight it. The cemetery would be preserved. As always he consoled himself with the bottom line: 155 parking spaces had been added below the Vatican landscape. In early 2007 one walked through the St. Anne's Gate of Vatican City, flashed a press pass at the Swiss guards and talked my way past the police checkpoint inside. I took a right turn and wandered past the post office and the supermarket, beyond the pharmacy, to a semi-deserted spot flanked by a new 2-story building. A gas pump stood deserted in the late morning sunshine. I walked down into the covered parking lot and gazed at the rows of gleaming automobiles under fluorescent lights. There was a brief roar as another car pulled out from the lower levels, leaving behind a fresh odor of exhaust. The place was filled to capacity. Then I walked through a door at one end of the lot, past a uniformed guard, and was transported about 1800 years backward in time, into a cavernous roofed area that smelled of damp earth. The necropolis, still a work in progress, had been museumized with metal walkways arching over hillside tombs, excavated crypts, and uneven mosaic floors. A dozen scholars were paying a visit, one of hundreds of groups that had reserved a tour of this unique discovery. I tagged along, listening as Giandomenico Spinola explained to the visitors the challenges of documenting an archaeological site that had already been bulldozed. Along the walkways were flat-screen computers with interactive diagrams and photos and multilingual texts describing the cemetery landscape. Down in the pit a woman in a white smock was shoring up a brick pile that held a tilted tombstone in place. As Spinola led the group through the necropolis, I chatted with Leonardo de Blasi, another Vatican archaeologist who had logged hundreds of hours here over the last 4 years. He recalled the tense days of 2003, the bitterness at seeing the early destruction and the satisfaction when they learned the site would be preserved. After 4 or 5 months, he told me, the team decided to stop digging. They were painfully aware that the more they exhumed, the more context they destroyed. There were certainly earlier tombs beneath the exposed layer of the hill, but to unearth it all would defeat the purpose of preservation, so they stopped. For the next 3 years they cleaned and restored the site, documented all the finds and published articles. Crumbling mosaics were removed to the Vatican Museum's restoration facilities and reassembled, tessera by tessera, then returned to their tombs. Microclimate technology was put in place to keep the area at the proper humidity and temperature. In the summer of 2006 de Blasi was overseeing the placement of the metal walkways, one of the last tasks to make the place visitor-friendly. To secure the structure they had to sink anchors in the ground, and the first sounding had struck something unusual. De Blasi watched as a flat terracotta tile was exposed, the kind that often covered a tomb. This one was about 3 feet by 3 feet. They worked all morning to dig it out, and by the afternoon were ready to lift the cover and see what lay beneath. De Blazy called Spinola over to watch. As the tile was gently removed, they saw that the cavity below it was still preserved. Inside lay the skeleton of a year-old child, the tiny legs bent, the rib cage seemingly as fragile as a bird's. The child had been buried with 2 ceramic cups, which lay to the side. De Blazy noticed something else. He leaned over and dusted away the earth at the end of the right arm. It was an egg, a goose egg, perhaps. Was it used as a toy? A rattle? No, the hollow eggshell was undecorated and unperforated. Its function, de Blazy concluded, was allegorical. The parents had buried their baby holding a symbol of rebirth. Nearly 2,000 years later, the archaeologists had brought the child's story back to life. Chapter 5 Cat and Mouse. The silver Mercedes took a final turn on the road to Castel Gandolfo and began threading its way toward the back door of the papal villa. The car approached the unmarked gate, where the Vatican's security contingent was waiting to escort it. Bishop Bernard Felati, sitting in the back seat, smiled to himself. So far, so good. He had insisted they be allowed to enter through a secondary entrance in order to avoid the press, which had predictably gathered outside the ornate main doorway of the villa. The reporters would be frustrated, but such was life. For all its faults, the Vatican still understood discretion. It was late August 2005, and Felati was on his way to see the new pope, accompanied by Father Franz Schmidberger, his cohort and consigliere on this mission. Their driver was now following a security vehicle with SEV plates, Stato della Città del Vaticano. The Vatican city-state was not bound by the Vatican walls, but extended even to this 100-acre enclave in the Castelli Romani, one of more than 24 parcels of real estate designated as extraterritorial Vatican property. Gazing out the window, Felati smoothed his soutane and saw the villa's rolling pastures give way to manicured landscapes. Then the papal palace came into view, a modest 3-story building. On top was a distinctive hump, the dome of the Vatican's astronomical observatory. Schmidberger pointed out the Swiss guards and a crew of papal gentlemen assembled up ahead. Was all this for them? It appeared so. When the car pulled into the cobblestone courtyard, they all engaged in a brief protocol performance, acknowledgements, gestures, and salutations. An archbishop materialized and guided them up the villa's central stairway. It was Bishop Felati's first time inside the villa, his first time this close to Pope Benedict, and he was happy to see that at least some of the pomp survived. This was, after all, the residence of the Supreme Pontiff, the head of the Church. The protocol reminded people of that. A shame, he reflected, that the Vatican had suppressed several of the palace guard units, another mistake engendered by the Second Vatican Council. The 2 men arrived at the villa's main floor and were shown through a series of rooms, some of them looking down on Lake Albano, a bowl of blue in one oft-collapsed volcanoes that form the Alban Hills. Felati checked his watch. They were right on time for the 11:30 audience. But the Pope, it seemed, was running late. They'd have to wait. At first glance Felati and Schmidberger could have been brothers, the same receding hairline, graying at the temples, the same steely eyes and ramrod posture. But Felati made a less severe impression than his confrere. When he smiled, his face spread into a muffin-like oval, with a big dimple in the middle of his chin. As head of the Society of St. Pius X, the traditionalist order founded by the late Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, Felati was technically a today. However, in the heart of the papal court, he felt the strong pull of the Church's universal center. At 47, he was 12 years younger than Schmidberger and less experienced in dealing with the Vatican. His face betrayed the excitement of a first audience with the Pope. Both men had mixed feelings about being here. They had asked for the meeting to offer a sign of goodwill toward the new Pope. Felati, though, did not intend to beg for anything. He felt he would be negotiating from strength in numbers, invocations, in his order's solid faith and with the knowledge that Pope Benedict would like nothing better than to reconcile with the Lefebvres and close this painful chapter of church history. The Pope was clearly sympathetic toward them on liturgical matters, Fellini thought. But what about all the rest of the post-Vatican XI changes in the Church? And what about the Pope's past dealings with the group? More than 17 years earlier, in 1988, when Archbishop Lefebvre stood on the brink of schism, Pope John Paul XI had asked Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger to lead a last-ditch effort to keep Lefebvre and his followers in the fold. Although Ratzinger was authorized to make concessions, he discovered, to his deep disappointment, that the Lefebvres had in rejection of the teachings of the Second Vatican Council on ecumenism, liturgy, interreligious dialogue, collegiality among bishops and religious liberty, just to name a few. If the Council represented the Church's opening to the world, the Lefebvres wanted to close the door again. They saw the Council and its aftermath as a long and painful betrayal of the faith. The crisis of 1988 was precipitated by Archbishop Lefebvre's announced plan to ordain a bishop to carry on his work. At 81, he wanted to protect his legacy, and the best protection lay in firming up the organization's own hierarchy. Lefebvre's priestly society, known commonly as the SSPX, had been formally dissolved by the Vatican in 1975 but was thriving in Switzerland. Lefebvre had violated any number of Vatican instructions, but ordaining a bishop against papal orders was a much more serious matter. As Cardinal Ratzinger told the group in 1988, it would be viewed as schismatic, and the punishment for everyone involved would be excommunication. Lefebvre and his aides, including Father Franz Schmidberger, did not seem intimidated by this threat. Despite Lefebvre's intransigence, Ratzinger had nearly pulled off a reconciliatory coup. As the ordination ceremony approached, he designed a protocol that seemed to give Lefebvre and his followers a sweet deal, a degree of autonomy as a religious order, permission to use the pre-Vatican XI Tridentine Mass, and Vatican-approved ordination of an SSPX bishop. In return, the Society was asked to promise its fidelity to the Church and the Pope, to accept the validity of the new Mass, and to engage in a non-polemical study of the reforms of the Second Vatican Council. An objective observer would have said the SSPX had won the most meaningful concessions, and in fact Lefebvre signed the protocol in Ratzinger's presence, which was then forwarded to Pope John Paul for final approval. But the next day, after a sleepless night, Lefebvre had second thoughts. He smelled a trap, he told his aides, and decided to renege on the agreement. He announced he would go ahead with his planned ordination, with or without papal approval, except now the number of new bishops would be 3. The actual number turned out to be 4, ordained on June 30, 1988, at the SSPX headquarters in Aachen, Switzerland. The ordination made headlines around the world and thrilled Lefebvre's hardline followers. Pope John Paul was crushed at this act of disobedience, and the Vatican immediately announced the excommunication of Lefebvre and his new bishops. Bernard Fellini, a 30-year-old Swiss protégé of Lefebvre, was the second youngest of the 4 bishops illicitly ordained that day. Given past history, then, today's meeting with the new pope was nothing short of amazing. To many in the Church, Fellini represented disloyalty, so it was no wonder that Catholic liberals were aghast. After waiting some 40 minutes, the 2 priests were led quickly into a small, simply furnished chamber. Standing at his desk was Pope Benedict. The Pope, his tuft of white hair crowned by a zucchetto, smiled and greeted them individually, recognizing Schmidberger at once. Bishop Fellini's strongest ally stood on the other side of the room, Cardinal Dario Castri 116 Enjoyas, a Colombian who had for years tried and failed to broker a deal between the Vatican and the Lefebvrists. Cardinal Castrillan flashed a smile and regarded his guests with hawk-like eyes. He had put his influence with Benedict on the line and wanted to finally see some progress. The 3 took their seats before the Pope, who sat down behind his desk and immediately began speaking in French. Fellini had hoped to converse in the Pope's native German, as a sign of deference to the pontiff, but French it would be. 35 minutes later, an aide opened the door, signaling that the audience was over. As he stood to leave, Fellini felt the meeting had gone as well as it could have. The Pope had been cordial, there had been no arguments and some proposals were left on the table. True, the Pope had rather glided over the specific accusations that Bishop Fellati had made in a letter to the Pontiff a few days earlier. The letter had characterized in dramatic terms what the Society viewed as the Church's deterioration, referring pointedly to Pope John Paul IL's silent apostasy, the Lefebvre's catch-all term of denunciation against the late Pope. It was John Paul himself who had first used the phrase silent apostasy to describe the weakening of the faith in Europe, but the Lefebvres had turned the expression against him, charging that his brand of ecumenism and interreligious dialogue had aided and abetted this wholesale apostasy, or turning away from truth. Fellati's letter had gone on to quote approvingly from Pope Benedict's famous sermon a few days before his election, which described the Church as a boat taking on water on every side. The letter's not-so-subtle point was that if Ratzinger would only stay true to his convictions, he would find himself on the same page as the Lefebvrists. To illustrate the ecclesial and liturgical deterioration, Fellati had appended to his letter a collection of scandalous photos from masses around the world. For years a conservative organization called Traditio had been building an online photo gallery of liturgical offenses, a kind of hall of shame that documented liberties taken with the post-Vatican XI Mass. The photos showed African liturgies using what appeared to be pagan masks or costumes, priests celebrating Mass with Doritos or peanut butter cookies instead of the traditional host, a puppet liturgy in which a ventriloquist priest celebrated Mass through a dummy, and various other masses featuring clowns, jugglers and even a stand-up comedian. One notable photo recorded a cheesehead Mass in which Archbishop Timothy Dolan, then of Milwaukee, wore, instead of a mitre, a cheddar-colored hat shaped like a wedge of cheese. In actual fact, Dolan had donned the headgear for a moment during his sermon, to get a laugh. Fellati's letter seemed designed to introduce a tone of righteous indignation in their papal audience, but Benedict had remarked simply that there was no need to discuss these matters in detail. Evidently the Pope did not want this meeting to turn into a liberal bashing session. Benedict did listen, however, as Fellati and Schmidberger catalogued some of the ongoing projects of the SSPX often undertaken against the objections of local bishops. One example cited by Fellati was the lawsuit the Society had initiated 2 years earlier in Argentina that had succeeded, temporarily, in stopping the sale of contraceptives. Incredibly, he informed the Pontiff, their action was labeled terrorist by the Archdiocese of Córdoba. They told the Pope how in Lucerne, Switzerland, the SSPX had denounced a gay pride procession that ended up in a Catholic church, an event that met with total indifference on the part of the local bishop. These telltale episodes formed a prelude to 3 specific requests that Fellati and Schmidberger now placed before the Pope: full freedom for their order to celebrate the Tridentine Mass, withdrawal of the 1988 excommunications and the accusation of schism against the Lefebvrist bishops, and establishment of a re-entry structure for the SSPX, one that would preserve its status as a traditionalist order and give it some autonomy from local bishops. The most urgent request, the provision that the Lefebvrists hoped would launch a rollback of the liberal era in the Church, was general permission to celebrate the Tridentine Mass, the Latin liturgy that had been used for 4 centuries before the Second Vatican Council, the liturgy of generations of Catholics who had followed along in their missals, the liturgy that had been unceremoniously replaced by Pope Paul VI with a new Mass of 1970. One of the distinctive characteristics of the Tridentine Rite was that the priests celebrated Mass facing in the same direction as the congregation, toward God. Liberal critics always got this wrong, in Fellati's view, by arguing that the celebrant had his back to the people. Didn't they care about a priest turning his back on God? Pope John Paul had approved limited use of the Tridentine Rite, but traditionalist groups had to obtain their local bishops' permission to celebrate it. Those bishops often refused, fearing that offering the old Mass would at best confuse their faithful and at worst divide local parishes along liturgical fault lines. Now Fellati was requesting something far more radical. He wanted the Vatican to declare that the Tridentine Mass could be used anywhere and anytime, because no one had ever had the authority to abrogate it. The Pope himself, back when he had been cardinal, had once said as much in a book. Was it too much to ask him to acknowledge that now? The Pope, to Fellati's relief, did not close the door on the issue of the Tridentine Rite, or even on setting up a special status for the SSPX. But he was soon veering in another direction, emphasizing some basic principles, such as unity with Rome and respect for the teachings of the Second Vatican Council. He made it clear that the spirit of the Council and the changes Vatican XI introduced were not optional, even if, of course, they must all be understood in the light of tradition. In short, whatever liturgical and organizational concessions he might be willing to make, the Pope was not about to create a dissident cell that would have license to undermine the Council's legacy or the Vatican's policies. Nor, despite Cardinal Castrillan's eagerness to move forward, could the Pope promise Felati and Schmidberger a timeline even for such a straightforward act as freeing up the Tridentine Massachusetts. Benedict seemed to hint that he wanted the world's bishops on board, but Felati knew that that alone could be a deal-breaker. The bishops would object, as they always had. The question was, would the new Pope make them accept his decision? All this churned in Felati's mind as he and Schmidberger walked back through the villa's sumptuous rooms, escorted by the Archbishop, when Felati suddenly stopped. "Wait," he cried aloud. "We forgot the blessing." They had left the Pope in his studio without making the most elemental request, that the Pope bless them. Felati turned to their escort to ask whether they could go back, but the Archbishop told them it was too late. The car was waiting for them down in the papal courtyard, ready to take them the scant 2 miles to the SSPX residence in the nearby town of Albano. Outside the papal villa's main entrance, the journalists would be whimpering when they learned they'd been circumvented and that Felati had no intention of meeting with them before returning to Switzerland. But the moment was just too delicate to risk a media firestorm. A few minutes later, as they turned into the Albano driveway, a flash went off on the right side of the car. An alert Reuters photographer had managed to take a picture, after all. It went out on the wire with a caption identifying as smiling Bishop Bernard Felati as he returned from his top-secret meeting with the Pope. "That's not Felati. That's Schmidberger." The reporters huddled, agencies checked their files. In fact, the photo was a father. The two priests did look alike, after all. A corrected caption moved on the Reuters wire, but not before conservative Catholic blogs around the world had picked up the photo and immortalized the error in cyberspace. The blogs were already feeding furiously on the Pope-Lefebvre's meeting, which they saw as a litmus test of the new pontificate. But ultimately they had to rely on the reporters on the scene, who in this case had embarrassingly little information. Back in the Vatican press office, a brief official communiqué was being parsed for hidden significance. The crux was in 2 sentences: the meeting took place in a climate of love for the Church and of desire to arrive at perfect communion. Although aware of the difficulties, the will to proceed step by step and in a reasonable time frame was demonstrated. The Vatican seemed to be attributing a spirit of goodwill to Felati, which bode well for the Lefebvrists. But talk of advancing in stages was a red flag to some of Felati's own supporters, whose greatest fear was being strung along by Rome in an endless game of beat the Vatican, a game they felt they could never win. Later the same day Felati published his own statement on the SSPX website, expressing his hope that the Holy Father might find the strength to put an end to the crisis in the Church by restoring all things in Christ. Felati's strategy, in fact, was to present his order's grievances not as a small problem that could be solved bureaucratically, but rather as the catalyst for a new and necessary pontificate of restoration for the entire Church. The SSPX, in effect, wanted to be seen as easing Benedict away from the feel-good pronouncements of his first few months in office and toward what he'd obviously been preparing for his entire life, an uncompromising return to tradition, and the undoing of Vatican XI. Reporters trying to make sense of all this felt as if they were reading tea leaves. Because writing about philosophical differences over the Second Vatican Council would produce deadly copy, they needed an issue, a demand, a single cause on which to focus. That was served up a few weeks later, when it came out that Felati had indeed asked for restoration of the Tridentine Mass and that the Pope was seriously considering the matter. I called one of my usual sources on matters Lefebvrist, one of the many Vatican officials who trade anonymity for being able to vent on the phone. It gets lonely in those Vatican offices, and a reporter's call is often the highlight of the day. I call this source the Warbler, he delivered his information in long, liquid. If the great minds here think they can trust these people, they're in for a rude awakening. We've been down this road before. They get to the brink, and then paranoia sets in. They're fanatics. I'm convinced they're a sect, and when they do come back they'll need deprogramming, because otherwise they are useless. They're troublemakers. The warbler was just getting started. I sat back and listened to a 30-minute performance. I personally think if we'd met this mad leftoverist propaganda head-on 18 years ago, we'd be in a better position now. But basically we've done nothing to counter it. And as a result, they consider the old mass their property. Well, it's not their property. It belongs to the Church. Now that is where our new Pope may be going. He's certainly not operating under any illusions with the SSPX, after dealing with them in 1988. So if he adds permission on the Tridentine Rite, he'll be breaking the leftoverist monopoly on it. But that still leaves the SSPX orbiting around out there. You can give them the Mass, but it won't satisfy them. They'll always keep upping the ante. Now they want the bishops cut out of the loop, so no one has to get the bishop's permission to use the old rite. How can you just bypass the bishops? And what else would this incite? You could have a handful of people in every parish start making all kinds of noises, saying, "We told you all along to schedule a Tridentine Mass, now here it is in print, do it." Then what? We don't exactly have policemen to send down to take care of these things. Despite the leftoverist reputation for having friends in high places at the Vatican, most officials I spoke with had a deep mistrust of the SSPX and, to be honest, no particular nostalgia for the Tridentine Mass. They also knew that a real reversal on ecumenism or interreligious dialogue would simply not happen, nor was it desirable. The Church could not, as the leftoverists seem to want, go back to treating non-Catholics as the enemy and non-Christians as infidels. On a more personal level, many of these Vatican officials were veterans of John Paul IL's organizational team and felt affronted by SSPX leaders' sarcastic and open disdain of the late Pope. Cardinal Francis Aarons, a conservative Nigerian who headed the Vatican's liturgy congregation, told me bluntly that the Church could not offer the leftoverists a reconciliation at any price deal. The Pope cannot disown Vatican XI in order to make the leftoverists happy, Aarons said, leaning in for emphasis. At the end of 2005, however, in a pre-Christmas speech to members of the Roman Curia, Pope Benedict hinted that while he could not disown Vatican XI, he could at least correct it. The Pope made no mention of the SSPX or the Tridentine Mass, but he did present the Second Vatican Council as a problem that needed a solution. Naturally, he did not take on the Council or its landmark documents directly. Where the Church had gone wrong, he suggested, was in implementation of the Council. And the results of this implementation, he said, had been disastrous. Ever the historian, the Pope evoked St. Basil's famous description of the confusion that followed the 4th century Council of Nicaea, as in a naval battle in the dark. The raucous shouting and incomprehensible chatter has now filled almost the whole of the Church, falsifying through excess or failure the right doctrine of the faith. As the Pope read the text in the frescoed Clementine Hall, the Curia cardinals began stirring in their gilded chairs. This not-so-subtle attack on the Church's direction over the last 40 years neatly divided the post-Vatican XI Church into two factions, those who misconstrued the Council as a clean break with the past and those who understood it as part of an ongoing renewal of the Church's unchanging mission. Benedict described this division in what would later become a catchphrase among his most ardent supporters: the hermeneutics of rupture versus the hermeneutics of continuity. Hermeneutics is a scholarly term referring to the principles of interpretation, and the Pope used it deliberately to lend his words authority. His speech, which would be read and reread in coming months, essentially announced a backing away from some of the post-Vatican XI innovations. But which ones? Certainly it was laying the groundwork for a major shift, but virtually no one among his own Roman Curia listeners had a clear idea of what that would mean in practical terms. Several weeks later, in February of 2006, the Pope called a meeting of 20 top Roman Curia heads and asked them to review a possible reconciliation scenario with the Lefebrists. Normally, when there's a foregone conclusion at the Vatican, journalists can spot it coming. Influential cardinals give interviews presenting the case, and soon it builds to a coordinated chorus of acclamation. But on this occasion the Curia members were not singing in harmony. They were unusually quiet and guarded on the topic, and did not sound very hopeful about reaching an agreement with Felity. There was, however, one vociferous exception. Cardinal Dario Castrillan-Hoyos was a man who might have been Pope. Back in the late 1990s, all it took was a long article by fellow Colombian Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Nobel Prize-winning author, to send Castri 116N into the upper ranks of the Papabili. The article was widely read by journalists, who at the time were desperately trying to fill up their top 10 lists of papal candidates. The portrait drawn by Garcia Marquez and others was flattering. Castri 116N was a theological conservative but a pastor of the people, a voice for the weak, a man who had once donned civilian clothing to enter the home of drug lord Pablo Escobar and ask him to confess his sins. A bishop in Colombia's coffee production center of Pereira for more than 20 years, Castrillan was said to walk the streets of the city at night to look after the safety of beggars, children, and prostitutes. His sharply worded sermons were credited with stopping the killing of street people in Pereira, and he built a reputation for social courage. When he was called to Rome in 1996 to head the Congregation for the Clergy, it seemed to offer him a chance to build up his credentials as a papal contender with experience in the Roman Curia. But once at the Vatican, Castrillan's pastoral side began to be eclipsed. Like nearly everyone there, he spent most of his time in his office, dealing with paperwork or holding closed-door meetings. Contact with the press and public ended, and he became one of the Vatican's shadow figures. He did show up in the media. His new position tended to underscore his conservative views, particularly on liberation theology. Then came the sexual abuse crisis, and with it Castrillan's chances of becoming Pope evaporated overnight. Early in 2002, at the height of revelations about priestly sexual abuse in the United States, Castrillan had a rare appearance in the Vatican's press hall. As he came into the roomful of reporters, he made the sign of the cross. The first time I had seen that happen. It was as if he were entering the lion's den. Vatican press conferences are 90% scripted, and the cardinal knew the day's game plan. He would present the Pope's annual letter to priests, which meant delivering a long speech and fielding a few questions. The Pope's missive this year, however, contained a reference to the sex abuse crisis, which meant the topic was fair game for reporters, and that Castrillan would be in for a grilling. The press relished the chance to talk to the man responsible for the world's clergy. On the other hand, the occasion offered the Vatican a unique opportunity as well, by addressing questions head-on, acknowledging failures and vowing to clean up the mess. Castrillan could single-handedly swing public relations momentum in the Vatican's direction. What happened instead was a worst-case scenario for the Vatican. Castrillan's face betrayed a sense of haughty annoyance from the moment he took his seat on the dais. He glanced sharply at his audience from behind oversized silver-rimmed glasses and began reading his speech, which referred only obliquely to sexual abuse. When he finished, I asked the first question, a straightforward one: what steps did the Vatican plan to take to ensure that priestly sex abuse would not recur in the future? Instead of answering, Castri 116N scribbled some quick notes and announced he would take more queries on this topic before responding. Consequently, one after another, reporters asked the obvious: would the Vatican support a zero-tolerance policy for priest predators? Did Cardinal Bernard Law of Boston have the Vatican's support? Wasn't the Pope speaking publicly about this scandal, instead of making indirect references in a published letter? The Cardinal's characteristic smile had now become a smirk. Although Castrillan kept making notes on more than a dozen questions, in the end, explaining that he didn't want to take any risks, he pulled out a 2-page prepared statement and read it. It was a defensive message, peppered with sarcastic asides, which insisted that the Church had always been severe with pedophile priests, even before it ended up on the front pages of international newspapers, and that it didn't need to take lessons from others. He cited a U.S.